Best ball breakfast. And boy, do we have not only a big show on tap today, but a big week on tap. I have 26 more Best Ball Mania drafts that I need to squeeze in on camera before the contest locks. We're going to be doing it all here on the channel this week, a couple of them on the Deposit Kingdom channel as well. But we have a lot of ground to cover. Today, we're going to have the usual solo drafts, Pat Kerrane, Mike Leone, and then our two special guests today. We're going to have JMToWin, my DFS partner in crime from 1 week season, coming on to drop some ball knowledge on us. And then our batting cleanup today guest, Jason Moore from the Fantasy Footballers, and a low-key best ball sicko. Excited to sync up with him. And then immediately following this stream, we are going to have the debut of the 2025 Best Ball Bros video on the Deposit Kingdom channel. I'm Pete Overzet. This is Best Ball Breakfast. Let's roll.
It really isn't that hard, guys. You just go top two, win it, win it. Okay, I think we can be done here at running back. You only have 3 running backs. This roster is littered with game theory, arbitrage, exploits, and theoretic reasoning. Bro, light mode, my eyes, dude. I don't know. I prefer that move more in a time box contest. Bro, have you ever scrolled so far down that, like, there's no more names, bro? Don't do drugs, kids. Draft and drive instead. You can't have it both ways, dude. Quid pro quo.
All right, GM, we are off to the races. I got the 102 in my 125th Best Ball Mania draft. Bijan Robinson, welcome to the squad, and welcome all of you to Best Ball Breakfast. We are ready to roll. Not sure if you guys saw my tweet yesterday, but I scheduled all of my streams for this week. Because I started doing the math in my head. I'm like, all right, I have 26 drafts. That's around 13 hours of best ball streaming content I need to squeeze in here. Started backing it out, and I was like, okay, we need to go long on Monday. We need to do a special best ball breakfast on Wednesday at noon. I guess it's more of a brunch. On Friday, we're going to need to add a grand finale stream, 10 a.m. Eastern. I'm going to go until I am done drafting these teams. I think if my math is correct, it'll be like a 4 to 5 hour stream. We shall see, but it is getting done this week. By Friday afternoon, I will have completed 150 Best Ball Mania drafts. It is what must be done here on the channel, as I decided to casually stream all 150 teams. Let me get the board up here for all of you guys, and we can get off to the races here. Hopefully you guys were able to check out the guillotine draft we did last night on the channel. I made that publicly available for everybody. It was technically after dark, which is usually for the YouTube members, but I wanted everybody to be able to check out the Guillotine League draft. We brought on almost all of the 17 Deposit Kingdom members who joined for that draft. Highly recommend checking that out. It's a super fun format. If you guys have never played it, it's essentially like the Eliminator on Underdog, except it's a managed league, and every time a team is axed, their entire roster goes into the available waiver wire. So always a fun time on the waivers in that contest when you're getting legit superstars being added there. How we doing today? We got Carolina first Best Ball Breakfast I've gotten to watch live all summer. You love to hear it. Welcome, welcome. GMs all around. GMs. Did someone say Best Ball Brunch? It basically is. I think noon I can't call a Best Ball Breakfast anymore. Once it hits noon, it's a brunch. Aren't you worried Atlanta right tackle out for the whole season? Hard to be worried about something you don't know about. So no, I'm not worried about that. GM to the audio listener gang. Yes, if you're not able to watch all of these videos throughout the week, I don't blame you. It is going to be a lot of hours of streaming, but we will make sure to get the audio up for everybody. That's the In a Vacuum podcast feed. You can subscribe to that wherever you'd like. And if you're a Spotify person, I upload the video over there as well. More and more people watching on Spotify. All right, we're going to pick at the 2-3 turn. I have been having a ton of fun drafting lately. There's just so many new situations and players I want to target with this new information. Not so much at the top of the draft board, but certainly as we get deeper into it. We'll buy the dip on Lad here. Hard to get a lot of Lad in Bijan combos. I understand Lad's, falling a little bit, I guess, with some of the uncertainty with his targets with Keenan there, I guess. I mean, is that the only reason he's sliding? He's the one guy on the Chargers I was not worried about as far as Keenan's impact. Everybody else I was pretty concerned about as far as Keenan, eating into their target share, but definitely not with Lad. One thing I've been doing a little bit more here, trying to get some more Lamar Jackson. I did that draft with Sean over on the Deposit Kingdom. I've done a lot of the different combos of these wide receivers. I pulled up Amari and Hampton here, but I'm only at 4.8% Lamar Jackson. That feels light. I will say that's going to be a theme of these 26 drafts you get to see from me. Obviously, I'm going to be doing a decent amount of them with co-drafters, but there's going to be certain guys I'm trying to catch up on in my exposures here down the home stretch. There's going to be certain targets that I'm going to be hammering draft after draft. Sometimes I get bored with my drafts and I'm like, oh, I did this thing last draft. Let me do something else this one. No. Like I'm just going to go get your guy season. So, apologies if you see me make the same clicks over and over, but this is it. This is the last chance to get our portfolios where we want them. GM, SVY was in the Guillotine League last night. Wet like I'm book, has 6 BBM bullets left. Best Ball Brunch 2, PD does Dallas. Yes. Yeah, poor Blizzy got auto-drafted Joe Mixon while on camera during the Guillotine League draft last night. Thoughts on the Ollie Gordon steam? I think it's fine. I think in general, my take is going to be fallers aren't falling as much as they should, and risers aren't rising enough as they should. And, assuming that he's not like, Bill level steam. I mean, these guys who weren't getting drafted for 100% of the contest are really strong picks because you're getting 2 kind of benefits to the selection. You're getting the benefit of new information. We have new information on the health of this backfield. We know that Alexander Madison is out for the season. We didn't know that in June. There was information that would have made Ollie Gordon a bad pick in June. So not only are you able to make a more informed decision than a lot of the teams or drafters who are drafting teams throughout the entirety of this contest were able to make, but then you're also getting the ownership discount. Ollie Gordon is not going to be on as many teams as any other, 13th round pick who is drafted all summer long. A Roschon Johnson, Roschon Johnson versus Ollie Gordon. I'm not saying they're comparable, but that idea of even if Ollie Gordon steamed up there, you're getting a huge ownership discount on the new player. So, but if you want me to talk more micro on the Dolphins, I think there has not been a player who has had things break as perfectly for them as Ollie Gordon. I actually wrote up Ollie Gordon in the newsletter this morning as 3 players who I think have greatly seen their outlook improve. And, this is what I said about Gordon this morning. It's hard to imagine things breaking better for a running back than they have for Gordon. Alexander Madison is out for the season with a neck injury. Achane is dealing with a soft tissue injury. And Jalen Wright has looked abysmal in the preseason while also getting banged up. This opens the door for the UDFA to have a sneaky role as early as week 1, specifically around the goal line. So yeah, Ian gave him a bump from RB 73 to RB 54. That does not seem crazy to me. He's now going as the RB 54 on Underdog. So yeah, I have no issue with the Ollie Gordon steam. What is up, Ben? Very nice of you gifting some memberships here. 5 memberships, compliments of Ben. Thank you very much. If you are a new member, take advantage of getting to enter the season finale of the Best Ball Bash, which is actually going to be on Wednesday night this week. It's going to be on Wednesday night. All right, let's see what we're going to do here. We are going to pick at the 4-5 turn. We start Lamar, Bijan, and Lad. We're on the clock here. Terry is the faller. We could also grab Breece. I haven't had a chance to scoop some of this falling. Breece, I do want to earmark. Let's do Breece. I am going to take Zay Flowers with this second pick. I want to get a stack. When I did the team with Sean, he kind of pushed us past Zay and we stacked him up with Rashad Bateman. But if I'm going to be pulling up Lamar here, I want to make sure that I get some teams with him stacked up with his wide receiver 1. So we will do Lamar with Zay. Breece is a tricky one. I have heard from a lot of people that he is falling into the 5th right now. He certainly could fall into that bucket of what I said as far as fallers not fall enough. So maybe I'm the sucker clicking Breece here. But when I looked at the utilization for him in the preseason, it wasn't as concerning as, people on Twitter made it out to be, I guess would be my take there. And I still think he's going to catch a ton of balls. I still think he has explosive plays in his bag. So definitely not as good of a bet as he was when he was a round 1 player, but I think it's a much different bet at the back end of round 4, especially when we're looking at a tier of running backs that's James Cook and Kyron Williams and Trevion Henderson and RJ Harvey, Kenneth Walker. I think he firmly still belongs within that range. Looks like JB the Tesh was gifted a membership. 6th round pick on Gordon. My bad. Pete, do you think the sprint will reach a 90% fill rate? I believe that is pacing for some overlay. What are we at right now on the sprint? I actually got in a couple entries of it over the weekend. If I have any time to draft that's not on camera, it's going to be in the sprint. It's currently at 47%. 90% feels high to me, but multiple things can happen, right? When Best Ball Mania fills, I could see people gravitating over to the sprint. It'll probably be one of the final remaining contests in the lobby, like over Labor Day weekend. So maybe 90% is a fairly nice estimate, but I would assume there's going to be some sprint overlay there. Yeah, I haven't pulled it up yet, but Ollie's estimated ownership is about 22%. Here's the team so far: Bijan Robinson, Ladd McConkey, Lamar Jackson, Breece Hall, and Zay Flowers. So we get slides on Ladd and Breece. We kind of reach for Lamar and Zay just slightly relative to their ADP. But liking this start. Been doing just way more elite quarterback, elite tight end. When I get the option to take one of those guys, and I could have entertained McBride there. I think McBride would have been my pick for sure if Ladd was off. I definitely could have done Bijan, Trey McBride, Lamar. But in general, with how many late round running backs and wide receivers I like right now, if I can get an elite quarterback or an elite tight end at a decent price, I'm just clicking it because I know I really like a lot of the running backs and wide receivers that I can backfill. Opinions on Breece Hall being an RB2 in fantasy. I think I just took Breece Hall at, what's his positional rank here? RB15. So that puts him at a high-end RB2. I think that's exactly where he can be. He's if he's James Cook, I think he's better than James Cook. James Cook was able to score way more touchdowns. The Bills are going to score way more touchdowns than the Jets. And James Cook finished as a solid RB1 last year. So even as like a poor man's James Cook season, being the RB15, that sounds realistic to me. All right, we're back on the clock. What do we want to do here? A lot of the fun wide receivers are gone. Is this where we grab the Rashee Rice dip? Man, I'm going to really hate this team, aren't I? I'm so light on Rashee Rice, but I think Rashee Rice at pick 71, fine. I'll do a Rashee Rice share here at 71. I don't even like it. But if I'm not going to ever click Rashee Rice, and then I'm literally never going to click him if I don't take him at 71. Can I get a price check in the chat? Where have you guys been seeing Rashee Rice go in your drafts? 71 seems fine to me here. Addison goes before him. Judy goes before him. We could do Diggs here. I think I want to keep grabbing wide receivers. There's been some other guys I pulled up here, but that feels a little too much. We could do a Jacoby Myers, but man, that doesn't feel good. Let's go ahead and do Diggs. I'm about even with the field with Diggs. Yes, League of Items was my co-manager last night in the Guillotine League, referencing one of the prompts from the randomizer, Milfalicious, which is now League of Items nickname for Trey McBride, because Trey McBride, people forget, has 2 moms. Rice went at 51 in the overlay. Sorry, but I don't care about where he's going on DK. 4-5 turn in my slow BMs. So the team here is Bijan, Ladd McConkey, Lamar Jackson, Breece Hall, Zay Flowers, Ray Rice, and Stephon Diggs. Here up top, 2 running backs, 4 wide receivers, 1 quarterback. This is my 125th Best Ball Mania draft. We got some friends and family in here. The What, Pugfather, DMC, Go AZ Cards, League of Items is in the 11 hole. Roto Run, John in the 12. By the way, tomorrow on Off and on the Clock, we got a big announcement. It's been a project I've been working on all off season with John and Nez from the Badge Bros. We're going to unveil that tomorrow. It's just a big week, guys. Big week here on the channel. I can show you the full streaming schedule. I kind of mentioned it at the top. We got that show with the Badge Bros tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. Eastern. Wednesday, I'm going to roll that Best Ball Breakfast / Brunch edition. I think Mike Shope's going to swing by for one of those drafts. ADP chasing host. Wednesday night, Best Ball Bash and Randomizer finale. Jacob Sanderson's going to be joining me for that. It's not going to be a typical randomizer. We have this concept where Jacob and I are going to spin the wheel. We're going to alternate, and there's going to be like essentially a PowerPoint presentation, and whatever is on that PowerPoint, we have to deliver it as if we truly believe whatever pops up on that thing. So it's going to be like, think improvised debate club for fantasy and best ball. That's going to be a ton of fun. Thursday, I'm roping Brick into drafting a couple teams with me on Lulz because, like I said, got to crank these out. And then Friday, the grand finale stream. We'll have a few guests swinging by. It'll be last call for getting our players here. Pete got to get the Ray Rices out of the system before going on big YouTube. That's right. Did I say Ray Rice instead of Rashi Rice? That's hilarious. There you go. No, that's the beauty, honestly, of this opportunity that I have here is they just want it to be like a chill podcast vibe. They're not actually looking for broadcast. I'm allowed to stumble and say Ray Rice, and we can all have a good laugh about it, and I won't get canceled. They are not hiring Peter to wear a suit and do big fantasy analyst jobs. Let's grab Mark Andrews here. If we're going to do the Lamar thing, let's lock up that double stack here, slightly ahead of ADP, but I don't have to have any of these wide receivers or running backs. I mean, running back is absolutely wiped here. We can see what we want to do at wide receiver. Probably a Higgins, a Godwin. We could also just reach for Bateman and onslaught that, but that feels a little pricey. I think it's probably getting a Higgins. Higgins plays opposite Ladd McConkey week 17. Higgins goes. Let's do Godwin. He's another guy with him not opening the year on PUP. I'm completely fine grabbing him in this range. We might find ourselves, you know what? Godwin and Rice pair together pretty well. If Rashi Rice is playing at the beginning of the season and then Godwin comes, week 3, week 4 and starts coming on. So we will do a little baton passing from Rashi Rice to Chris Godwin. Here's the team through 9. Lamar, Bijan, Breece Hall, Ladd, Zay Flowers, Rashi Rice, Stephon Diggs, Chris Godwin, and Mark Andrews at tight end. All right, we got Ape Man Fool. I was like trying to read that out. Apeman Fool. I always feel like fucking Ron Burgundy with the teleprompter. Ape Man Fool. He's about to use promo code Pete. Smart decision. I think I mentioned it last week. There is a special offer in addition to the deposit match going on for new users here. New customers play $5, get $50 in bonus funds. Get $50 in bonus funds there. So I believe, no one's told me this is wrong. I believe you can double dip on this. So new user, you deposit, use promo code Pete. It'll match your deposit. So you say you put $100 in, they'll give you $200. Then you play $5 and they'll give you another $50 in bonus funds. I believe that's how it works. That's how someone told me it works. So take advantage of those offers. Promo code Pete. If you guys aren't on Underdog, join up, get started. And you have plenty of time to draft some best ball teams, and then we can roll right into BR season, Battle Royale season. The week 1 contest should be dropping soon, and so should a nice piece, a resource for you to get caught up to speed. That's what John, Nez, and I have been working on. something to get you guys off to a fast start in the Battle Royales this year. Going to debut that tomorrow on Off and On the Clock. All right, I'm starting to lose my voice, so I need a sip of water, and then we're going to pour our first pot of streamed coffee here. Look at this. This guy Bullock receives a gifted membership last night. Wasn't even watching the stream. SVY gifts out a membership. Bullock receives one and then comes in here just pretending like he's been a member since the beginning. GM to members and members only. We'll see. We'll see, Bullock, when push comes to shove, when you got to re-up that membership with your own cold, hard cash in about a month. We'll see how much you're caring about this community then, brother. All right. Let's make these picks here at the 10-11 turn. What a slide for Cooper Kupp. Do I need to Google Cooper Kupp? What happened to Cooper Kupp? Is the what going to take him? Yeah, he takes him. I was going to be forced to take Cooper Kupp there. If not, should we just play the hits? Man, I hate this range of the draft. Should we just maybe we just take Drake Maye and be done with it? We have Diggs. We have Breece Hall. We've kind of set up that week 17 game stack anyways. Let's just do Drake Maye. I can't believe I just drafted Drake Maye. I try to save my Drake Maye picks for when Kerrane is on, knowing that's where I'm going to get my exposure. But I guess we can get one of those in now. Back on the clock here. Darnell Mooney. I don't know how many of these injured guys to start the season I want to take on. It's probably time to just swing over. Should we just play the goddamn hits? Bashal Tootin. On true zero RB teams, I'm willing to do tank here, but if I'm swinging to the fences on a Bijan or Breece Hall team, let's go ahead and add my guy, Bashal Tootin, especially when we're starting to get some of the trade wins blowing here with the Jags. Beat reporter John Shipley for the Jags said he expects one of the Jags veteran running backs to get moved. That would be either Travis Etienne or Tank Bigsby. They obviously drafted 2 running backs this year, Bashal Tootin and LaQuint Allen. Allen has some pretty good pass catching chops there. So depending on who they thought was the most redundant with their young guys, could potentially be on the move. Plenty of teams who could use a starting running back right now. The Texans, the Browns, the Cowboys. I could even see the Chiefs, kicking the tires if they could get somebody cheap. But yeah, I'm going to keep drafting these Jags. A lot of these trade rumors, it's crazy how they've kind of come true, right? Like the Brian Robinson stuff, there was so much smoke there. That comes true. We'll see if the Adam Thielen thing comes true. That was the other one that was breaking, I believe, on Friday, that they've been talking with the Vikings about a return home for Adam Thielen. That would certainly open things up in Carolina for some of those young guys. And now it sounds like we actually might get a trade with one of the Jags running backs. So for as long as those rumors are circulating, I do recommend packing Jags running back bags because it's hard not to see all of their stock improving. Tank Bigsby goes to the Bears. I guess maybe his price would hold because he'd still kind of be, the projected RB2 behind Swift. So maybe his price stays the same. But ETNs and Tootins would certainly go up in that instance. If ETN goes to the Texans, he's moving up. Tootin and Tank are moving up. So I do think it's kind of like small miss, pretty big wins right now, just blindly clicking Jags running backs. Here's the team so far. Lamar Jackson, Drake Maye at quarterback, 3 running backs, Bijan, Breece Hall, Bashal Tootin, 5 wide receivers, Ladd McConkey, Zay Flowers, Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, Chris Godwin, and tight end Mark Andrews. All right, I am on the clock here. Speaking of Browns running backs, I am going to continue to click Dylan Sampson in this range. I'm playing the hits here. Bashal Tootin and Dylan Sampson. I wonder, man, these prices on some of these, no one wants the injured guys because now Brandon Ayuk sliding all the way to 147. Can I make, I probably just can't. I think it's too much with Rashi Godwin. I just can't take on the Ayuk stuff. I think you can take on a couple of these guys. It's probably too much. It's probably too much. I think what we'll do is just, we'll buy the Dalton Kincaid slide here, and then we'll figure out wide receiver later. I do have a lot of late round wide receivers I like now. So let's grab Kincaid. He slides 16 picks past ADP. I'll have to probably do a third tight end because both Andrews and Kincaid have the same buy, or we can just eat the 0 week 7 at tight end, which I don't think is the end of the world. Here's the team: Lamar Jackson, Drake Maye, Bijan, Breece Hall, Bashal Tootin, Dylan Sampson at running back, Ladd, Zay Flowers, Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, Chris Godwin at wide receiver, Mark Andrews, Dalton Kincaid at tight end. The Sampson stuff, man, it's just every day that goes by, Quinshon Judkins still isn't on a team, still doesn't have a contract. I think Dylan Sampson is a decent pick even with Judkins in the fold, and you essentially get to free roll the benefits that Judkins just isn't playing to start the season. I don't know what that means specifically. You know, the Browns just don't want to play ball with him on the contract, knowing what's going on there. I don't know if anyone has any updates on why that's stalling out after the charges against him got dropped. But I think working under the assumption that we're going to have a week 1 backfield of Jerome Ford and Dylan Sampson is kind of where I'm at right now. So Dylan Sampson, who I think is very talented at 143, I'll keep grabbing that. Matt says, Pete, you better not be discriminating against the YouTube audio listeners. Never, brother. Never. I service everybody. YouTube watchers on delay, YouTube audio watchers who are doing things in another tab, audio listeners, Spotify video watchers. I'm here for everybody. Bullock says, Pete, if one best ball creator won BBM, which one would be the most entertaining outcome and why is it Soccer Dave? Yeah, Soccer Dave, I think he would get pretty smug though. I don't know how fun it would be. I'm trying to think who would be the most fun. You said creator though, so it does have to be a streamer. I think it'd be pretty hilarious if PPR Tyler won Best Ball Mania. He quits his job coaching, can just slam protein shakes and whatever apple cider ass beer he's drinking. I want to see one of these young guns win it. I want to see PPR Tyler become a full-time best ball streamer after shipping BBM. All right, we're back on the clock here. Why don't we just do the tight end thing with Hunter Henry? I can get the stack. We'll just we'll toss a bone to the bye week bros. I think we're going to have a luxury pick here anyways, because we got the 2 quarterbacks at the top. We got the solid 2 running backs, a decent base at wide receiver. So I think I can take the luxury pick at tight end here. And then maybe we'll just eat our vegetables with like a Wan'Dale Robinson pick to kind of weather the bumpiness of whatever goes on with Rashee Rice and Godwin. So then that'll leave us with 3 more picks here. And we're probably going to do 1 more running back and at least 1 more wide receiver, probably 2 wide receivers. We'll see what our 5th running back looks like if we feel like we can get to 8 wide receivers or not. But we go Hunter Henry there, past ADP, stacked up with Drake Maye. So we get that double stack with him. We got the double stack with Lamar. And then Wan'Dale Robinson to kind of build in a little bit of stability to our running back room. So I think that works out well. And now we can try to get some of my favorite late round targets right now. I can do some price checks for you guys. We were talking about Ollie Gordon earlier. He goes at 155 here. I have no problem with that. You know, guys like Algier and Shipley are still awesome picks. But a 13th round pick for Ollie Gordon, there's not much opportunity cost here. He's sandwiched between Najee Harris and Matthew Stafford, Hollywood Brown, Geno Smith, Ayuk. Like, it's fine. Like, that price is fine. Rotopat would be hilarious to have won. That would be incredible. The problem is I don't think Rotopat's like I don't think he would change what he's doing. Like, I want whoever wins to like really change their life. Like, I want you to become like a professional best ball streamer or do it all the time. I feel like Rotopat would just keep living his life if he won Best Ball Mania. And he'd be like, oh yeah, I did win Best Ball Mania, but I'm just going to continue to rank all 32 GMs for Roto World or whatever. Liam winning again, it would be the funniest like the second it happened, and then it would stop being funny like an hour after. It would be really funny for that first hour. Yeah, Reeves wouldn't even know if he won until the following year. Reeves legitimately, I think, told me, what was it? He doesn't look until week 17. I think that's what he said. He's like, oh, I have a team in the finals. Yep, we got JMToWin on today. Always love getting to sneak in a draft with him. This is the time of the year where he emerges from his offseason hibernation. He's deep in the weeds. And I know he's actually been, getting in these drafts, reviewing ADP, and no one better at breaking down, team level scenarios, how teams win, how they're going to deploy their players. So excited to get his knowledge filtered through the best ball lens. And then our show Fridays in season block party will be back every Friday. And we're actually going to have a double header this year where the first part is going to be block party with JM. And then the second half, I'm going to be doing a collaboration with the guys from Run the Sims. That show is going to be called Bully the Sims. We're going to have Uticow on, and then a rotating guest of other guys, Nerdy Tenor, Brick, Ship My Money, etc. from their crew, and talk through the slate from like the Sims perspective and Uta's ball knowing perspective. It's going to be a really good time. Okay, let's see here on the clock. Man, yeah, running back really got wiped here. Let's do Taj Brooks. I was hoping a Keaton Mitchell would come back on a Lamar team. He does not. So much for all those fun running back targets late. We'll grab Taj Brooks as kind of the other high upside contingent running back selection. And then we'll certainly take a wide receiver here. I am a little light on Tory Horton. My guy Troy Franklin went. I'm often taking him. Let's get Tory Horton. He's another guy that I'm at 4.8%. Another guy who's going to have fairly low ownership, and he slides pretty far in this one. ADP of 176. He goes to 194. So not too bad there. And now we'll have one more pick to land this plane. Let's see here. Lamar Jackson, Drake Maye, Bijan, Breece Hall, Bashal Tootin, Dylan Sampson, Taj Brooks. So the two anchor running backs with the three rookies, but hopefully getting some early standalone value from Tootin and Sampson. We'll see. Ladd, Zay, Rashee Rice, Stephon Diggs, Chris Godwin, Wan'Dale Robinson, Tory Horton, and then Mark Andrews, Dalton Kincaid, and Hunter Henry. I think I was certainly open to 6 running backs, but just considering the quality of the running backs available, I think it's just going to be another wide receiver flyer there. And I did immediately hop in another draft here. We got to keep these rolling to make sure we can squeeze all of these in today. And look at this. We go from the 102 to the 101. Running good as the influencer here today on the channel. Dominique says, is code Pete 100% deposit match up to 250? It should be up to 1,000. Should be up to 1,000, I believe. I have not heard any reason that promo is not still going. So yeah, take advantage of that. The one caveat is there is generally a playthrough time frame on it. I believe it's 2 weeks you have, but if you want to enter best ball drafts, slow drafts, or whatever, that will count. Or if you're going to play a lot of volume week 1, let's see here. I'm taking Jamar Chase, of course, at the start of my 126th draft. Let's see, which wide receiver do we want to take with our final pick here. Honestly, this could be just like a take your medicine DeAndre Hopkins team. We have Lamar Jackson, and we do have some early season question marks. Godwin, obviously, who knows what's going to go down with the Rashee Rice stuff. Torrey Horton's probably not contributing a ton early. Or we could make like a more fun pick. Malik Washington is someone I've thought about. Let's have fun. Can we have fun? I've been wanting to get Malik Washington. He's now on my short list of some guys to start taking. Reports are he's going to be playing in 3 wide receiver sets, and then you get all of the contingent upside with whatever goes down with Tyreek Hill here. All right, so let's recap this team, and then we will be on track to check in on the next one at the 2-3 turn. So this is draft 125. Are we having fun yet? I was not going to have fun if I clicked DeAndre Hopkins, and then I said, come on, fuck it. Let's have some fun. I mean, the whole point now is to like draft the teams I couldn't draft before. I could have drafted a lot of that team earlier this year. I'm taking Malik Washington. All right. Just let me feel alive. Just let me feel alive on August 25th here on Best Ball Breakfast. 2-5. What did I do? 8-3. Little Baltimore stack there. All right, there we go. Here's the final team. Lamar Jackson and Drake Maye, both of them double stacked with their wide receiver 1 and tight end 1. That's nice. Lamar with Zay and Andrews, Drake Maye with Diggs and Henry. We have Bijan, Breece Hall, Tootin, Sampson, Taj Brooks. Kind of light at running back, but as long as Bijan and Breece ball out, we should have some time for those rookies to kick in. Ladd, Zay, Rashee Rice, Diggs, Godwin, Wan'Dale Robinson, Torrey Horton, Malik Washington. Could get a little dicey there with Rice and Godwin, but hopefully with Wan'Dale Robinson, with Diggs there, that we have enough firepower to survive early, and then certainly have some upside plays late. And then the tight end room is great for a 3 tight end room. Andrews, Kincaid, and Henry there. All right, let's pop out the draft board for draft number 126. We got to get a team to the finals this year, guys. We streamed all 150 of them, all 150 on camera. One of them has to get to the finals. I was a CMC like half inch away 2 years ago when I streamed all 150 from getting a team to the finals. It wasn't meant to be. Time for redemption here in 2025. Jay says Malik's my highest owned. Wow. That's a stance. I like it. Jahmyr Gibbs goes 102 here. It's definitely been a trendy push up. A lot of people on that. Ben Gretsch, Evan Silva. I can't even remember all the people talking 102, and then Leone playing the grumpy old man saying Jahmyr Gibbs shouldn't be the 102. All right, let's see what we want to do here at the 2-3 turn. I am going to grab Trey McBride. We're going to do that. Let's dance around a little bit here. Let's see. We could do the Lamar thing again. Let's go ahead and let's do JSN. Let's pull JSN up to this turn. So we'll maybe set up a 0 RB build here. We'll go Jamar Chase with JSN and Trey McBride, and kind of hope that JSN is a little unique paired with Chase. You know, JSN's ADP did start up a little bit more in that like 2-3 turn range, but then he drifted back. But might funnel us to a little bit of a 0 RB build here. I did think about pulling up Lamar again, but it would be nice to get some Lamar more closer to the ADP middle of the board. Then you can get Zay at more of a value, etc. Power says, Pete, do you think Underdog will come out with any more $100+ contests? It's hard to say. You know, they did drop the Mastiff, which certainly qualifies as a $100 one. I assume you're referencing like a Pit Bull or a Great Dane style. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I wouldn't be expecting it. I mean, they dropped the puppy. They're still needing to get filled some of these other contests. Not sure. Not sure if that's going to be in the cards or not. Michael says, what's your read on the Joe Mixon situation? I envision him sitting until after their week 6 bye. Thoughts? 11% Mixon has me scared. Yeah, I mean, this Mixon stuff, it's scary. The less updates we get, the worse I continue to think it is. There was obviously that rumor going around from anonymous sources that it was bad for Joe Mixon, as in like might not play the whole year kind of bad. I have been basically drafting like he doesn't exist, which I think certainly say you could say that's a mistake in Best Ball Mania, where you could get pretty big values on him. The issue is, I would argue his price isn't at a big enough value right now. At 101, there still is a pretty decent opportunity cost. I mean, Travis Etienne could be the starting running back for the Jags. You have Cam Scatabo. You have some of these other intriguing rookies. I don't know. To me, I think you would want him another 20 to 30 picks cheaper. But yeah, I'm concerned. I'd be pretty concerned. And if I had a big bag of Mixon, I would be looking at ways to take advantage of if Mixon doesn't hit. So thinking about your portfolio through the lens of, let me get some Nick Chubb. Let me get some Woody Marks here. Let me find ways to play this and benefit my overall portfolio. Like, you don't have to be anchored to a decision that old you made. Those teams are done. They can't be adjusted, but you can still make your portfolio benefit even in scenarios where those 11% of teams are in rough shape. All right, we're about to pick here at the 4-5 turn. We'll see if anything fun comes back to us here. We could do another Breece Hall, or we could kind of push to a 0 RB direction. Jalen Hurts doesn't come back. Always easy to do like a Hurts and Devontae Smith if that happens. Let's we can do kind of like another double anchor RB here. Do Breece and Kenneth Walker. I have JSN, so getting the Seattle pairing there looks decent to me. So we go Breece and Kenneth Walker there. Two guys I'm just slightly above the field on, 10.5% at both of those. Jamar Chase, I'm even with the field, 8%. JSN slightly over 11.3%. Trey McBride slightly over 11.3%. Just fucking flat as a goddamn pancake over here. That's right. I'd be looking to mix in some other bets, but Imwald will be here all week, folks. Tag says, Pete, are you leaning more towards 2 quarterback builds again? Every day it seems harder and harder to get 3. Yes, absolutely. Partly for 2 reasons. One, I've been doing more elite QB, which a huge selling point of elite QB is you only need the 2 of them. You don't need that third quarterback there. And also, to your point, there just aren't a lot of good late quarterback options. Like if you have Dolphins or Rams, then Tua and Stafford cheap makes sense. Really, the only kind of attractive late ones to me are Daniel Jones, announce the starter. You can still stack him up really easy with the Colts pass catchers. You can do a backdoor stack, with Adonai Mitchell. And then Jackson Dart, who seems on target to start earlier than we initially anticipated. I think if you asked me a month ago when Jackson Dart was going to start, and I think I even said this like on a show, I think it was on Off and On the Clock, we were guessing, and I was like, I don't know. I would set the line at like 9.5, like week 9, week 10. I think it's earlier now. I think we're pushed up. I think we're more in the like week 4, 5, 6 range for Jackson Dart. So Jackson Dart with that week 14 bye, Daniel Jones, that week 11 bye, those are kind of the late round guys. But yeah, it's been a lot more 2 quarterback builds. And then the third factor is, even if I'm on the fringe, let's say I have a Bo Nix and, JJ McCarthy combo. Early in the offseason, I was certainly going to 3 quarterbacks in those builds way more. Because you could get a Geno, you could get a Bryce Young, you could get a Cam Ward really cheap. Now, those quarterback prices have inched up, and there's really attractive wide receiver and running back picks in that same range. So a lot of times it was just shrugging your shoulder and saying, hey, the third quarterback is the best pick on the board right now. I don't want to take on all of this risk with some of these shitty running back wide receiver picks. I don't find those picks nearly as shitty now. I'm happy to go click my Troy Franklins, my Ollie Gordons, of the world there. So yeah, all of those factors leading me to way more 2 quarterback builds. And yes, on the Joe Mixon stuff, I have seen the Dameon Pierce stuff as well. A little sprinkle there. Sure. Knock yourself out. All right, we're going to pick here at the 5-6 turn. We started Chase. We go McBride, JSN. We double tap our running backs at the 4-5 turn. Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. We'll see if any of these fun wide receivers can get back to us. Last time it was a bit of a struggle on this side of the board. That's when we took Rashee Rice. Deebo Samuel goes. Matthew Golden goes. Jauan Jennings goes. We do get Olave to come back this time. Okay, we get Olave and Addison, so that's nice. I wasn't able to get either of those guys last time. We'll do Chris Olave and Jordan Addison here at the 6-7 turn. Olave slides 5 picks past ADP, Addison right at ADP. And now we got Breece, Ken Walker, Jamar Chase, JSN, Chris Olave, Addison, and Trey McBride from the 7 hole. E. Coxer says, what round would you think JSCM will go in an average sleeper home league? I have heard reports from people in dead-ass home leagues, like ESPN home leagues, of him going in the 7th and 8th round. I have heard that. So I think all bets are off as far as where Bill is even going in home leagues right now. I mean, the buzz, like it emerged past our best ball bubble and is into the generic fantasy stratosphere as far as the Bill hype right now. I mean, once you got that B-Rob trade, it was done. It was done. Like there was no stopping it. The B-Rob trade, the Bill storyline, the touchdown in the preseason game, even your home league friends know about it. Yeah, there you go. ESPN has Bill in their top 100 in their draft rooms. So there you go. Yeah, here's some other data points. 901 in Index's home draft. Yep, media coverage is all over Bill. You're not getting him at a discount. You can get I promise you can get your Troy Franklins and your Torrey Hortons, maybe even your Ollie Gordons at a discount in your home leagues, but there's no Bill discount. No way. Kyle says, are you down on Jakobi Meyers? I am. I think he is facing squeezes in all kinds of different directions. The fact that Dante Thornton has really emerged. We haven't even talked about if Jack Besh becomes a thing. Brock Bowers, year 2 leap. I do think he can do more than what he did last year. Genty commanding even more work on the ground than this team ran the ball last year. I think Meyers is a very good wide receiver. I just think his price should have adjusted after the draft, and it never adjusted. Like it never adjusted. To me, Jakobi Meyers is more along the range of like where Cooper Kupp and after Michael Pittman are going, like in that Darnell Mooney range. That's to me like how I've valued Jakobi Meyers, but the market never agreed with me. And so I was just never able to get him. Like I'm just not taking him over Addison, Reed, Downs, Shakir. So yeah, I like Jakobi Meyers as a player. I think he's really good. I just don't think this price makes sense for how things transpired for him this offseason. What is my ownership on Meyers? Because I definitely have taken him on teams where I really need more like built-in production. I do feel like he's going to have a decent floor, but I do think the ceiling is really capped. All right. What are we going to do here at the 8-9 turn? This is the other thing about the Meyers stuff is you can take that style of wide receiver later. He says you can take chaperone wide receivers in rounds 9 through 10. Like you can get a slot demon, right? Like slot demon is a really good proxy for Jakobi Meyers. That is much cheaper. Romeo Dobbs is another good one there. That price has just been super tough for me. All right, I think this is probably a Kyler pick with one of these, getting that stack. I'm slightly below the field on Kyler at 6.8%. And then I think I could grab another running back here. We did the Godwin thing last time. We just watched Cooper Kupp drop. I think we can kind of sit on wide receiver here. Why don't we do J.K. Dobbins? Benjamin Albright tells me J.K. Dobbins is the starting running back on the Denver Broncos. All jokes aside, I do think Dobbins is a good pick, but it is a friendly reminder that your favorite beat reporter is not familiar with the structure of Best Ball Mania. When they are reporting, when they're telling you who they think the starter is, what they think the depth chart is, I promise you, they are not layering their advice onto the Best Ball Mania tournament structure. They do not know. It's our job to use that information in a way that actually helps us win $2 million. I do think both J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey can be good picks, though. There is very much a risk, though, that J.K. Dobbins is fully dusted by the end of the season. That is kind of the game you have to play when you select him. I feel very good about this offense. I think the offensive line in this environment is good enough for both Harvey and Dobbins to eat. I think in scenarios where Harvey goes giga nuclear, it's probably coming at the expense of Dobbins down the stretch. But at a 9th round price tag, if he is able to keep it as a committee for even 10, 11 weeks, he's going to be an awesome advance piece. And then you can go touchdown hunting in the playoffs. That's kind of the story I'm telling myself. And then on top of all of that, you still get the contingent upside. Just because they're the RB2 does not mean you don't get the contingent upside. If RJ Harvey gets hurt, it's J.K. Dobbins season. So I'm still very much on board with him at 97. I think there's a few different ways you can win there, but I'm not drafting J.K. Dobbins because he's the starting running back right now. I am very well aware of the fact that RJ Harvey is coming, and RJ Harvey is very talented. I don't know if anyone's had a rougher few weeks than Benjamin Albright. It's tough. It must be legitimately hard for those guys. Like, their entire career and what they do is like wrapped up in the reporting, and the blend of like reporting versus takes can really get them in trouble. And what plays on Twitter, right? It's takes. It's takes. Give me the takes. What do you think? What do you think? There's a big difference between reporting and takes. And I think Benjamin Albright towed that line too far onto the take side. Benjamin Albright should be a fantasy analyst. That's what he should be. He would crush. He would absolutely crush as a fantasy analyst. That's the kind of language and confidence and braggadocio, as I butcher that word, that you need to be a hot take artist in fantasy land. Petition for Benjamin Albright to win Best Ball Mania. There you go. You said, which content creator do I want to win Best Ball Mania? It's Benjamin Albright. Here's the team so far. What is this? This is Best Ball Mania Draft 126. Jamar Chase, Trey McBride, JSN, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, Chris Olave, Jordan Addison, Kyler Murray, J.K. Dobbins through 9 rounds. I need some more coffee here too. The J.K. Dobbins helmet stuff is like legit the story of the offseason. That's the funniest fucking thing I heard all offseason. J.K. Dobbins didn't start because he lost his helmet. I've never seen that source anywhere else. Was that corroborated anywhere else other than in a reply to a tweet? Fucking hilarious. All right, we're about to be on the clock here at the 10-11 turn. I'm really hoping, I've been watching the board, and I really wanted Cam Scatterbo to fall back, and he does. Cam Scatterbo should not be going here after returning to practice and playing in that last preseason game. Cam Scatterbo at pick 120 feels like a slam here. The question is, what do I want to do with this other pick? We could do Keenan. It's not fun. I have not done Keenan up into this price range. I'm pretty light on him. We could have him, though, as a piece to pair with Jordan Addison. We'll go Keenan Allen here as our wide receiver 5. There's nothing I wanted to do here quarterback-wise. The running back range had been wiped out. You're looking at the Brian Robinson, Tank, Ramondre, Judkins, Javonte tier. Wide receiver Mims was already gone. Bateman was gone. You're down into the Palmer, Hollywood, Trey Harris tier. I didn't see anything. Keenan Allen it is. Here's the team. Kyler Murray, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Scatterbo, Jamar Chase, JSN, Chris Olave, Jordan Addison, Keenan Allen, Trey McBride. Ryan says, slam Scatterbo. I did. Slam it. This is why drafting's so fun, because you can have these weeks where it's just like you're on the Scatterboy train. You know, we're humming along in July. Just slam, slam, slam. Scatterboy. Scatterboys, rise up. Scatterboys. And then it's like, oh, shit. He's hurt. He's not practicing. It's Tyrone Tracy's backfield. Hop in some of those eliminator slow drafts. Tyrone Tracy, week 14 bye. Flat, fast start running back. Click, 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 click. Whoa, Scatterbo's back. And he's still going at 120. We're back. The thesis is back on. The high value touches. The goal line carries. The passes. Potentially some early season production coupled with him hunting down Tyrone Tracy for the starting gig at 120. Click, 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 click. Speaking of click, 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 click. Remember to like the stream, folks. And if for some reason you aren't subscribed, I'm begging you to subscribe. Non-stop streams this week. Streams literally every day. Monday, Best Ball Breakfast. Tuesday, Off and On the Clock. Wednesday, special edition of Best Ball Breakfast turned brunch and the randomizer finale. Double stream Wednesday. Thursday, lulls. More drafts. Friday, Best Ball Breakfast finale. Get subbed up. And also, while you're at it, while you're going click, 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 click. I don't know why I'm doing this bit. It's dumb. Deposit Kingdom video. Click, 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 click. That as well. I think I have it pinned in the chat. We're going to have the redirect take you guys over there right after all of the drafts today. Also, we'll have Swolecast tomorrow. I have plenty of jokes to work with after Davis went on vacation. Kitchen actually was trying to stream, I think, head to head. Should we go see how is Kitchen's stream over? I'm pretty sure Kitchen was streaming a DK draft this morning. I saw. Is he still going? All right. Kitchen already finished. Just 56 minutes for Kitchen. Get in and get out. Man, I thought Kitchen was my friend. Trying to stream DK drafts head to head against me. All right. We're about to pick here at the 12-13 turn. Asher. I have two picks that I want to make that I will run to the podium to make. If you let me make them, please. No, Jordan Love. Jordan Love at that price was going to be very nice. He was going to be very nice. Let's see. Let's do Trey Benson. I've been wanting to get more Bryce Young. Let's do Bryce Young and set up a backdoor stack. We can set up a backdoor stack with Bryce Young. Hurts missing out on that dipparino on Jordan Love. What did this guy have? Did he have? Man. Yeah, he had Tucker Kraft. You got to slurp up that dipparino. Here we go. Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Scatterbo, Trey Benson on a Kyler Murray team at 144. That's a click, 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 click. Jamar Chase, JSN, Chris Olave, Jordan Addison, Keenan Allen, Trey McBride. Yes, please make sure you guys are able to watch Best Ball Bros on the big screen today. I try not to overhype things. This is what I will say to not overhype it. This is the most work that has ever gone into a Best Ball Bros video. I'm talking literal months of work. I'm talking 3 different video editors. I'm talking 25 plus hours of just video editing. This thing is a fucking banger. It was so fun to make. This year, this summer of Best Ball was absolutely insane. Unlike anything I've seen in my 5-6 plus years of making Best Ball content. And to be able to distill it into this 13, 14 minute video. Thank you to all of you guys and the Best Ball populace for all of the fodder for making the video and these jokes. But huge, huge thanks to Zach Lanners, who spearheaded the edit. My guy, Chris Marino, helped on the edit, got some AI stuff in there. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. That'll be debuting at the end of the show today. What tool do you have connected? I'm using the Draft Caddy. The Draft Caddy, you can get that via the in-game syndicate. Will also work in season for your Battle Royale drafts. Just a simple overlay, shows my exposures. I got the week 16 and 17 matchups in here. And then I also have below, you can see C3 is how many correlations you have. It'll show T1 is for how many teammate correlations and B for how many bye weeks. So just a quick way to review your team as you are drafting here. Joey B, best ball summer yet. I agree. I mean, I will say, like, there were points this summer where I was like, is this really the direction we're headed? You know, previous best ball summers, we were talking about week 16 versus week 17. It was all game theory discussions, just us nerding out the manifesto, just trying to eke out whatever micro edge. We were talking about portfolio theory and combinatorial ownership. And then this year, it just turned, like, best ball went mainstream this summer. Best ball truly went mainstream. We welcomed a greater pool of players. And there's good news and bad news with that. The good news is how quickly we could fill contests and the intensity and the enthusiasm around best ball. It also related in a ton of complaining, a ton of conspiracy theories, a ton of just useless drivel from people who don't know what they're talking about. So that wasn't that fun, but God, was it cathartic and fun to make a video making fun of all of that bullshit. So it is what it is. Best ball's growing. There's always going to be growing pains in every which direction for the providers, for the players, for the content creators. This was our adolescent year. This was best ball going through puberty this summer. All of our voices cracking, feeling all of these different hormones, dry humping the couch when we don't know what to do, jacking off in our car on the way home from basketball practice. I don't know. Maybe that analogy went too far. Maybe it went too far. All right, let's see here. What do we want to do? Should we go pull up some guys? This is where we just go pull it up. Is my Troy Franklin here? It's time to go grab some guys. It's time to go grab some guys. That's what we're doing. I'm not fucking around. We're going and grabbing guys. Troy Franklin and Jalen Coker, come down. When I look at the board, and this is the players here, Hunter Henry, Najee Harris, Zach Ertz, Rashad White, Chigakonkwo, Wandale Robinson, Jerome Ford. No. We're going and getting our guys. Troy Franklin, Jalen Coker, welcome to the squad. Here's the team so far, 2-5-7-1. Kyler Murray and Bryce Young, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Scatabo, Trey Benson, Jamar Chase, JSN, Chris Olave, Jordan Addison, Keenan Allen, Troy Franklin, Jalen Coker, and Trey McBride at tight end. Yes, I am sorry. Going off of the rant, the analogy of best ball going through puberty and then saying, I'm not fucking around, we're going in and grabbing guys. I do realizing how that can seem somewhat problematic on the surface here. All right, let's get Pat Kerrane brought to the stage here as we finish up this draft. How are we doing today, Pat? Are you there?
Oh, sorry. My mic was muted. Doing good.
Wait, don't say anything. Don't say anything. God damn it. Cuba Kerrane, Patty Millions, Peacock Pat Kerrane on the ones and twos.
Are you kidding me? Kadarius Toney?
98 yards to the fucking house against Carolina in week 10.
I miss it every single time, Pat. Welcome to the show officially.
Thank you. I'm like, what has been going on this morning? I came in and someone's talking about they're like talking about jacking off in the car after basketball practice.
I was trying to think of things. I was saying best ball. I was trying to go down this rabbit hole. Best ball's having its growing pains. This was its year of going mainstream. You know, it was like going through puberty for the best ball community. And I was trying to think, what are the things young boys do when they're going through puberty? And it's being so horny that you couldn't even wait to get home to jerk off. So you did it in the car. And I'm not saying like, that's just something that could have happened. That wouldn't ever be anything that I would draw from personal experience.
Oh God. So what is the metaphor there? What is that us doing?
I think it's taking Bill way too early in draft.
That's Bill's ADP.
That's Bill's ADP. Not waiting till you get home to draft Bill and busting the Bill nut in the car. Okay. Oh my goodness. All right, Pat, I'm going to make a couple picks here. You tell the people though, you just came back from a time machine. How are you doing? Did you experience any turbulence there or what's going on?
You know, I will say I'm a little jet lagged. It's almost like you could say I didn't get much sleep last night. It's a similar effect. It's a similar effect traveling in time to staying up till like 4 a.m. to get the article out. It's very similar in terms of the effect it takes on the body. But yeah, I got the legendary running back article out early in the morning. I've narrated it. It's on the Legendary Upside podcast feed, available for free. The article itself is also free, and throw it on the premium podcast feed as usual as well. But that's a perk for the subscribers that I narrate the articles, and this one is available on the regular podcast feed. It's kind of a sneak peek slash just getting the article out there. I think it's really fun. I'm really happy with how it turned out. I hope you guys enjoy reading it and learning about what's going to happen in the future for these running backs.
Beautiful. I hopped this in our first draft. I'll keep people tabs on how this one landed. I did grab Jatavian Sanders there to set up that backdoor Bryce Young double stack. Also grabbed Michael Wilson as part of my big Arizona stack. Got to get to a super chat here. Sean says, quick sauce out of the 6-hole. You're giving new meaning to traffic lineups. Yes, let me see if I can give you a quick sauce here. JBFC, Barkley, Bowers, Allen. Like I said, loving the elite quarterback, elite tight end starts right now. You come and grab JMO. Zay at that price is nice. Judy, Jones, Coleman, Cup. You get Eckler at 115. Definitely a little pricey relative to ADP, but I think warranted. Braylon, Palmer, Ferguson, Geno, Tucker, Ford, Johnson. I will say I don't love some of these late running backs. I guess I get the tie thing on a Bills team, but I think maybe there's some better kind of contingent bets. You see a guy like Taj Brooks go right after him. I would prefer a guy like that, but love this start. Love the wide receivers there in the middle rounds. Thank you for that super chat. Pat, let's make this pick here at 104. It goes Chase, Gibbs, Bijan. This is definitely, you can pick your flavor here. Lamb, Barkley, Jefferson. What do you like?
I'd probably be Lamb. Yeah.
Did you, I know like when you were writing up your kind of like wide receiver, mid-range wide receiver profiles, like the research certainly changed your opinion on some guys. What was the biggest running back that you maybe had to change a heart on, or how you felt once you did like the deep dive on their legendary outcomes?
Let's see. Well, I ended up with Achane. I ended up, given his fall, and he's not someone I've taken a ton of, but the receiving, his receiving usage last year, which I, obviously knew was really strong. He was also decently efficient there, and he was, he had a good breakaway percentage as well. So like some of the rushing inefficiency, which, in some metrics was really bad. The case has always kind of been, well, what if he pairs the rookie season efficiency with the second year receiving role? And I kind of came away thinking, well, he doesn't need to do that. He just needs to pair like the career efficiency with, like, he needs to bounce back a little, giving giving him like some of that rookie season stuff. He doesn't need to get back there though, because he's going to have enough volume overall, and specifically he can hit like 75 plus receptions, which is pretty rare. So I definitely came away a little bit higher on him, and he ended up being a target in kind of the late second round. Yeah, I mean, McCaffrey was one where it's like, yeah, he's just a target. I'm sorry, but he's just a target. Like, this profile's crazy.
Yeah, the Achane stuff's interesting just because he is sliding in drafts. I mean, we got him paired with CeeDee Lamb in our main event. We did the other night. People are definitely a little spooked. And I think it's the combo of, I don't know if people are actually that spooked, or they just say, I want to pass on Achane so I could take Ollie Gordon in the 13th round instead.
Yeah, I think people are getting a little excited about Gordon, but that's a thing where, like, he's in the legendary scenario, he averages 13 carries a game, which is not very many, you know? So it's okay. Like, it's okay if Ollie Gordon has a decent amount of work. Someone's going to, like, they're gonna run the ball more than 13 times a game. So I don't think the Ollie Gordon stuff's really a concern. It's like, is the offense better? Does the offense put up more points?
Hang on real quick, Pat. Ladd, JT, Jacobs, who do you like?
I'd probably be Ladd, but I'm okay with JT or McBride.
All right, let's follow this out. Let's grab a JT here. Ladd has actually been sliding a little bit. I mean, I guess he wouldn't slide to the third, but I got him in the draft before at a really nice price. Real quick, let me get to a few things here. Thank you to Charlie, gifting 5 memberships, also sending in some of those Canadian bucks here as a thank you for an ambitious best ball season of content. Can't wait for the Best Ball Bros video. Appreciate that, Charlie. One of the good ones. You guys are going to enjoy the Best Ball Bros video. Pat, we're about to pick here at 3-4. We start JT and Lamb out of the 4-hole. Tyreek goes. So Lamar, Hampton, Garrett Wilson, JSN. What do you like?
Lamar's pretty fun if you want to do the elite quarterback thing.
I did that. Lamar, I reached for him at the 2-3 turn in my first draft because I don't like this percentage I have on him. I'm at 4.8% in BBM, and that feels bad.
How many?
4.8%.
4.8. Yeah, I'm somewhat similar. I feel like I'm not fading Lamar. I just like break ties against him a lot. And that's like, well, the result's the same, buddy. You know. Yeah. So I need to take a little more Lamar.
Yep. And especially now too, that it's like this range. I mean, I do like McBride a ton, you know, Hampton's still very fun, but it doesn't feel, I don't know, earlier in the offseason, just knowing how cheap the quarterbacks were. We talked about a lot of the 3 quarterback builds. There's a lot to like late. That dynamic has just shifted in a way where these elite quarterbacks look really good to me in round 3 right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Round 3 has always felt a little bit weak this season. If you don't, I like, you know, if McBride's there, that's awesome. If you get a faller, like anytime Ladd was falling in there, that's great. But for the most part, yeah, I like round 2 a lot, but round 3 is not so great. So it would make sense if the quarterbacks come out of round 3 as really good picks.
Let me just do a very quick recap on this team. I just wrapped up my 126th draft. I have made it a priority to try to get some more of these Bryce Young backdoor stacks. I was able to do that here. Kyler Murray, Bryce Young. I did tack on Daniel Jones as just kind of my third QB. Could have gone a lot of different directions there, but I think on this build, that third QB made sense. No stacks, just getting him locked up. Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, J.K. Dobbins, Cam Scatabo, and Trey Benson, the running back room. Jamar Chase, JSN, Olave, Addison, Keenan, Troy Franklin, Jalen Coker, and Michael Wilson, the wide receivers, and then just Trey McBride and Sanders at tight end. So kind of like playing that angle if the Thielen stuff does happen, that just like the Coker, Leggett, Sanders, but specifically Coker and Sanders are just pretty undervalued.
Coker's a really good pick. He's someone, it's funny like the way this stuff works. I had a 5.55 I did back in July or even June, and I took Coker, and I was like, well, shame I took him on that team. That's a waste. And then like for like a month.
Then, who do you want to do here, Pat?
Yeah, I would do Breece or I do Zay.
So I was debating that too, and I'm like, Zay does come back to 5.2 a good amount.
Yeah, it's
So I
just
was like,
flat. So I was like, you know,
yeah,
I can just take him. But
I
I
assume,
love Breece.
I was gonna say, I assume you don't have any problem slurping up the dipperino
I don't.
on these Breece Hall prices.
I don't. Someone asked in the chat if there's anyone outside of the first two rounds that I think has legendary upside, and it would be Breece. I mean, I don't think he gets there. I think it's like pretty thin, but you know, one of the paths is that you get like 75 plus receptions. Well, Breece had, you know, I think he had like 76 receptions a couple years ago. So he's a dude, and he's a guy who's been really efficient in the past. And this is also 2 years ago, and as a rookie. But he's not going to get the work that you need to. Yeah, he had 76 receptions back in 2023. So you could see him pretty easily kind of getting to the receptions that you need, bringing some efficiency there. They don't have any other targets. He's not going to have enough carries, though. He's going to be in a split, so he won't be able to turn in the legendary season in kind of the normal course of events. But kind of like 2023, he's a player, and he had like 25.3 PPR points per game down the stretch in 2023, and I think he could do something like that, where he has like an 8-game stretch in the back half of the season after they realize the obvious, which is that they should be playing Breece Hall over these other guys. Then at that point, you kind of have like a half a legendary season. I think he's the easiest one to do it because he can combine breakaway ability, and you know, he's still like off past the knee injury. The speed came back. So last year was disappointing. He was kind of banged up, but the team obviously overall was really disappointing. But yeah, I mean, he hasn't had a major injury since recapturing that form in 2023. So I like getting him here, and I think he could be a true league winner, if not, you know, a true legendary season.
Yep. So we start Breece Hall and JT as our running backs. We got CeeDee Lamb up top, and Zay. We did get that stack with Lamar there. So 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers. I like this spot here at pick 69 just because you can capture some of these fun wide receivers before it dries up. You know, we're going to be looking at the Olave, Golden, Diggs, Judy, Myers, Jauan Jennings, Addison tier here. Where do you think we go?
Let's do Diggs or Gold. Let's do Golden.
You get the bring back there on that Baltimore stack in week 17, which is nice.
Where are you at on Jennings now? That's what I'm going to be looking at today.
I was going to ask you. I was literally on my run this morning thinking about Jauan Jennings, and I'm like, it's weird, you know, because I click him a lot, especially by Eliminator slow drafts. I love that week 14 buy. I love him for that format. I'm like, I really would like some more information on Jauan Jennings right now.
I know, man. I know, because it feels like it could be such a smash now, if not in the 6th, but like in the 7th or 8th. But then at the same time, you're like, they're putting him on IR. That seems really bad.
Yeah.
So I need to take a look
especially
at that,
because we've been debating, like, is this a actual hurt calf or I'm holding out hurt calf kind of thing. All right, we're back on the clock here. Montgomery, Laporta, Kaleb Johnson, Aaron Jones, Reed, Shakir. Sidekick likes Reed or Montgomery or Downs. What do you think?
I'm good with Reed. I mean, the foot, you know, it's a little leap of faith, I suppose, but I'm down to do it.
That's kind of been my take on the Golden Reed. It's been fun to debate. Obviously, Golden the better bet right now, especially with the injury, but I still think it can be a why not both situation there. So would you have been into Addison over Reed if Addison was there?
Yeah, I would. I'm trying to get a little bit more Addison. So he's one of those guys where I'm like, I don't quite see it like, you know, like Sean and Ben do, but I also don't like not see it. So I'm kind of like, okay, like I'll trust you guys on this one. So I'm trying to get a little bit more, which is, you know, easier now that the suspension's official. He sometimes falls. Yeah.
I kind of said to myself all off season, like once the suspension hits and he's going in 7th round, I'm just going to take him as much as I can. Obviously he doesn't make it back to us here So yeah, I'm fine with the read. And right now too, like we were talking about this earlier, like with the guys like, the slot demon, the Romeo Dobbs is like, I'm just completely okay taking on one of these guys, whether it's a Rashee Rice. I got him at pick 70 in one of my drafts here before you hopped on, Pat, the Chris Godwins. I'm content taking one of those guys because I think I can cover up their early season production later in a draft.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we go Lamb, Taylor, Jackson, Breece Hall, and then come back with 3 straight wide receivers, the stacked up Flowers, and then double tap the Packers. So we are playing for a mega shootout in week 17 with the Ravens and the Packers. We are going to be on the clock here at pick 93. It's interesting to like pull up Andrews here over Hawkinson with Hawkinson sliding, and yet Andrews is that stack. Hawkinson does go. We're on the clock. What do you think about this pick here?
Yeah, I'm happy to take Andrews here.
Yeah, me as well. I did this stack in the first draft. Love getting the wide receiver 1 and the tight end 1 there. So we tack on Andrews with the double stack, and then we'll see what comes back to us at pick 100. What do you think about this Tyler Warren rise? Because that's one we've kind of like blinked, and he's gone up like 30 picks. I'm sure it's one you guys will be covering on ADP chasing tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I've had a hard time. We raised Warren a bit. The role's really locked in. I think Jones is good for him, but the enthusiasm on Warren is hard to keep up with. It just is.
He's going almost where he goes in the tight end premium drafts we've been doing.
Are we on the clock?
Yes. Sorry. Cup, or you could pull up Bateman. What do you want to do?
Is Burden here? I also just take Burden here.
Burden had gone at 98.
Oh.
So I just grabbed Cooper Kupp there as the top sidekick suggestion. Yeah, but Burden was gone here. Bitcoin, had to take him as a 6th wide receiver there.
Well, we're definitely recovered at receiver. We've got we're now at 5.
Yeah.
Cup's going to help us out early season. You mentioned kind of being able to recover there.
If we had more
we're
tight
good.
end or more time, would you have preferred the correlated bet with reaching on Bateman up there, or do you like Cup more?
I'm not that into Bateman as far as like an actual pick. So I think Cup. I don't know. We have Flowers, we have Andrews. So it's not even like we're like, oh, Bateman's actually going to like really crush this year. Like he's mostly just a bet on that game. I think it makes more sense to go with Cup's not like my favorite guy, but as a wide receiver 5 on a team where you only have one wide receiver through 4 rounds, he fits the build.
In the context of what your team looks like is so important. So like Brett floats this take that I assume is just in a vacuum. Burden before the slot demon is malpractice. Look at this team who took Burden. He was their 6th wide receiver. They have Jacoby Myers. They have Michael Pittman. This guy needs a big swing for his late wide receivers. Like he's already bought his targets. He's paid a premium for them. He's got guys like DJ Moore, Jauan Jennings as well. That's the spot you take the swing. There's going to be some other teams where you have 2.5 wide receivers through 7 rounds. And it's like Cooper Kupp, the slot demon makes sense for that. Like you can't just have these player takes in a vacuum in draft teams like them. Like they have to make sense with the team you've already built. So I just don't subscribe to the this guy is a bad pick over this one without even considering the context of the team. All right, Pat, we are on the clock here, or about to be at 10-9. ETN with the trade rumors swirling. We could stack up Dak with the 2 premium quarterbacks. What do you like?
I kind of like Dak here.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily want to play the ETN lottery right now.
My thought on the lottery is just there could potentially be 3 winners with a trade, with those rumors swirling where it's like, if Bigsby moves, both Tootin and ETN are winners. Even if ETN gets moved, like he could get dropped in the Texans and like, then he's like a little bit of a winner, and Tootin and Bigsby see their outlook improve. So like, I'm kind of open to play that game right now.
Yeah, it's definitely okay. Yeah. Well, he just goes. Okay. you kind of talked me into it. Now I'm wishing we took him.
Well, guess what? We can take Tootin.
Let's take Tootin.
That's and again, when we have the JT and Breece up top, like I would honestly kind of prefer the bigger swing there. I'm also good with Dylan Sampson if you have a favorite between some of these guys.
Tootin's my favorite. Tootin's my highest drafted player.
Yep.
I'm at like 37% Tootin right now. I have 36% Tootin. An ETN trade is not the thesis of that play, but it would be nice. I wouldn't say no. Yes. I just think he's taking that job either way. I really do.
Yeah, Dominic asking about grabbing Dak there when we have Reed and Golden, and obviously you're in play for that double stack. I think we still would consider Love at like an extreme value, but it's also one of those spots where it's like we just now have 3 stacks. We have the Lamar stack. We're going to build out a Dak stack, and we have a Green Bay stack without Love, which I think is completely fine.
Yeah, you're betting on the Packers. Kind of a nice clean bet there with the 2 top receivers. And then if they do go nuts in week 17, which is pretty nice, that's great because it's correlated with the Ravens bet that we also made. So yeah, I think like you don't have to have the quarterback when you make these team bets.
Here's the team so far: 2-3-5-1. Lamar and Dak, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, and Tootin. CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, Cooper Kupp, and Mark Andrews at tight end here. Ball is Life says, I fought back for as long as I could, but Tootin is inevitable. It's good to have you. The Tootin community is still here to welcome everyone with open.
What was that like? Like, that's one I can't even fathom, like, and not like, I just have been on Tootin from the jump. Like, I was intrigued by him as a prospect, and then I dug more into him and I liked what I saw and I was excited. And then, he goes to this really good situation. So I've been like above market the whole way. Tell me more about your journey. I want to hear more. It's just such a different walk of life.
Well, I'd like to picture us as like Church of Scientology members with the pamphlets trying to convert here. Do you want to just lock up Ferg with the double stack with Dak? I have a hard time seeing him come back.
Let's do it.
There's a team that doesn't have any tight ends behind us, so I'd rather just lock that up. And Ray Davis, whatever, I can live without him on this team.
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. It's nice when you can kind of plan the team out. I like draft. 4 is one of my favorite spots where you're like, you kind of have some of the middle of the board elements, but you also can kind of plan out the turn a little. And I think we'll go. Eckler goes. So that was one of the guys I liked.
Yeah, capped here, drafting in positional runs, a bunch of wide receivers, 2 quarterbacks, and then a bunch of running backs. Ray Davis, Eckler, Jaden Blue all go here. We'll see what this drafter does. We could do Dobbs. That would be a 3rd unstacked one there. Demario Douglas. Algier, though, would be a solid running back. What do you think?
I'm fine with Dobbs, to be honest. I mean, we talked about betting on the Packers, and like we have Dak double stacked. Like we have Lamar.
Yeah.
Like if the Packers are going nuts in the playoffs, are we mad or are we like super psyched and we're good at quarterback because we have Dak and Lamar?
Yeah, we're very stoked, and the hope is that one of Lamar and Dak is outscoring Love in those scenarios, and then these Packers wide receivers are ping-ponging big weeks, and then it's also like spread out enough. I can certainly see the vision, and I've just always been pro teammate correlations and not getting caught up about having or not having the quarterback.
Yep.
So here's the team now. We have Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, Bayshell Tootin. So we'll have to rip off some running backs here, but this will be a good range for some upside clicks. CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, Cooper Kupp, Romeo Dobbs, Mark Andrews, and Jake Ferguson at tight end. Someone was asking you in the chat earlier about the Cowboys backfield. Jaden Blue obviously goes 146 here. What are your kind of updated thoughts on that?
Yeah. Someone was asking why, we had him as a late round target and now he's basically out of the ranks. One of the things that I'm doing that I'm trying to do a better job of is like making the best possible decision today, regardless of what I made yesterday. Because we're building a portfolio team. So like there's certain guys who are like, well, this dude, like if he hits, it'd be great for the bags, but also the bags should have less of this guy going forward. And then if he hits and I'm wrong today, like I'll be okay because I was taking him a bit earlier. And Sanders does not appear, I don't think Sanders gets cut, but it's not a 0% chance that he gets cut. And what are we doing then? Like, why are we messing around with him? He's not like some big upside swing. Like, you're telling me this guy might actually get cut? Like, forget it. I'm not taking him. You know, and I don't think he gets cut. But like the fact that it's even a topic.
Hang on. Yeah, sorry. Let's get a running back here. Rashad White, Will Shipley, Rico Dowdle. Who do you like?
Let's ADP wise is probably Shipley, right?
It was actually Rashad White, but that's I'm never going to pass up on an excuse to get Will Shipley on the team.
Yeah, let's get Will Shipley.
Sorry, but keep going on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like there's certain guys, you know, where I'm willing to take like a little like risk. Like before Brashard Smith looked like a lock, we were taking him, and then it looked like no, he's like a legitimate risk to get cut, and then we backed off, and then he looks good again. But I wouldn't say he's like 100% to make the roster, just like very strong. That's okay because he's an actual upside swing. He's like a rookie who could come on down the stretch and be exciting. It'd be way better than we think. But Sanders he's there to be a chaperone. So I don't want to take on like a serious floor risk that he's like a straight 0 all year. So yeah, trying not to be overly tied to where we had it ranked before.
We're on the clock. We could do the Rashad White dip or grab Keaton Mitchell on a Lamar team.
Keaton Mitchell.
All right. Got that in. Here's the team through 15 rounds. We got Lamar Jackson and Dak at quarterback, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, Bashal Tootin, Will Shipley, Keaton Mitchell there. Like how this running back room is rounding out. CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, 3 Packers wide receivers. We got the Cheeseheads, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, and Dobbs, Cooper Kupp as well, Mark Andrews, Jake Ferguson. Is that a 2 tight end room for you? 3 tight end could go either way.
This is a go either way for me.
Yeah. I agree. Shipley chasing until the day I die.
Foster. Yeah.
Yeah, Pete, congrats on landing the YouTube live panel give. Any nerves leading up to that? And how do you even prep for something like that at all? It's a very good question because I'm still in the dark on a lot of things. We've had one production meeting and that was more just like intros and stuff like that. So yeah, oddly, the like improvising and just going off the cuff, I'm actually kind of comfortable with. It's more if like I have segments I need to be like planning for now that I actually need to like script out or whatever. That would stress me a little bit more than just sitting there and riffing. But yeah, a little bit of nerves, but not quite yet. It's still far enough out and I'm still in the dark enough that I don't even know what to be nervous about. So that's kind of where I'm at.
But it's going to be live. It's like, this is like the freaking TV.
Yeah.
You're on the TV.
No teleprompter, completely live on YouTube.
I know it's YouTube, but like this is television.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to be on television with Derek Carr and Brandon Marshall.
That's right.
And Cam Newton.
Yes. So yeah, I will tell you, I will get nervous at some point. Right now, though, I have too many things to get through this week, and then I can focus on being nervous over Labor Day weekend. All right, Pat. Let's see. Can we start pulling some guys up here? Like, let's have a little fun here. I mean, like, is fucking Fannin here? He's gone.
He's
Fannin's
gone.
Already gone.
Yeah, I actually thought about him on the last turn.
Franklin's gone. You want to just do like a DJ get not behind?
Yeah, Giddens is good.
Well, we have JT, so I panicked.
Nope. We do have JT. Yeah,
we have JT. I panic selected Hopkins because we have a Lamar team.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
But I was trying to find a fun pick, and they were all gone. Franklin was gone. Fannin was gone. Everybody was gone. The chat talking. Scary Terry just got paid. There you go.
There you go. Okay, good for Terry.
Let's see here, Pat.
We've been taking a decent amount of him, so that's nice to see.
Are there any? All the fun picks are gone. We could do 80 Mitchell with Jonathan Taylor. He's been having a nice camp.
We probably need a running back.
Yeah, there's just no fun ones here. I'm fine even doing like a Manungai or Brashard Smith on this team.
I'd be fine with either guy. We probably let's do Smith.
Okay.
I can see him being like Monongai's hard for me to see. I take Monongai more when I'm like my running backs are kind of like a little shaky. Like if I have Quinshon Judkins or something, or I've got Ja'Cory Croskey-Merritt, then I'm like more into the Monongai thing.
Yeah.
Where Smith is going to be like zeros for a long time, but could be pretty fun down the stretch.
I feel like of all the like players, I feel like I just have not heard anything about Roschon Johnson like all summer. Like,
dude, Coach Speak Index has been doing a bit where like he literally has not been mentioned, and the reporters will not ask Ben Johnson about him.
So I see that is good to hear, because like I haven't even been hawking Coach Speak Index as much as I would like. So I didn't even know that was a bit. Just like me, like scrolling through timeline, I'm like, no one ever talks about this guy.
He was tagging K Adams because K Adams was like, hey, I'm talking with Ben Johnson. What should I ask? He's like, be the first reporter all summer or all offseason to get him to say the name Roschon Johnson.
That is incredible. Do you think he has a bet with his buddies where he's just like, dude, can you go the whole offseason without saying Roschon
maybe,
Johnson?
maybe, but it's not like he's ignoring questions. It's not like he's pivoting. That would almost be more interesting, at least. I mean, it would certainly be bearish, but no one will bring him up.
Yes,
it's like he's not on the team.
All right, Pat, we have one more pick, 2672. I did hop us in another draft. We're going to have the 102, man, all early draft slots for me today. One other fun guy I'm starting to mix in here is Jalen Lane. I'd be interested in him as a late round click, or if there's a third tight. I mean, Gesicki's kind of a big faller at tight end. I don't know. What do you like?
It's Lane. Let's take Lane.
Yes. Oh no, he
goes.
just fucking went.
That's what I was actually, when you said him, I was like, oh, don't say Jalen Lane, man. You can't say Jalen Lane.
Yeah.
And is there anybody else? Scroll down on the side. Let me see.
Oh, sorry.
Royals,
We're gonna time out. I'm gonna get you. I'm getting you KLS at the last second here.
Okay. All right. And because we had the 102, we are moving and shaking. Bijan at 102. I assume you're fine with that. Yeah, it's good with me.
All right, let's recap this team. Very hard to get fun picks with all of these stream snipers in here. Lamar Jackson and Dak, though. JT, Breece Hall, Tootin, Shipley, Keaton Mitchell, Brashard Smith. Solid running back room there. CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, Cooper Kupp, Romeo Doubs, Hopkins, and KLS, and then Mark Andrews and Ferguson. I mean, we had lots of picks to play with because I think we had pretty high ceiling at all the positions. Tight end, definitely our weakest positionally, but still Mark Andrews and Ferguson there stacked up seems pretty good. How do you feel about this team?
Yeah, I think Andrews and Ferguson is pretty easy to see how that's okay as a 2 tight end room. You know,
yeah,
that you might not. You'd be like, yeah, why would I even consider a third guy here? Especially, you know, when we're thinking about like tacking on Mike Gesicki or something. I think we'll be fine with 2.
Yeah,
I love the game. We have that game stacked up. We need that.
Bitch is stacked up.
It's stacked. We got Andrews, we got Hopkins, we got Flowers, we got Keaton Mitchell, Lamar, Dobbs, Reed, Golden. Like, wow, that game. That's gonna be a fun
We need
game.
like a 40-34 overtime game or whatever there.
Yeah, please.
All right, here we go. Draft 128. I mean, the one thing I would have, if we could have had Fannin instead of KLS, that team would have just looked really, really nice.
Yeah, man, the Fannin thing. It's like I'm happy, you know. I'm like happy. I assume, you know, I'm a parent, you know. I assume it's similar to, you know, when you see your kid like going off to college, you know.
For seeing who Fannin rise
for
up.
For seeing Fannin move up the board.
Yeah,
you're like, oh. You know, just so proud of you. But at the same time,
I have to show you a funny tweet after we make these 2 picks about that. All right, let's see here. All right, we'll see what happens. We're going to be at 211. We start with Bijan. We'll see if Brock Bowers falls to us or if he's going to auto timeout select Bowers. He doesn't.
Yes.
Run to the podium. Bowers at 23. Falls 5 picks past ADP. The Bijan Brock starts should be fairly unique. What do you want to do at 3-2 here?
I mean, T. Higgins seems pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm down. Let's do it. T. Higgins, come on down. Check out this tweet. It's hard to know who he could be talking about. Justin Herzig, famously won Best Ball Mania 1, says, not exactly sure how to say this, but up until this weekend, I think the past failures bit nature of the slappy picks, Sky Moore, LaVisca Chenault, misspelled, was making people overlook Harold Fannin, space, who is actually a really good pick. It really is hard to know who he could be talking about there.
All right. Cool, man.
Yeah. So basically, if you're reading the subtext, it's chip
I
chasing.
don't know if it's subtext. Does that count as subtext?
Yeah, that's
just text,
subtext,
man.
But I do want to summarize. The implication is that we've run a multi-year false flag operation to throw people off the scent of the real sleepers, only to capitalize in huge fashion on the Browns tight end 2 in 2025.
Oh my God.
I will say,
that's
Pat,
good.
there is a chance, and I'm not quite ready to call it. I will say, if one of ETN or Bigsby gets traded, I will call it officially the summer of slap, because the way things are going, our main event portfolio with all the Bill, all the Fannin, all the Tootin, I mean, it could be the year of the slap, baby.
I hope so, man. I could use the year of the slap. The year of the slap would be very fun. You know, people have got, you know, there's like, I don't know. I feel like there's something in the water. It's like, oh, there's, you know, the running back year last year, like really changed things. And we're kind of chasing. We're not doing as much as your running back as we did, you know, last year, certainly not 2 years ago. But I think we're still doing a lot of slappy picks. So I would like the year of the slappy very much.
Yeah, you know, people saying, you know, there's no way we all get away with it. There's a reason I said the summer of slap and not the fall of the slap. You know, there's not the autumn of the slap. That's never happening. But the summer, the slap can dominate the summer.
It can dominate the autumn. We're going to get one of these autumns. I'm telling you.
No, you got a winter. There was the winter of the slap when you won. That was in January. The autumn is generally pretty rough. Once the leaves start coming down.
As the leaves begin changing, it's not very slappy time of year. That's true.
Yeah. That's when we get the cold dose of water splashed on our face, on our portfolios. Yeah. As a reminder, speaking of summer slap, immediately following Best Ball Breakfast today, it'll be around 2:45 p.m. Eastern, the debut of the Best Ball Bros video on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Can't wait for you guys all to see that. Pat, we start Bijan T. Higgins in Big Cock Brock.
I'm sorry, I'm still laughing about that tweet.
That tweet, yes. I'm not exactly sure how to say this, but that exactly said what he wanted to say.
I think you said it, man.
Yeah, I know. You were very clear. You were very clear. All right, we're about to pick here at 4:11. Bijan T. Higgins, Brock Bowers start. We could grab a wide receiver and push, try to push Breece to the 5th. We could try to get a JMO share now that you're back in on him. What do you want to do?
Let's take Breece.
All right, there you go.
That's what I want to do.
So much for being in on Jameson Williams.
You can't phrase that question. You can't phrase that question as what do you want to do if you don't want me to say let's take Breece.
Which wide receiver do you want to take here now? Anyone you want?
Is that Travis Hunter second there?
Travis Hunter.
Yeah,
I got
that's
him.
what I want.
All right, Travis Hunter, come on down. Speaking of, like, I feel like the Travis Hunter discourse really chilled out. Like, it dominated the offseason, and then, like, preseason started, and I haven't heard too many Travis Hunter debates lately.
Dude, you know, that's so funny because there's a couple of those. I think Christian McCaffrey is like that. We just, like, found the spot where, like, everyone's, like, I don't know if they're happy with it, but they're quiet, you know? And Hunter, it's like the early 5th where it's really hard to get like too worked up about Hunter when he's going, and sometimes he'll fall to the 6th. But you know, early 6th, but yeah, he's in a spot where, like, when he was in the early 4th, that's where, you know, he was tearing families apart. People are screaming at each other that he's a cornerback, he's generational. You know, I'm arguing with Jacob Sanderson about, you know, whether or not he's a good pick or a slappy pick. So that one round has really made a big difference.
It really has. Yeah, I mean, it is funny too, because it's like, for as controversial as he's been, like after his rise up, like, and it was like a meteoric rise from where he was in the big boards, like it's been a pretty tight band of where he goes. You know, when it was really frothy, some late 4th round, a couple mid 4th, but he's just been kind of chilling here in the mid 5th for most of the summer.
He has, yeah. And I mean, I don't think he's like an absolute smash there, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he is. But I think part of it too is that there's certain rounds that, like, I think are easier to like than are kind of more universally liked. And like early round 5 is generally a spot I think most people are like, oh, I'm going to get someone I like here. You know?
Yeah.
So it's tough because he's in early round 5. Like, he almost is kind of mixed in. It's like, yeah, I'll take some Hunter. I won't take some Hunter. It's hard to like be like, you know, what's this guy doing here so much? Because it's this big flat tier of receivers, but it's also hard to like absolutely jam him because there's a big flat tier of receivers, and there's some running backs there too that are good.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it is like, you know, Sutton, Metcalf. It has been hard for me to click those guys over Hunter, Ridley, even Waddle there. So just pulling up Hunter there, no issues. We go Bijan, Brock, T. Higgins, Breece Hall, Hunter. And then kind of the trick is, can you get some of the intriguing wide receivers to come back to you at the 6-7 turn? Because it can get dried up now a little bit in a sneaky fashion. But man, in this draft, Zay Flowers falls to 63.
Damn,
this drafter goes Igbuka first, Zay Flowers. It's like the same thing you could have gotten all year. It just reverse order.
Right. I know. I love those ones.
All right. We're about to pick at 6'11, the 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and Brock Bowers holding it down. Addison and Olave go. Someone did take Burrow unstacked. We talked about the Jennings thing being a little dicey. I've definitely been doing like Judy in this spot where I need a wide receiver. We could also grab a running back.
I'm good with Judy if you want to do that.
I think on a team where we only have 2 here and then like not necessarily loving the wide receiver at 74 might be smart. But what do you think? Do you want to like slurp the Jennings here or go like DeAndre Swift ADP value?
I think if anything, I'd go Pollard.
Pollard just went.
He just went.
Yeah.
I might slurp the Dipperino, man.
Yeah. Let's do it. I don't have Jennings, a ton of
Jennings.
On Jennings. Okay. My bad. Let me get it swapped. We got it. Yeah, we can do it. I mean, is there just like any news?
Well, the news was kind of, they were like, it's time to come to camp now. It's interesting because it seemed like fairly, like there seemed to be mutual respect early, and then it's really broken down, it looks like. So
yeah, lingering calf injury and contract stalemate could possibly get him placed on ER. There's growing frustration on both sides as Jennings continues to mispractice with a calf injury, and 49ers management continues to show little interest in restructuring his contract and giving him a big pay raise for the second time in a little over the year. The thing that's always happened with these guys, though, right, when it comes to missing game checks, but I guess if he gets placed on IR, he wouldn't be missing them because it's not like a true holdout. Like, it'd be this mutually assured thing or like agreed upon thing that you're actually hurt and you're still going to collect checks.
Yeah, but it's like, it kind of screws over Jennings, who is trying to go get, he's trying to get paid. So he doesn't want, if he's not hurt, he doesn't want to go on IR. And then it screws over them because they can't put someone who's actually hurt on IR and have to like cut somebody that they shouldn't have to cut. So it's scary because, if that is seriously on the table, then things have really broken down. And like, what's the rest of the year look like? On the other hand, it probably is just them trying to strong arm him into showing up. I don't know, like, just pay the guy. You don't got to give him some big deal, but just restructure him. He's making like no money.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny too. Like we had this conversation on ship chasing. Everyone always brings up Ricky Pearsall. I do just want to, again, no one is questioning the runway for Ricky Pearsall. It is a pristine setup. The concern comes from his very spotty and limited production profile and whether he can actually take advantage of that opportunity, not only at the start, but through the entire season when the other guys get back in the fold, through the ups and downs of everything. Is he that dude? That is the question with Ricky. No one is saying that Ricky Pearsall does not have a gorgeous runway at the start of the season.
No, of course. But Jennings is a free agent after the year. It would be like super easy for them to like tack on 2 years. One can be like a team option. Like just get him some extra money and give yourself the option to have him cheap if he has a great year. Like, I don't know. This really shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah. And again, people are saying Pete's just hating it is Rizzy P season. No, it is definitely Rizzy P season at the start of the year. Again, no one is denying that. But just like how ship chasing doesn't get to have the autumn season, we are TBD if Ricky Pearsall is good enough to enjoy a winter season of production as well. Pat, we are about to pick here at 8-11. Josh Downs, Hawkinson come off the board. Mark Andrews falling here, but I don't know if we want to double up our tight end bullet quite this early. We could do Brock, which is a little early. We could set up a backdoor stack with Bo Nix. Godwin, we could kick the tires on. What do you like?
Purdy, probably.
Just lock him up.
All
right, we'll grab Brock Purdy. We'll see what comes around at pick 98. I've been fine. I mean, minus the Jennings uncertainty, I've been fine grabbing Godwin here. But I'm open to whatever you're seeing on the board. Yeah.
Let's take
get the week 17 bring back there.
Yeah.
Burden at 98, our wide receiver 5. So we got Bijan Bowers, Higgins, Breece Hall, Hunter, Judy, Jennings, Purdy, Burden. Burden definitely not coming back to 119 these days. What kind of early season production are you expecting from Burden right now?
Very little.
Yeah.
Like, I think you're going to get a package of plays where he's out there. You know, maybe we get like 3 targets, maybe 2 targets, but we're not going to see much production from Luther Burden in the beginning of the season. But I think that's okay. You know, they're gonna play Olamide Zaccheaus. They're excited about that. I don't think they're gonna be so excited about it by like week 2 or 3. And you know, they're gonna be trying to get the ball out of Caleb Williams' hands, you know, quicker, more on time, and at the same time hoping to generate some explosive plays. I think you want Luther Burden on the field if that's your plan. He missed a bunch of training camp. He missed a bunch of OTA time. Like, he's a little bit behind, but you know, we all saw the crackdown block. He's putting in the work. He's impressing Ben Johnson.
Was that last week? We watched that live on Best Ball Breakfast.
Yeah. He's getting on the field sooner than not. I think, you know, maybe week 4, week 5, he's at like half the routes, and I could see, you know, quickly ramping up from there, probably to like the 70%, you know, slot guy role. But if we get that starting like week 4 or 5, and then, you know, continues on for like 8-9 weeks, and then he maybe takes another step forward, is clearly the best receiver on the team. That's everything I'm hoping for. You know, I don't need him to really start the season all that strong.
Yes, he is the epitome of a late season hammer bet here. This is like a nice thing too. Huheim says week 5 post-buy bumps comes early. It's also why I've actually been open to him even in the eliminator, which is kind of like counterintuitive. But if you get the Uber discounts, like I've taken Luther Burden at pick 150, 155 in the eliminator, I'm already banking on there's not going to be early season production. So I'd rather that buy come when he's not there. You know, it's like the week 10 buy that sucks. It's like the rookies just getting ramped up, and then you have to not have them. You know, like I'm not expecting anything from him through the first 5. So some of those rookies that have the early buy, I really liked them at a discount in the eliminator. All right, Pat, we are about to pick here. We're going to have Michael Leone joining in the next 15 or so minutes for a draft. But Pat and I got one cooking here. Brock Purdy, Bijan and Breece Hall, T. Higgins, Travis Hunter, Jerry Jeudy, Jauan Jennings, Luther Burden, and Brock Bowers at tight end here. We can see what we want to do. Fields is really falling here. That could be a nice selection for us. Marvin Mims goes at 117. What do you think about Fields with Breece if he's here?
I like it.
Yeah, this guy's 2 quarterbacks. Would be pretty weird for him to take Fields, but he could time out and take him. We shall see. No, he goes Kincaid. So let's grab Fields. I have noticed the sidekick. Obviously, an eliminator really likes Ramondre, and I really actually like Ramondre in that format. I've struggled with him at these prices in BBM. How are you dealing with that?
It's because we only have 2 running backs, so you're getting a guy who's like, I don't think theoretical for week 1. Like, I think he's gonna have a pretty good role week 1. So that's why we're seeing him. Yeah, Ayuk goes. So I'd be good with him, and I'd be good with Scatterbook. Tootin just went.
Yeah.
If you want to do the more fun pick in Scatterbook, I'm totally good with that.
Yeah, I do want the more fun pick. I guess my thing, and I was talking about this when I took Scatterbo this morning, where this price was anchored to when it looked like Scatterbo wasn't even going to be ready for the start of the season. He was missing all those practices. He dressed and played in that final preseason game. Like, I think we're back to potentially getting to have some early standalone and then a quick ramp up to him kind of starting to vulture some of those high value touches. So I really like Scatterbo at 122.
Yeah, I wonder. I'll take a look at him today because the early standalone thing I was starting to be pretty nervous about, because it's not just like that he got hurt. It's that he got hurt right as he was kind of making his case that he deserved that. And it's sort of like the case has been, my thinking was like, the case has kind of been delayed now. That case needs to get made in like week 1, week 2, week 3, etc. It's not going to be very likely that like right out of the gate he's producing. And that's something that he looks maybe like he was about to make the case for. It's something that like Tootin has kind of, had a limited opportunity to do because he got hurt, but he's stayed healthy now. And it seems like he's made that case maybe very successfully if they're going to trade one of the backs ahead of him. So it's not like, it's like he got hurt, which is one reason you'd be nervous, but then he also like kind of missed an opportunity to take that job away, or to force a split. And then right after he got hurt, there was reporting that like this is Tracy's backfield right now. Like it really isn't a split at all, that it really is Tracy. So he needed, I don't think that's set in stone. I think Scatterbo, given enough opportunities can change minds there, but he needs to be healthy to do that. So
yeah,
but we're still over a week away from the season. Maybe he is going to do that more than, because he's been back, he's been practicing. So I'm gonna look to see if maybe we're light on his early season projections.
Yeah, and I still do think it's obviously Tracy's backfield at the start, so maybe it is a little hopium that those high value touches would come early. But I do think the thesis of why they brought him in, I don't think they trust Tracy at the goal line. I think they really view Scatterbo as the answer there. Whether that takes a little bit of time until they fully, want to implement that vision is definitely up for debate. But I just think the high value touch thesis is pretty rock solid. And I guess the counter would be, it's the fucking Giants. How many high value touches are you going to have? Which is also a fair counter. But I guess at these cheaper prices, like he was going at 105 before the injury. And so I'm just kind of like enjoying the idea of you get to buy that dip with a more favorable outlook that the market's now not like rebouncing back to.
Yep.
Let's see what we want to do here, Pat, at 12-11. We got the 2 quarterbacks, 3 running backs, 5 wide receivers, and 1. We could do a third quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, stacked up with Hunter, or if you see something else you like.
No, I'm into that. It's a good price.
Too. Grab Trevor Lawrence, ADP of 130. We get him at 143 and stacked up. I enjoy that. I think ideally we're looking at a running back here. Benson, Blue, probably the options. What do you think?
I like Benson here.
Yeah. We get that week 17.
I haven't been a
bring back
huge blue guy, and he's dealing with an ankle injury, so I don't know. I want a little bit more of a discount there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Benson is kind of just like the boring handcuff pick. But man, like you go back and read some of those quotes, even James Conner talking about him, and like James Conner, like you rarely hear starting running backs say, this is a split backfield with me and my backfield. James Conner is like, Trey Benson is going to have a role this year. They drafted him very highly last year. You obviously get the contingent upside. I think at this price is all you actually need for it.
Yeah.
But if there's any standalone value, that's all free money.
That's right, man. You're getting the contingent value. That pays off the ADP alone. So, yeah, I don't have a ton of Benson. He's a player that I haven't really bought the idea that he is going to challenge Connor. They really like Connor. Connor's still very good. He's older, but he was very efficient last year. He was very efficient the year before. But I'm trying to get a little bit more, because if there's a guy, like, think about, which teams we just kind of like, okay, here's some examples. The Dolphins, their backfield a few years ago, no one could figure out what they were going to do. There wasn't really any information. No one was close enough to the situation. Ideally, someone could have, like, let's say, sat down with one of the other running backs and asked them directly, like, who's the guy here? And then we could have gotten the answer being Myles Gaskin, and we could have accepted that answer as real, and we could have profited. But we just didn't have that interview occur, unfortunately.
Got lost with the Roschon Johnson interviews.
Well, no, we got it. We just ignored it. Patrick Laird told us it was going to be Myles Gaskin, and we didn't pay attention. But like, we did not, seriously, like, we didn't realize, like, Myles Gaskin was a straight up starter, and then he just, like, came out of there and had that. And we've had other backfields where, like, the Jacksonville one, it was clearly James Robinson, but the reporting around it just, like, wasn't there, that it was, like, it was gonna be like James Robinson as the starter. I guess I wouldn't be shocked if, like, Benson really was, like, in this different role, because the reporting around the Cardinals is not great. Like, we don't have, like, we're not overwhelmed with Cardinals reports every day. It's not like the Patriots where there's, like, a million channels covering this thing. So I'm trying to think, like, who am I, like, I just had incomplete information on this, like, for an entire summer. Benson's one where I could see us just being off.
Yeah. I like that. Also, shout out producer Mark flagged. When you talk about Ramondre Stevenson, you can smoke Gritty out into a comment. Yes on Ramondre every time. I think Gritty has something like 80% Ramondre Stevenson. So if you talk about Ramondre, Gritty will magically appear to rubber stamp or argue that take. Pat, I will say 4 more rounds here. Knowing what's happening in these drafts, if there are any sleepers we want, we got to go get them now, because we search for all of our sleepers later and they are gone. So this is
14th.
This is 14th round. And I will say all bets are off the table. We do lose Strange, which would have been a nice double stack with Lawrence. But we got the 4 running backs here. So could definitely use a nice running back selection, and then any wide receivers we like. It's I say we go running back first if you have one you like.
Scroll down on the sidekick. Let me see.
Rico, Giddens.
Not really. No one's really popping here. I would say just take Fannin.
Let's do it. I mean, if we're gonna do this, let's get him here. Once Justin Herzig gave the stamp of approval on Fannin,
yeah, he's actually a good pick.
Yeah, once we got it, we could let's raise the slap flag for Harold Fannin here. Let's see. Are there any of these sleeper guys? I've been, Franklin's been a guy I've been doing a ton.
Let's do Franklin.
All right. Beautiful. Come on down. There you go. You try to out snipe us on the sleepers here on Best Ball Breakfast. No. We're going to beat you to the punch. Harold Fannin, Troy Franklin, come on down here. Yes. And again, like, look at the point we're at in the draft. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road of like the stagnant ADPs. Obviously, there's players that make sense based on your team build and stuff like that. But we're talking about cut candidates, trade candidates, guys like Isaac Guerrero, who aren't even the RB2 on their own team anymore. Guys like Chris Rodriguez, who are the RB3 on their own team. Jalen Wright, who could be the RB3. I mean, it is nuked.
I take a lot of Giddens. It's like you get to a point where you're like, yep, here's a guy who's got it. Dowdle and Giddens are, the psych is just throwing them at me, but it's like, yeah, these are the guys who go in this range who still have jobs. The other move is to reach. And like, what are you like, Pete, can't believe you paid $1 for a dollar player. But what are you doing? Like these are all dollars. These are just like we're now to the point of the draft where like you're nominating guys in different order in the auction draft. Like,
and it's that, but it's double that. It's the dollar guys with the higher ADPs have a near 100% ownership rate.
Right.
And the new dollar guys have like often sub 30% ownership thing. So they're legitimately better dollar ads.
Yeah. Now, Purple Yosh says the key to the Fannin pick clip, I think he means, is it's not actually positive, thus no curse.
Yes. It's making fun of his duck feet.
Yeah.
That's right.
Although it's a little positive. It's not fully positive. It's yeah. We're trying it. We're seeing if it'll work.
We're trying, yes. It's we are now into the reverse jinx stage of the clip curse era here. Let's see. Let's bring on Leone here for the shoulder of Mike coming on to draft as well. Leone's just already offended. He's in the private chat. Round 15 Fannin, get the steel suit out. Sorry, 14. Yeah, put some respect on it. We could have pushed Fannin to the 14th or the 15th, and we said, no, we got to get him now.
I love it. I love it so much.
Make sure you guys are tuning in to the Best Ball Bros video today. That's going to be in a couple more hours when these streams are done. Pat and I are going to land the plane here. Then Leone and I will do a couple of drafts. JMToWin will come on, and then Jason Moore. Going to be a big day of drafting. Pat, here's the squad so far before we land the plane. 3-4-6-2. We got the three quarterbacks, Brock, Fields, and Lawrence. Bijan, Breece Hall, Scatabo, Trey Benson, Higgins, Hunter, Judy, Jauan Jennings, Luther Burden, Troy Franklin, Brock Bowers, and Harold Fannin. So we'll have to get a running back or two here, and then can kind of do whatever with that last pick. Malik Washington, another guy who's been kind of steaming up. I saw Levitan had a tweet about him the other day. Brashard Smith goes. Pat, let's see what we want to do at 191, but guessing it could be the Giddens pick for us.
Yeah, I like Giddens. The Smith stuff's so funny. We're like, we're like, is it time? Is it time? All right, it's time. Let's go. Smith, he's an awesome pick. And then there was like, we're like, oh no, he's gonna get cut. We can't take him. And now we're back in. Everyone's excited again.
That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Moving in the right
Pat,
direction.
I don't see anything at running back right now. Do you have a wide receiver flyer you'd like to take?
All right. In the name of reaching for these guys, let's take Jalen Lane.
Okay. How does that make you feel, Leone?
We just actually were talking in Slack today about how there's some pretty positive health news on Noah Brown.
I thought you were going to be like, no, we've actually been talking about Lane being a pretty interesting sleeper. And you go, positive health news on Noah Brown.
Is it positive health news that you found anything? Is that the positive health news?
Just like all the 53-man roster projections, like are nobody's like worried, it seems like, but there hasn't been a lot of news, so maybe they just don't realize they should be worried. Who knows?
Wow.
Noah Brown's actually only like 10% too. So,
Okay. There you go.
Certainly less fun.
Yeah, I would say so.
On the fun spectrum.
You think Noah Brown's less fun than the rookie?
I will say, as someone who, when I became a CJ Stroud bull that rookie year, Noah Brown was going absolutely off during some of those games. I think it was the one game versus the Bucks. I think that was when Yuta won the Millie with like a triple stack, and it was like Schultz, Tank Dell, and Noah Brown. But Noah Brown had like a couple 30 balls with CJ Stroud that year.
He did.
Sure did.
All right, we are going to finish this up. We got Rupesh saying 1,000 watching and only 251 likes. Yeah, 1,020 I see right now watching Best Ball Breakfast. Please subscribe to the channel. We're going to have multiple editions of Best Ball Breakfast this week, including one on Wednesday and then the finale on Friday. This is draft 128 for me. You can do the math. I need to get 150 in on stream by the end of the week. Takes about 30 minutes of draft. There's still a lot of hours of streaming in my future. In fact, Leone, though, I'm staying on top of it. I just hopped us in our draft. We're going to have the 107. So right after Pat and I make our Mr. Irrelevant. Before we do this real quick, Pat, let the people know what you got going on at Legendary Upside. Obviously, the mega Legendary Upside scenarios, the titular piece is up now.
It's up now. I was up late last night, getting the finishing touches, getting it edited, getting it out. I've narrated it. It's on the Legendary Upside podcast feed for free. The article is also for free. You can check it out. It's a long one. Settle in, travel to the future, travel to a different future, and then draft some running backs. I hope you guys like it. It was a ton of fun to write. I'm really, really happy with how it came out.
Can I talk you into Kendre Miller, the RB2 after
that's who I was going to say. That's the guy. That's the round 18 guy is Kendre.
All right.
No,
there we
Kendre's
go.
I'm not on you. I'm not. You don't listen to me. It's not my draft.
Kendre hasn't been drafted. He's I think he's a good pick.
Kendre is a great pick. Right. Yeah,
also,
clear RB2. Sorry.
Yeah, I need to get more Kendre. We can work on that in some of these drafts. I will also say, if you want to see the three of us plus Ben Gretsch drafting tomorrow night on Ship Chasing special Tuesday night edition, we're going to draft a high stakes team, a $5,000 self-contained league. Always a blast drafting with Mike and Gretsch and that. Tune in for that. And you could also catch Pat tomorrow on ADP Chasing, 10 a.m. Eastern. They were off last week because they did a main event. So they are going to have a ton of ADP ground to cover because a lot has happened over the past couple of weeks. You can tune in for that. Any final words here, Pat, before Mike and I make our round one pick?
Well, I know you have a lot of streaming to do. You could bring JMToWin on now if you want. We can all kind of hang out, get that draft started early.
Yes.
We can just do a big group hanger.
It does feel like that at this point. All right, Pat. I will catch you later. We'll see you over on the Ship Chasing airwaves. Check out Legendary Upside. Leone, are we slamming
we're
CMC here?
CMC.
All right. Not slamming, but we will just do a gentle
later, guys.
Pump. All right. We'll see you, Pat. Pat is out. Let me just recap real quickly the team that we just finished here because I want to provide the audio listeners closure. They deserve it. This was draft 128. We went Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, and Lawrence. Got a nice dipperino there on Lawrence at 143. Bijan, Breece Hall, Scatabo, Trey Benson, DJ Giddens, and Kendre Miller, a consensus 18th round pick for the three of us. T. Higgins, Travis Hunter, Jerry Jeudy, Jauan Jennings, Luther Burden, Troy Franklin, and not Noah Brown. And then Brock Bowers and Harold Fannin. Orf. That's the team. 128 with Pat. Now off to the races. 129 with Michael Leone. Finally have done all my housekeeping. How are we doing, Mike?
Doing well. It's a fun week. What's hard for me right now is I'm in like a million slow drafts. Yeah. And there's all these players that I now want exposure to at the very end of drafts. And some of these teams just like aren't set up. Like, you know, like I want Kendre Miller, but it's like this team does not need a running back right now.
Yeah.
So I definitely wish I saved some fast drafts, but I was just kind of panicking and I was like, oh, I'll just Brock.
Yeah. You want to do Brock here or
let's do Brock.
All right, let me get the let me change our overlays here. We'll get the solver draft assistant going. We start CMC and Brock. Yeah, it's funny. It's actually broken kind of nicely for me because the slow drafts I'm in are eliminator ones where I was very running back heavy. And now we have all of these, like if I was doing these eliminator slow drafts at the beginning of the summer, I'm like some of these wide receivers back here. I mean, it's like, whereas now it's like I'm going like Troy Franklin in like every draft and taking on a lot of these new information guys, which actually feels pretty good.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. I'm starting to think like you should really, if you could control, you know, exactly when you draft, which I know some people like myself, honestly, like I'm just trying to get them in however I can get them in. But if you were someone that like could devote a few days to fast drafting in August, like this has to be probably the nut time to draft in terms of, some of the research I've looked at in terms of not having dead players. So a lot of that's injury luck, but the good part of it is also, there's players that I've been drafting that are probably just, dead, like Isaac Garendo, was probably a very good process pick, but dead. And like, there's gonna be more players that die between the start of the season and week 2, but the better start you can get, obviously, the more likely you are to make it to the playoff rounds with having fully live players.
All right, here the chat saying I need to pay the tax for not playing the intro. That is correct. Let's make this pick, and then I'll play the intro here. Tyreek Hill, Lamar, Kerrane, Evans, Garrett Wilson. What do you like?
I'd usually take Lamar here.
Yeah.
I'd kind of ixnay our suggestions and take Lamar. Tyreek's close in overall contest. I still like him. I think the ceiling's obviously like really strong, but I prefer the elite quarterback when we get into this section in round 3 right now.
I'm trying to
There's
catch
also
up on Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I know I'm just rambling today, but all these better late round picks we're talking about make the 2 quarterback build more appealing right now as well.
100%. Yeah. And this is my 3rd Lamar team this morning. I was looking at my percentages. I think now I have to be getting closer to 6 or 7% after 3 of these here. But did not like being below average there. And like you said, because of all of these targets now in the late rounds, I just like freeing up that roster spot for an extra running back or wide receiver and doing the 2 quarterback builds. Let's see here. Let me play the intro. I will pay the swear jar. I did promise you guys that, but while that is going, here's the Leone intro.
Paul Pezlesny.
You're a psychopath.
Travis Kelce, alpha play. Jamar, alpha play chase.
Give me rookies or give me death.
All right, there it is. Give me rookies or give me death. Look at what coin is this? This is, I think, $50 there to the swear jar. There you go.
$50.
We got some weird.
We're OTC, just FYI.
That is very good information to know. You want to do Kittle here, top of the ADP, or go like Pickens?
Ooh, oh God, I think let's get weird. Let's go Kittle. Let's get weird.
You want to go double tight end?
Oh no, Pickens. Sorry, Pickens.
Okay.
Pickens. No, I
should
had
have
a mental lapse. I knew we were no wide receiver, but I wasn't thinking we already had Bowers. No, we got to go Pickens there. We got to be responsible.
All right, so we got a rainbow flop to start, and it is pretty hot. CMC, Brock Bowers, Lamar Jackson, George Pickens. The reason I even entertained that is because Sean and we did a video on the Deposit Kingdom channel, and we took McBride at the 2-3 turn, but then Kittle came all the way back to us at the 4-5, and we're like, all right,
do that.
Let's do it. And we had a lot of fun building out this just supercharged team of all, and it was right before the Bill steam happened. So we got him at like 144 in this mega 0 RB build. So if you guys missed that, that's on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Just like someone said they were disappointed they don't see 0 RB on my channel anymore. Go watch that video on the Deposit Kingdom. It's like inject the 0 RB right into your veins. Are you sneaking in any fast drafts, or are you just all slow drafts right now?
I'm all slows right now. I was in a state where I was feeling overwhelmed, and I was like, I want to get 150 in. I'm just literally going to sign up every entry I have left in the slow drafts. So I did that a couple weeks ago, and they're all like round 15-ish right now. So finishing those up. So any fast drafts I do will be in the other contests.
Yeah.
I wish I had some fast drafts, because you could kind of start dictating the beginning of the board a little bit based on what you like late. Like I was saying, I'm running into some problems where there's players I like now that just aren't fitting, where I've already built. Like I've taken a lot of teams where I take, Christian Kirk, Darnell Mooney as wide receiver 6. Like I don't have that many wide receiver spots, if I want to take a lot of like Malik Washington or whatever late.
For sure. And I will say, if you're looking at, people were talking about this early, I think the best place if you're looking to get in fast drafts right now is the sprint. It's only, what was the fill rate at there? 47% here with less than 2 weeks to go. Let's see. Fuck, Leone, we're up. I put Devon. I need to be better at this. I am
What
sorry.
about
Thank
Zay?
you.
Should we just go Zay, or do you think Zay? Or we took? Did we? Take
I'm sorry.
Devontae?
I should have
Devontae's
gone
fine.
Zay. I should have
Devontae's
gone
fine.
Zay on a Lamar team. That's my bad. I'm doing too much right now. Yeah, and
It's
people are asking me to make my slow draft picks. Guess what? I will be making some slow draft picks because this stream extends more than 4 hours, and I cannot wait till the end of it to make some of these picks without timing out.
That's a good shout on this sprint, though. I'll probably get in. Probably, I don't know, not a ton of entries there, but maybe like 20 over the next week or so.
Yeah. Yep. It is a lot to juggle. I know you guys are updating all of your ranks, all the different formats. We're squeezing in some of these high stake drafts. Are you enjoying like going back and forth, like between the best ball and the manage, which does require a pretty different filter?
I am. That first managed draft always hit so different. I felt like I adjusted better this year, but I've been some past years where I'm like, wait, we're done taking wide receiver. Like I still want to draft receivers. And like, oh, we have to take like, Travis Etienne at the 8-9 turn. Like that doesn't seem right. So there's definitely a big adjustment. I feel like I definitely don't want to manage more redraft teams, but there's part of me that doesn't have my exposures in redraft like the way that I feel like it now at the end. We can get a late round 6 Harvey.
Yeah, we can get 6-6 Harvey here. We slurping that up.
I think we should slurp it up. It's tough though. I mean, Golden's pretty nice here, but I think we should slurp.
I agree. CMC, Bowers, Lamar, Pickens, Devontae Smith, and Harvey there to start. Not too shabby there. We do miss out on Flowers. He goes 2 picks later. That would have been nice to have that stack. I did that stack earlier. I actually did it twice this morning. So we can, you're helping me hedge my Lamar teams and not having them all tied to Zay, which is actually kind of an interesting thing because Zay is almost readily available. Like if you're taking Lamar anywhere in the beginning of round 3, you have the crack at Zay. So I just gal-brained myself into not having him on a couple of teams is actually good, Mike.
Wait till we get Bateman and Likely later. The Harvey pick opens up this being a 5 running back team. So we've got 9 wide receivers in play here, despite only 2 through 6 rounds and 0 in the first 3.
Yep. Yes. The Harvey stuff falling is pretty wild. I guess you get in the tweets from the beat reporters. J.K. Dobbins clearly the week 1 running back. That's not why I'm drafting Harvey. So I'm okay with this price here.
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting the carry share to probably be pretty even week 1, even with the stuff on Dobbins. We're just not expecting Harvey to play, a good chunk of the pass down stuff, which he can still get a lot of reception volume in base, just the way this Denver Sean Payton offense operates. But yeah, like you said, it's a long-term play anyways.
Yeah. And I mean, there's room for both those guys. If there's not a third guy eating in, right, and it's just Dobbins and Harvey and how good their offensive line is, like those two could both, pay off, it feels like, as like kind of a poor man's like Montgomery and Gibbs type of setup.
Yeah, I like that thought. What receivers do we have available here?
Yes. We could do Jaden Reed, Shakir, or Downs. I won't ignore you if you want to take Shakir here.
No, I think we should take Jaden Reed. It's I don't love it at this price, but I think we got to do what we got to do there.
Yeah. Well, and guess what? Maybe this means we can take your true love on the Packers, Romeo Doubs, later in this draft.
There's a few pockets of the draft where the Christian Kirk, Luther Burden, Darnell Mooney pocket and we'll just call it the Romeo Doubs pocket because there's no other choice at that point in the draft. Between that and entering a lot of slows at once, my exposures are going to end up being a little more condensed, I feel like, than in the past. It just like really lent me to the same clicks over and over. The other one I'm getting, as the health news has been better on him and some of the later preseason stuff, I think has been favorable for him. But maybe you guys are giving me like Rachaad White at pick 170. I mean, that's
we are.
Fun.
I actually talked to all my friends and we said, hey, let's just get this guy Mike Leone. He's talking about Noah Brown. Why don't we just toss him a bone, give him Rachaad White at 170 in the draft? So we all kind of collectively agreed that we're going to give you that.
Yeah,
you can have that.
That's fair. You were like, if someone's gonna scoop up this fake value, it's gonna be Leone.
Yeah, we were all kind of like, we're actually going to be taking Harold Fannin ahead of Rachaad White anyway, so it's actually fine if we just let Leone have this Rachaad White. So yeah, it's all cool. We talked it over, and you're good to go. All right, Leone, here's the team so far. We got Lamar, CMC, and Harvey, George Pickens, Devontae Smith, and Jane Reed, Brock Bowers at tight end here. We can look at the board. Kyler Murray comes off. I don't think anything we do at quarterback. Going to have to make the decision how early would maybe go on a Ravens tight end. I will say, man, I'm getting hype on Keon Coleman.
Yeah, I mean,
like
I want Keon Coleman. There's no doubt. This is the pick here. I think he's starting to be priced appropriately, but I still like him here. He's moved up at least a half round. So all the people yelling at my Ricky Pearsall Keon Coleman tweet, Keon Coleman's moved up. I don't know what to tell you.
Dude, I'm telling you, Pat and I were talking about that situation in one of the drafts, the kind of Jauan Jennings, Pearsall stuff. The Pearsall hive, they will come fucking after you. And it's one thing to talk about Jauan Jennings and then incite them, which makes sense. They're teammates and, wrestling for market share. But you did yourself no favors by inciting the Pearsall mob like across conferences with a Keon Coleman comp. I mean, these people are vicious. I'm just saying, for your own sake, do not poke the Pearsall hive. They are very sensitive right now.
I also made a somewhat innocuous tweet on Chase Brown that a lot of people were mad at me about.
What was it? I actually didn't see that one. Was it pro or anti?
It wasn't. This is the thing. You know me. I'm not Davis out there making hot takes. I'm very hedgy. So like, if you're actually reading what I'm saying, almost no one should be mad. But it was like a little bit of concern on Chase Brown relative to like Jacobs, JT, Bucky. Like, I'm starting to get a little nervous on Chase Brown there. Just like once he started to get the full workload, the efficiency stuff like really wasn't that great. I'm worried the third down stuff could go to P. Ryan somewhat. I kind of felt like it was a perfect storm last year in terms of the urgency of the offense, needing them to both play him a bunch and probably lead to more touchdowns than they're going to score this year. So I like Chase Brown. I think he's fine. I'm just like somewhat worried that he's like a little dead zone-y, relative to the cost. Like, obviously if he was going later, he wouldn't be a dead zone back, but he goes to mid round 2 sometimes now. And that's a little rich for my blood. 2-3 turn, like fine.
Well, is that concern manifesting at all in Taj Brooks selections for you?
I've taken some Taj Brooks, but it's not necessarily I think his job gets taken. It's just I think he could end up being
we're
like
on the
more
clock.
pedestrian.
You want to lock up tight end with Andrews here past ADP stacked up?
Yeah, I mean ADP value. We didn't get the Zay Flowers stack. I think this is the right pick, and now we can totally block out tight end.
Yes,
I like that.
All right, boom. We add him there. But sorry, you were saying the Brooks a little bit, but not like a target for you.
Yeah, not a huge target.
A little dead zone is like that's.
I didn't say dead zone in the post. And then Dwayne McFarland kind of had quote tweeted and sort of agreed with that on some of the stuff he was looking at as well. I just think like someone like Josh Jacobs, the workload is of zero concern whatsoever. Someone like Jonathan Taylor, like the explosiveness is of zero concern whatsoever. With Chase Brown, I think there's a little bit of concern in both of those. I think it's most likely he's going to be fine, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and I kind of get it in that, people want to be tethered to this Bengals offense. Like, they score a ton of points, and with how much they've slow played their rookies in the past, it does seem like his competition there for touches is going to be fairly clean, or at least the lack thereof. But yeah, I think it's worth discussing, just considering he opened up BBM as a late 3rd round pick and is now going, ahead of Josh Jacobs, Ladd, etc. All right,
and I'm a boring person. Sometimes what I put out is exactly that. Like, it's like, hey, maybe we should think about this a little bit more. It's not like, don't draft Chase Brown.
We could do Dak here and shut it down. No, Dak goes. We could do Bateman and get that other double stack with Lamar.
Yeah, can you click on just wide receiver? Why? I think we might need a refresh.
Burden, Mims, IU.
I'd take Burden. I think maybe that's donkey, but I think I'd take Burden ahead of Bateman, especially we were maybe lacking a little. And then see
what do you want to
Bateman
refresh for?
back.
What were you looking at?
The scores just in the solver stuff didn't look like it. It's
we'll give it a refresh here. Here's the team so far: 1-2-5-2. Lamar Jackson at quarterback, CMC and Harvey at running back, Pickens, Devontae Smith, Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman, and Luther Burden at wide receiver, and then Brock Bowers and Mark Andrews at tight end here. Judkins goes at 116. How have you guys been handling that situation from a rankings perspective?
We have been, each day that goes that he doesn't sign or there's not positive news, we kind of like scale him back a little bit, which I think is right, because each day that passes, there's more risk that it doesn't get done. And there's also more risk that, he's just missing more time and it's going to take more time for him to get worked in. I don't think like he's totally dead from a fantasy perspective. We should get some news the next few days. It seems like, kind of a little bit more clearly on if there's going to be, they might be waiting to see if there's a suspension or not before the deal gets worked out. But I mostly haven't been drafting him. I kind of had taken a decent bit early in the off season. So I haven't been taking him unless he falls like really, really late. And he really kind of hasn't since the charges were dropped.
Yeah. Yeah, he had. Yeah, it's weird how some of these guys, you get the big drops, but Judkins, there's just enough enthusiasm from people since the charges
got Bateman.
I know Bateman at 127 would have been pretty sick. I don't know what happened to the solver after the refresh here. Here we go.
I think Scatabo is pretty good here. What pick number are we at though?
We're at 127. So this is, Scatabo falls 10. I bet this would be my third draft this morning. I've been scooping him up if you like.
That's a great price on Scatabo. I think I'd do it. If I didn't have like Lamar, I might just be like, ooh, lock in the love stack, but you kind of don't mind if you end up with a shakier QB2. There's some talking about like receivers now that I like to take late. The Jalen Coker is a real, I know Gretsch is super into Jalen Coker. I think you got to like actually log in on Solver's site. Yeah.
Okay. Let me get in here.
Sorry. I know you've got a lot going on at once here. It's a busy day.
It's a busy week. But we are getting there here. All right. We're back in business.
Yeah. Now you probably need to give it and then it should work.
All right. Yeah. Leone can say fix your site to his own site.
We're back.
Yeah. I love the Scatabo here at 127. Real quick, Ape here asking, is the deposit bonus on Underdog 100% match? Yes, up to $1,000, promo code Pete. So take advantage of that. Just make sure that you're paying attention to when the promo credits expire. I believe there's a 2-week thing that you have to play through those. So just think about how much realistically you would be getting down. It's just the promo part of the credit you have to play through, not your initial deposit. The $1,000 in that example, you could, sit on for as long as you'd like. Leone, we got a one. Oh, go ahead.
These are 2 QB teams all right now. We might get the love stack.
Yeah. He has been sliding a little bit. And then, like you said, the 2 QB teams here, we could set that up. But I don't know. How do you feel? This used to be the old arguments we would have in best ball. 2 quarterbacks from the same week 17 game. Are you allowed to do it?
I don't think it's ideal, but I would definitely do it in this case. He's our best chance at a stack. Yes. It's after ADP on him. I guess you could do Geno later, but I do Love here.
Yeah, I like it. So Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, Love 10 picks past ADP, CMC, Harvey, Scatabo 10 picks past ADP, Pickens, Devontae Smith, Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman, Luther Burden, Brock Bowers, and Mark Andrews, a little past ADP. Nice team cooking here. Speaking of slurping dipparinos, Tyler wants to know, has Leone slurped any good dipparinos this side of the Slappy Dixon line?
Yes.
Okay. Who have you been slurping?
Jaden Blue.
Okay.
That counts, right? That's
Speak on that. That's a slurp. People are worried about
but to balance it out, also Javonte Williams. Just
Okay.
Dallas in general. I don't understand. Like there's a clear top 2 running backs right now that have emerged in this room. Like Miles Sanders is battling Phil Maffa for the last spot on the roster. He's probably going to win it, but all that signals is they haven't brought anyone in yet. Yes, they could still bring someone in, but you're greater than 50-50. They don't. Javonte Williams is going to start the season, like great early production. Jaden Blue is your upside pick. Like, I don't get why they are both routinely available after the 140s. And I'll even put them both on the same team and feel totally fine about it.
There you go. There you go. Here's the team so far: CMC Bowers, Lamar Jackson, Pickens, Devontae Smith, RJ Harvey, Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman, Mark Andrews, Luther Burden, Cam Scatabo, and Jordan Love. We did lock it up. The crowd goes wild. Someone says you ruined your slap story by saying it also included Javonte Williams.
I had to. I needed to keep the correct brand sentiment. I couldn't.
Yes.
I didn't want to sway too far with. I have to that would just throw people off too much.
Oh, I did want to ask if you guys are, hearing any of the trade wins. The beat reporter for the Jags, John Shipley, talked about him expecting the team to move one of the veteran running backs. Are you considering that at all when you guys do projections and rankings?
Yeah, we have some spots like Cleveland where, we'll leave some more room open, even Dallas to an extent, expecting some sort of move there. I do think it materializes, but we'll see. It sounds like, Bigsby also could get moved, which would be great for my bags if it ends up being Bigsby. But yeah,
Oh my God. Is this an auto timeout or a slurp the dipperito? Because I just auto timed us out Javonte Williams at 151. And I feel like that's what you would have done anyways.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt.
You're not even kidding, right? For sure. That would have been the slurp.
Well, I might have taken Dobbs because of the stacking.
Yes.
But
God damn it, man. I have, I'm off my game.
It's okay.
I've autoed too many.
This is all right. You said, you needed to diversify your Lamar Zay Flowers. I need to diversify my Jordan Love Romeo Dobbs, because the thing is, if you take Dobbs on 50% of all your rosters, there's a good chance that when you take Love, he's on like 80% of those. So this is good. This is setting up for the slappy Dontavian Wicks round 18 pick. I love it.
Oh, no. That's right. I guess if I'm taking, Harold Finn in the 13th, I can't tell you not to take Dontavian Wicks in the 18th. Here we go. Here's the team. Let's see if I can get some non-auto picks in. I'd like to think that if we actually had that decision, that it would have taken you until the last second to decide between a Javonte slurp or a Romeo Dobbs stack there.
Javonte fits this team well, though, where, you've got CMC, but then you've got the 2 rookies. We get the early production locked in for Javonte. That guarantees this 5th running back can be an upside pick, and we're done at running back. So, I don't get why Javante's going at pick 150. Like, I know he's boring. I know he's probably dust, but dude, this production matters. Like, this isn't redraft. This is best ball. Right. We're not going to be able to return the roster.
Do you want to go 3 quarterbacks with
Gino?
No,
I want you to X out quarterbacks.
All right. Well, quickly, do you want
Dante Harris?
Okay. Let's get Trey Harris here. I have not been slurping the Trey Harris dipperino, partly because of that dynamic we talked about last week where he's 100% drafted. Is he falling far enough? But what's your thought on the Trey Harris situation?
Yeah, I just think, rookie with big play potential. You've got Quinshon Judkins, who's kind of just a guy, I think. You've got Keenan Allen, who's probably not the most durable player at this point in his career. Obviously Lambert Smith is there as well, but I just think it's like a good dip buy. And this is a team where we're taking 9 wide receivers. So we've taken some Burden, Harris, some guys without production early. So I'm setting you up for the Adam Thielens of the world later and using this as an excuse to get those on our roster later. It's really just a long con for that. But if you go to the settings, you could just X out QB and tight end. Okay. And I've gotten some Cedric Tillman lately.
Yeah.
Who I had none of all offseason.
Yes. He just went 168 there. Ollie Gordon goes 169. That's actually not as bad of a price as I've heard in some drafts with him rocketing up. Have you guys made some adjustments to the Dolphins backfield?
Yeah, definitely moved Ollie up. Not as high as he's going.
Yeah.
I found sometimes in the slow drafts, you'd think it'd be the opposite, but the slow drafts are where you can get those dips sometimes where it just, I don't know if those people aren't paying attention as much. It seems like people are entering the fast draft sometimes like just to like get specific players and they end up going, earlier and beating the ADP rise. So we're behind ADP on Gordon, but we've definitely moved him up the board.
All right. We are about to pick 2462 at 15-7. I definitely am into either of the Broncos wide receivers here. Pat Bryant is up as well as Franklin. Do you have a favorite or someone else you see here?
I'm fine with one of the Broncos receivers, whichever one you prefer. I think it's a good pick for our room. I think we got one running back pick left and the rest are wide receiver, right? So we're just picking it off.
I grabbed Franklin for the audio listeners there.
Some of the other receivers I like late, Malik Washington and Jalen Coker. I like Coker a lot. I'd probably be, I'm probably portraying this to the room of people who are watching too much, but yeah, that's who I'd probably take next if he was on the board.
Okay. Yeah. And then the one thing I've just noticed in the drafts I've been doing with Pat too, when I do need a running back, I mean, it's getting cleared out pretty good. These are best available: Chubb, Ford, Rico, Garendo, Woody Marks, Keaton Mitchell, Wright, Giddens. There's some names, but I've just noticed that like you sometimes look up thinking you're going to have a decent option in the 18th round and they're just all
and you
gone.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Chubb's top of the board. That's like a worse pick version of the Javonte Williams pick, and we just don't need that whatsoever. So there are some rooms where if I'm more zero RB or if we hadn't made the Javonte Williams pick, we only had 3 running backs, I would be open to Chubb, who probably is starting week 1. There's some Damian Pierce that we've adjusted for, but he's also up here because of the ADP weight. I think our ranking, you can see next to the thing, it's a little bit lower at 193.
Do you have any love for a Keaton Mitchell on a Lamar Jackson team?
I do like Keaton because I think there's some paths to Derrick Henry getting hurt that open up the real big smash for Baltimore, right? So
yes,
I do think Keaton Mitchell makes sense on Lamar teams.
Coker goes one pick before us, and then Silver suggesting Chubb or Keaton.
Yeah, I'd go Keaton, and then I would X out running back, and then we're just going receiver.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. We do lose on, let's see, get rid of that. No, I don't want to dock.
I think you just you can X running back, tight end, and quarterback. I mean, we're just going.
All right, we'll keep it all wide receivers. It's so funny. So people have been asking me, and this might come into play because this is obviously a Jordan Love team. You mentioned Dontavian Wicks earlier, the original Slappy pick from 2024. People have been talking about Christian Watson, and I will admit I have been kind of head in the sand about this situation. What do you guys know, and how are you handling Christian Watson?
I mean, we've got Watson ranked like 298, so barely cracking our top 300. I think he's just popping because of ADP and stacking purposes there. I'd rather take Wicks if you're making the correlated bet. The targets per out run remained strong last year. They have dealt with some injury issues in terms of, I mean, Golden's really the only guy with clean health right now in that wide receiver room. So I prefer Wicks. I know Watson likely to come back at some point this season, but if they're humming, I can't imagine he's worked in a meaningful way. Obviously, he does have the big play potential, but he has not been someone that I've been drafting.
Yep. All right. We have 2 more picks here. I did hop us in our second Best Ball Mania draft. We're going to squeeze in one more before JMToWin joins around 1:15. Let's see what we're looking at here, Leone. I think we said we're going to be going wide receiver. We are on the clock here. Who would you like?
I kind of like I don't have a lot of AD Mitchell, and he's been making a lot of noise.
I like that. Let's do 80 Mitchell here as our wide receiver 8. Here's the team: Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, CMC, RJ Harvey, Cam Scatabo, Javonte Williams, Keaton Mitchell, George Pickens, Devontae Smith, Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman, Luther Burden, Trey Harris, Troy Franklin, Adonai Mitchell, Brock Bowers, Mark Andrews. I like this team, man. We didn't get our first receiver until the 4th round, but then with Pickens, Devontae Reed, Coleman, Burden, and then to get to 8 here feels like a nice, or sorry, to 9 is what we'll get to, is pretty nice.
Yeah, and we have a bring back every single week of the Green Bay playoff stretch is nice.
Oh, yeah.
One guy, I mean, I take a lot of Knoll here. I like Malik Washington a lot. I was just going to say Michael Wilson just went. That's one of those boring picks that might have made sense for us because if you look at our receiver room, it's a lot of like shaky guys for early season role. That's probably the primary concern on this team is surviving receiver scores early.
If you want to go, isn't De'Ami Brown the ultimate eat your vegetables boring pick here?
Yeah, I'd still go Malik because I think I don't know. That is the eat your vegetables pick, but he's like still clear wide receiver 3, and it looks like Malik is going to win this wide receiver 3 job. So I think he'll actually like be on the field.
Yes. Christian's asking, what are the numbers above everyone's rank? I believe those are the ETR projection numbers, right? 188.
That's the ETR rank. Those numbers are the actual ETR rank. Rest in peace, Jalen McMillan, who I have a lot of Jalen McMillians before that injury occurred.
All right.
Leone,
who do you want here?
I like Malik.
Let's do Malik here. If he's here, boom, he is. I've been trying to get a little more of him as well. I like that. Believe it or not, we did time out at 105 in our next draft. But Barkley, if there's ever a round you can time out in, it's round 1. I assume Leone is fine holding the line on Barkley at 105.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like Amico made him his bust for our ETR staff column, but I wonder at this point, his ADP is like in FFPC. We got him the other night at pick 8 or pick 9, and then he's been slipping to like 5, 6 kind of routinely in underdog. I mean, the draft we just did, he went 6, the first one. So yeah, I think we're overthinking the Barkley stuff a little bit.
Yes. The whispers of me ignoring Leone's suggestions continue to get louder, especially after Shakir Gate last week, and it's now further compounding. But I do feel very strongly that Leone would have said, Peter, run to the podium with your little fingers and click Barkley at 105.
I would have.
Yes.
I would have.
And we will make sure that we stay on track here. We're 3 picks away in round 2. Best Ball Mania draft, number 130. After this one, only 20 more to go, baby. Knock them down. Knock them down. AJ Brown, Brock Bowers, Ladd, Bucky. AJ Brown goes. All right. Are we doing another Brock, or do you want to get funky with something else?
Oh, I kind of want to get funky with something else. So yeah. Let's do like JT or Jacobs here.
All right. Let's we can do JT. Let's grab JT, Barkley JT start here, and I'll do a quick recap of this first team Leone and I drafted here. Draft number 129, my 3rd Lamar Jackson team this morning. Love it. Lamar Jackson, Jordan Love, CMC, RJ Harvey, Cam Scatabo, Javonte Williams, baby. Talk about a nice auto click. Keaton Mitchell, our 5th and final running back. George Pickens, Devontae Smith, Jaden Reed, Keon, Homer, Coleman, Luther Burden, Trey Harris, Troy Franklin, Adonai Mitchell, and Malik Washington. 2 tight ends, Brock Bowers and Mark Andrews. I think that team turned out nice, Mike.
Yeah, I like that team. It's obviously fragile at receiver, but we have a lot of bets out there making up for it with quantity to an extent. Surviving wide receiver early and then getting a couple breakouts late is going to be the key to that team. And then obviously anytime you're drafting a 4 or 5 running back team, you need to run pure on the health of CMC.
All right, let's see what comes back to us in the early 3rd. We do pass on Bowers to get high T with 2 running backs. It doesn't look like we'll be going hyper fragile as all the running backs get picked off the board, as do the elite quarterbacks. You could convince me into Kerrane if you want to get really funky here, or we could grab a wide receiver.
No, I'm Tyreek or Jackson Smith and Jigba here.
My my ADP value head says Tyreek, my heart says JSN, and I'm in kind of a heart type of mood today, Leone. So let's do JSN.
I'm totally fine with that. The thing I was thinking about too with the Saquon JT, I know you said the running backs are starting to go a little bit early towards the end, but there's a structure where you do a 6 running back team with JT, Barkley out of the gate, but then the next 4, like literally your last 4 picks, and you start buying like all those like lower owned guys.
Yeah. The only thing that stinks about taking JT, and Pat and I ran into this in our first draft, is like Giddens is one of the cheapest, really good late running back bets right now. And then you take JT and you're like, well, fuck, that removes one of them from the pool.
It's really weird that Giddens has not moved up on the Goodson injury. That really makes him pretty much the clear RB2 to start the year. Obviously, Goodson's not like toast and he's going to come back at some point, but for the rookie to already be ahead, even if it's due to injury a little bit, is a big deal.
I think it just really is pure boredom. Like I remember early in the offseason, I wrote for Fantasy Life, like my favorite 0 RB targets, and it was kind of hard to do. And it was like Shipley and DJ Giddens and a few of these guys who I felt pretty good about their role. And I think it's just this thing of like, they've been sitting in the same spot all summer. People are bored drafting them. They'd rather draft Ollie Gordon. They'd rather chase Bill up. It's like, I've done the Giddens thing. Let me draft someone more exciting right now. Like that's my only, rationale for how the market's handling that.
I had to catch myself in one of my slows where I was like, wait, why am I not just taking Will Shipley here? All I need is like to bank an injury upside.
You want to do Hurts here or grab a wide receiver, JMO, DJ Moore?
I'd go JMO here.
All right, let's do it. JMO, add him. Let's see. Joey wanted a temperature check on Marv Jr. Obviously, we kind of slid right past him talking about Tyreek and JSN. I haven't been clicking him a lot. Where's your temperature?
Yeah, well, Gretsch, Silva, and I took him in round 4 of a main event as kind of like this compromise pick that like I'm a little bit worried about the high end upside with McBride there, but I'm trying to be open-minded that this guy was a super elite prospect and it could still happen for him year 2. I think I prefer JSN. I probably prefer Tyreek in a tournament like this. I might even prefer Evans. I think he's more of a 3-4 turn guy than a middle of round 3 guy. It's not the worst pick on the board, but yeah, we've got him wide receiver 16 in our ETR ranks, and market has him wide receiver 14. We're a little bit lower on JSN than I probably am. I've gone back and forth on JSN, but starting to feel a little bit better about the camp vibes on Darnold and whatnot has me kind of back in on JSN.
I was kind of surprised though. Like I was thinking you would want to go Hurts there and then just like whatever receiver we would have available at 53, but JMO really kind of a cut above those other guys for you.
I think so. I don't have Hurts quite as close to the top 3 quarterbacks as a lot of other people do. I know obviously we got Barkley, but I still get a little weird for that. I would buy the Breece Hall dip, and now we're into a hyper fragile build. We're going to be very different with no onesies here early. Which is fine. Yes, like I said, it's a good point in time to maybe draft onesies early because there's better running back wide receivers late, but you still want to go with the room to an extent. You don't want to pigeonhole yourself into that.
Someone asking about Waddle this year. I'm basically going to say this. I'm not going to let Leone answer. I'm going to say later this week, tune in for the True Serum video, which is going to be debuting on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Million things to get out. The True Serum video is done as well. So we're going to let Best Ball Bros have its moment the next couple of days. Then we'll get the True Serum video out Wednesday or Thursday. But I'll just say this. Leone has a take on Jalen Waddle that I won't let him say now because I'm going to make you go watch the video. But if you're not familiar with the premise of the True Serum, the idea is that I gave this truth juice to all my friends in fantasy, and I'm making them give a take after having that truth juice with the idea they haven't had the courage or the willingness to share this take previously, just, completely sober under the light of day. So you can tune in for that later this week on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Excited for everybody to see that. 26 submissions this year, Leone. So we got a lot of fun stuff over there.
Oh, baby. Hey, when's Best Ball Bro released again?
in less than 2 hours, 2:45 p.m., right at when I'm done drafting here, it's going to redirect and debut on the Deposit Kingdom channel. Some new characters, an entirely new format structure for the video. I absolutely can't wait for everybody to see it. And you can watch it live, 2:45 p.m. Eastern. Leone, we got a hyper fragile build cooking here. Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, our running backs. We got JSN and JMO, our 2 wide receivers. And this room, certainly not liking its running backs. Kamara slipping past ADP, Connor slipping past ADP. We could be in a shut it down kind of spot here, or we just take our medicine and grab a wide receiver.
I would take Olave if he's there. You talk about getting bored. I think people are just bored with Olave. Man, Olave versus Connor is a tough one though.
I
think I'd go Olave though.
That's my thing too. And it's not that I don't like Connor at that price. It's just, we're going to have another running back price we really like at some point. And if we shut it down now, it just removes our flexibility.
If Olave hadn't been there, I would have shut it down. But I really like Olave. I liked him when he was going at the 5-6 turn, and the market now with Ibuka and Golden and some of those guys just is pushing Olave down, and you can get some incredible prices on him. And there just aren't many wide receivers at his age with his per route efficiency and his route participation that are available regardless of the environment around him. So yeah, I'm fine taking a lot of Olave despite the QB risk there in New Orleans.
Yes. Let's see here. So we start Barkley, Taylor, Breece Hall. I do think, like you said, Olave is just such a good pick on teams like this where you are running back heavy, JSN, JMO, and Olave. We'll see what is cooking here at pick 77 here. Tyler says, first it's best ball breakfast, then it's best ball brunch talk. Now step to best ball bro. Pete, this is a family show. Step ball bro sketch win. You know, the best ball universe, it just continues to expand and grow in places we never saw coming. We are back on the clock. It does like us going wide receiver again. Jauan Jennings.
Yeah, you click on the receivers. I think it's Jennings, but we're going to start to see his price, I think, dip even further than this until the contract stuff gets resolved. There's some chance that he starts the year out on IR if they don't come to an agreement. It's obviously murky how severe his calf injury truly is, if he's fine and it's still a contract dispute or it's like actually an issue. I suspect we're going to start to see him fall, but relative to what was available there on the board, I still like him quite a bit. I think once he's on the field, I think he's going to be extremely safe to return value on this pick.
Yeah. We talked about him with Pat. Like I said, you know, you're going to incite the Ricky Pearsall hive. Obviously, Pearsall long gone on the board by the time we take Jennings. I guess to me, like the real question, because they're now saying that he might open up on IR. We've all been trying to figure out, is this a fake calf injury and it's just a proxy for the holdout, or is he actually injured? Like, do you have a read on that?
I think, you know, a little column A, a little column B. I think he has a calf injury that is probably pretty insignificant in the grand scheme of things, but it's enough of a thing that it's able to be leveraged by both sides. And we'll see if they get this deal done. My gut reaction is they're going to end up getting a deal done, and there's a lot of posturing, but I wouldn't say I feel much more than like 60-40 on that at that point. I mean, we pretty much have until tomorrow, 4 p.m., I believe, is the initial 53-man rosters are due. So between now and 4 p.m. tomorrow, we should have some pretty meaningful news. Now, there will be cuts and transactions after that, so people don't want to like overreact and freak out to some of the other moves elsewhere and thinking like, oh, a team didn't do anything to their RB room. Like once they see who gets cut, things can change. But yeah, I think we'll have much more clarity on the Jennings situation late tomorrow afternoon, because it'll affect what they do for their 53-man roster.
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting tomorrow to get that. That'll be kind of our final big piece of kind of news and how these teams really feel about some of these back end guys and their roster and what that signals, like the Cam Akers thing today, you know, really starting to tell us how they feel about their running back room. So we will keep tabs on that. I'm sure I'll be writing about that in the Fantasy Life newsletter. Make sure you guys are subscribed to that, completely free. I'm writing that 5 days a week right now, Monday through Friday. In season, I'll switch from that to Sunday through Thursday, getting you guys ready before the slates on Sunday mornings. Fantasy Life newsletter. Leone, we're on the clock. Downs comes all the way back to 92. Anything else you see?
I think it's clearly Downs. I know we're another guy where the injury, we're not totally sure the extent of it, but it seems unlikely to be significant. So I'm definitely buying that dip. Seeing some of the receivers that went to that are sometimes available there, I feel lucky that Downs was available.
I do too. Yeah. Cause sometimes you do these hyper fragile builds and you still get, the wide receiver avalanche run and you're like, fuck, am I taking Darnell Mooney at pick 92 or whatever? So to get Downs there, even with the early season concerns, seems nice. So we get Barkley, Taylor, Breece Hall, our 3 running backs, get up to 5 wide receivers through 8, JSN, JMO, Olave, Jennings, and Downs. Probably looking at, a triple onesie build here, like a 3-5-7-3, be like a 3-4-8-3 potentially, depending on how some of this stuff shakes out. There are the running backs that's gonna be every running back's at a value in this room. Tracy and Warren both slipping past ADP here as well.
Yeah, they look pretty good. Man, Christian Kirk goes early here, and so does Shaheed. I don't think we need to. I'm glad we got Downs. I don't think we should chase wide receiver here based on what's available.
Yeah, I do want to get your thoughts on like the Godwin stuff with him not opening on PUP. I've been open to him here, but also completely good, stacking up Jennings, grabbing Kelsey. What do you think?
I wonder if we just lock in Purdy here. It's a little early. A lot of times I push this stack, but I don't love our stack out options here.
Yeah.
And Tracy's not exactly the best fit for this team. Like we don't need that early season production from him. Like he goes on a more not zero RB, but like a 4 wide receiver start team. He's a little bit more natural there than on a team where you're like, oh, we've got 3 stalwarts we're banking on, and then we just need an upside pick. Like a Charbonnet would have made more sense for us than a Tracy. And obviously he wasn't available to us at either pick there. Yeah, I'm fine with Purdy. I think that was like the boring correct pick.
Yeah, especially when you do look at the board, you see the Pearsall team doesn't have a quarterback yet. They're very unlikely to pass on him at 112. The Kittle team doesn't have a quarterback team. And like you said, so 0 chance, I would say, he comes back. And then on top of that, we don't have a ton of good stack options there. So I think that was the prudent move.
You got Dimes, Shuck, Goff is fine if he comes back, but there's a chance that neither Purdy or Goff came back, and then Darnold. So, and because we were chasing wide receiver a good bit, we're filling up a lot of spots, which makes potentially the backdoor stacking even a little bit difficult to pull off if we got sniped on those options.
Yep. So we add the quarterback there, get him stacked. We got the 1-3-5-0. We're going to have JMToWin joining here in about 15 or so minutes after this draft concludes. Excited to draft a team with my in-season DFS co-pilot. And then Jason Moore from the Fantasy Footballers will be rounding things out today at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then, like I said, Best Ball Bros video debut at 2:45 after that draft with Jason. Let's see what Leone and I got available to us at 10-8, 1 quarterback, 3 running backs, 5 wide receivers by ADP. Darnell Mooney is sliding. ETN is sliding. Ingram sliding. A couple of quarterbacks here, including Goff potentially. The team behind us doesn't have any Lions, so I doubt they would go unstacked Goff. If he's here, is that the pick, or would you go Fields in that scenario if they're both here?
I honestly think I'd go Mooney with these quarterbacks slipping, and that opens up Penix. But
Mooney goes. You could get Ingram as your tight end 1 as well as an ADP value 16 picks.
I kind of like the Purdy Fields get us the rushing upside.
All right,
we don't have Amon-Ra or Laporta, so I think we can survive. Not stacking up JMO there.
Yep.
I would have taken Mooney though if he had been there.
Yeah, and that is have there been updates on his early season outlook on the Mooney stuff?
I think he's in like that downs category where it's like it's not the cleanest bill of health, but it seems to all be trending in the correct direction. And like maybe he misses week 1, but it's not that serious. That's the way I've been playing it, at least. I don't know if we have like a super firm update. We kind of had a positive but vague update. But yeah, I think the going fields there lets us do a 2 or a 3 quarterback build. We can kind of do either. And then we don't have any tight ends late. So it's a 3, possibly 4 tight end team. There's Mason Taylor late to stack that up. Not that you have to stack Fields given you're taking him for the rushing ability. I would have been tempted to take Ayuk despite the injury stuff.
Do you want to, we could shut it down at quarterback with Goff and not deal with the Dimes, Darnold, Shuck mess, or do you want to keep that out available and address, like wide receiver or tight end?
Okay, Keenan goes. Keenan was kind of my last pick there. I'd take Goff. Let's maybe make it's a lot of QB capital, a little bit more than I usually do, but just based on what's available, I think I think it's the right pick. I was kind of hoping to get one of the wide receivers I think a tier finished off before we got to Goff there.
Yeah, it's a little tricky because it's like, maybe the tight end is a little bit more of need there. That's the only reason I would have considered Ingram over Fields, and then give yourself the chance. Obviously, Fields not going to come back, but knowing Goff there. But that's kind of a tricky spot. It's like you are closing up one position or kind of reaching for another. In neither of those options for quarterback and running back feel good, or reaching for wide receiver or tight end.
Yeah, and this is, BBM strategy. If we were in a smaller field, 12-team league, I would value that third quarterback with the stack a little bit less than we did here. I probably wouldn't devote so much capital to quarterback, but I think we've seen some good data on the playoff weeks and how they work specifically that supports what we're doing here. It is interesting because we're going to have to go 3 tight ends almost assuredly. So we're going to stop at 4 running backs here. And
yes.
Yeah.
I think we'll end up with a 3-4-8-3. Unless
we do have a little bit of correlation on, the Fields Breece Hall stuff.
I was just going to float. If you wanted to get 4 tight end curious, this might be a team that I would indulge that. Also, after these 2 picks, I'm going to have you go on one of your quintessential solo pod rants so I could use the bathroom in between this marathon stream, but I will make sure the picks are in, and you can use this as getting reps for your solo pod, which you have launched. You did a couple episodes so far. What's the next episode people can expect?
I think it'll be the last, season long episode. I'm torn if I want to do bold takes versus just like a home league. Like, I think that's the best way to win your home league type of thing. People like the bold takes, but like, I want bold takes that also align with my exposures. And I feel like it's been hard. You draft all off season, so it's hard for your final exposures sometimes to align with exactly like how you feel right now. So I don't want to do like, CMC, like I have a bold CMC take, but I don't have a ton of CMC. So like, it feels maybe a little disingenuous from that standpoint, but
I was hoping Goddard would make it back, but there were 2 teams without tight ends. So Goddard goes. If we're looking at just tight end
injury here,
and Pitts goes, Jeez. I don't know. Your call. What do you want to do here? You want to get like a Pop Douglas type in this room, a Dobbs?
I think like Hollywood, it would be my pick.
Yeah.
I'm not totally opposed to Brian Robinson though, and just shutting that down. I mean, with a San Francisco stack, and Pete's like, no way, he's not having any of that.
So sorry, I was fixated on wide receiver there. We can do the Brian Robinson thing. He'll come back. Trust me.
I don't love Brian Robinson, but I do think we've learned that he's clearly the RB2 there, and we have San Francisco correlation.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, don't you normally do the hot take episode on the
I've done it with Davis a few years in a row, but maybe I'll see if he wants to do it. Maybe we'll replace the solo pod with Davis and then do the bold takes. Maybe I'll end up doing that instead if he's able to do it on short notice. I haven't done any of the guest Establish the Edge podcasts this offseason because I've been so busy. So then I just started up the solo pods. Do you need to use the restroom there after this pick?
After this pick, I'll have a little bit of cushion to do it here. So we do grab Hollywood Brown. Someone was asking too, like, what's the deal with Hollywood? Is he's healthy? He's been back healthy, right?
Yeah, I think his injury is one that, like, I don't know, it could be annoying over the course of the season, but I'm like low key a KC bull on the passing game here. I think it's going to take
I told you he'd come back, Leone. I told you.
Oh man, should we take Jaden? Now I'm looking and I'm seeing Jaden Blue though, and I'm like,
okay. I'm just saying, who do you want? You get to pick whoever you want.
Oh my God. I think Brian Robinson makes sense for this team. I think we should take Brian Robinson, but my heart has been taking a lot of Jaden Blue. All right, X out running back.
Okay, I'm gonna X out running back. You are gonna go. You're going to share your deepest, darkest hot take, and I will be right.
Deepest, darkest hot take. I talked about the 101 on the solo pod a little bit. I wouldn't take CMC at 101 because I agree he has elevated injury risk more than the other backs. But if you were giving me odds for a running back to finish as the RB1 overall, is there a reason why CMC's odds aren't the highest? He has the highest odds of getting hurt and having a season that busts out, but I think he also has the highest odds of actually finishing as the RB1 overall. And that it's because we have such a good group of players in the first half of round one, it's easy to not talk about that or have to think about it. It's easy to just wave that away and say, he's injury prone. Let's just take the safer guys. But on a per game basis, CMC is going to outproject all these backs. Week one DFS, we're going to be staring at CMC out projecting Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson, Saquon Barkley by like 2 points clear, and wondering maybe we should have been more open to that, especially given every report out of camp has been glowingly positive in regards to his health.
There you go. The 101 content you didn't need to know, or you didn't know you needed to know, from Mr. Mike Leone. We have a handful more of picks here to make in my 130th Best Ball Mania draft. We got JMToWin joining in a few minutes. Here's the team so far. We got our 3 quarterbacks, Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, Jared Goff. We also got our 4 running backs, Barkley, JT, Breece Hall, and Brian Robinson. 6 wide receivers, no tight ends yet. If there was ever a time to get 4 tight end curious, this could be it. Let's see what we're looking at here. Hunter Henry, though, a pretty nice value at 164.
Yeah, let's take Henry.
All right, let's do it.
What's
Hunter Henry?
Okay, so and that's a week 17 bring back too, and then Minnesota, Chicago. We're probably not going to get anything on.
Yeah,
there's Chig week 1 for San Francisco. Chig would be a good one. We get some playoff correlation if he comes back. Yeah, this could be 4 tight end. The concern is, are we good enough to stop at 7 wide receivers? Let's recap the wide receiver room.
JSN, Jamison Williams, Chris Olave, Jauan Jennings, Josh Downs, and Hollywood Brown. So early season concerns on Jennings and Downs, but pretty good with JSN, Jamo, Olave, and Hollywood.
Yeah, this is one of those real tweener wide receiver rooms where it's not the dusty vets, but it's not like a bunch of young, exciting rookies either. So it's an interesting, we kind of middled the upside and usability there.
So Chig and Likely fly off the board. Might be able to get Ertz here at a 10-pick discount. Taylor's the stack. What do you like?
I was going to say Horton. I mean, I think Ertz at the discount is probably the correct pick given our need there. Even I know it's not correlated, but there's a chance Taylor comes back. And I don't know, to get Henry and Ertz back-to-back there is pretty good with 0 tight ends through 13.
Yeah, for sure. When you push it that much. So we have 3 more picks here. Hunter Henry, Zach Ertz join the squad. K. Dotton comes off the board. I saw a question in the chat earlier about Chris Rodriguez. There was that quote, obviously, from the team kind of implying, hey, relax, Bill Steamers. Rodriguez is going to be involved here. How are you guys handling him?
I think C-Rod's a good end around pick. The ownership on him is very low. I think the market's maybe a little overconfident in JCM, but I don't think he's the best. Like round 50. I know Pat was saying how these are all dollar guys, and we're just going through the order of nomination. I think there's a little bit more distinction between the round 15 and 18 guys, and I think Rodriguez is more like a round 17, 18 guy than a round 15 guy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing that's been most interesting to me is just how little Eckler has moved up. Some rooms, he went at 112 in one of my rooms, but even here he goes 113.
I think it's like 150s on Eckler in these slows.
That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I've been in my eliminator slow drafts. He has been, as I said in the first draft, a click for me. We're back on the clock. We could do our guy Troy Franklin again, Jatavian Sanders. Anything else you see?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get Coker last time. I kind of like Coker as the
Coker's gone.
Coker's gone. Oh boy, Troy Franklin, just do it.
All right. Something's tweaking, I think, with the solver because there was a who the fuck is Tyler Johnson?
He must just be up there for stacking purposes.
Oh, okay. There was another guy I'd never heard of who was also in the suggestions.
Yeah, I don't know where your weights are at on stuff. There was another one earlier that I was a little surprised on, but he's just up there. Yeah,
I had my weights have been set by you on stream.
And that's that. I'm surprised. I don't know. I'm a little surprised that.
Don't worry.
Your player rankings. Player rankings? You got to choose. I don't know if you re-uploaded our rankings, but you can choose ETR rankings. Scroll up. See where it says player rankings. Down.
Yeah.
Use established to run.
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
I thought I had that in there. All right.
So
let's get back.
That explains it. So Tyler Johnson's none of my doing. Okay.
Not ETR. He is.
It's whatever those uploaded ranks you had was Tyler Johnson.
Let's. Leone, can I interest you in Harold Fannin?
Yeah, you can interest. Yes! Harold Fannin is like round 17, much better than round 14.
I am so excited, guys. Excited. I got Leone to take Harold
Fannin, right? Like 2 boring late tight ends that are going to be fine to give you points on a weekly basis. Fannin is the third with the upside. This is how you tie the Harold Fannin room together.
You basically just wanted to say, hey, slaps, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it. I'm going to take your slappiness and turn it into an actual good strategy. This is how it's done.
There you go. All right. One more pick to stick the landing here. Then we're going to bring JMToWin on to draft a team. Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, Jared Goff, Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, Brian Robinson Jr., our wide receivers, JSN, Jamison Williams, Chris Olave, Jauan Jennings, Josh Downs, Hollywood Brown, and Troy Franklin. 3 tight ends, Hunter Henry, Zach Ertz, mentoring our young gun from Bowling Green, Harold Fannin. Leone, is this an 8th wide receiver for us here?
Yeah. It's so sad we don't get 18th round Tesla anymore on these.
I know.
Golf teams. I mean, I think this is probably too late for QJ, and I would take him, even though it's a little more boring. Like I said, I take Noel a lot in this spot. I don't feel the need to take the Josh Reynolds pick. Maybe I'm being too short-sighted there because it's technically a starting receiver with a quarterback that we have.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Like scrolling down. You got your Keandre Lambert Smiths. You mentioned the Josh Reynolds thing. But it's pretty thin down here. I think, the QJ, the Jalen Noel, the Adonai Mitchell, those ones look pretty good to me.
Yeah. And if you're going for, I guess if you were going for low ownership, which you can do with a more quantity, Whittington's on there. I think he's got some upside if there's an injury to either Adams or Puka, and he's a sub 10% guy. I'd probably take the QJ because I think there's not a lot of round 18 QJ teams that have been drafted over the duration of the contest. There's obviously a lot more the last several days or so.
All right. We will grab him. Leone, get your final thoughts on this team. Brock Purdy, Justin Fields, Jared Goff, Barkley, Jonathan Taylor, Breece Hall, Brian Robinson, JSN, Jamison Williams, Chris Olave, Jauan Jennings, Josh Downs, Hollywood Brown, Troy Franklin, and Quinton Johnson. Our 3 tight ends, Hunter Henry, Zach Ertz, and Harold Fannin. What do you think?
I like this team. Old school, hyper fragile. JMToWin says we should have taken Lambert Smith. Sorry, we went with the boring QJ pick out of the gate there instead. But yeah, I like the 3 quarterback stacked up in the BBM format specifically, and that round 5 Breece Hall stuff. I understand all the kind of annoying usage in the preseason with Braylon Allen there, but you just got to look at the long view and the talent between the 2 players, and I think people are running too excessively with the preseason usage if they're letting Breece Hall slip to not just the 5th, but like the middle of the 5th round.
Yep. Well, good stuff, Leone. Always a blast drafting with you. If I don't, and I forgot to say this for Pat too, if I don't see you guys on my final stream on Friday, like I said, you have an open invite to swing by. But if not, thank you for all of your time and your knowledge this summer drafting on Best Ball Breakfast. You were an awesome addition in place of Sean Siegel. It was big shoes to fill, and you did it. And it was awesome drafting with you. And I hope we can get one of our joint teams to the finals.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. I'm excited to track our rosters throughout the year.
Beautiful. Well, we will catch you around. And if you guys want to watch Leone and I draft again tomorrow night on Ship Chasing, we're drafting in a high stakes, self-contained 5K league along with Gretsch and Kerrane. Always a fun time getting all the alpha plays on that roster. Leone, we'll see you tomorrow night.
See you.
All right. Peace out. There goes Michael Leone. And here he is, first time on the channel in a hot minute since maybe week 17 last year. My
Sounds
guy,
about right.
JMToWin. He's emerged from his winter off-season hibernation, ready to dish out some takes in advance of our weekly DFS show, Block Party. How you doing, JM?
Man, I'm good. So William started go-karting, and I got to kart with him one day. You got to wear like a head sock underneath your helmet. So I almost threw that on for the people today to have something different. Then I was like, there might be some people on here who aren't familiar with me. Maybe we start out, more straightforward, buttoned up, and we'll save the head sock for later. So, Pete, before we get started, I got to ask: do you need a bathroom break? I see we're on.
You know what? I just had Leone cover for me with
okay
right before you kind of popped in. So
I know last year
good.
That was our my entrance was bathroom break time for you. So
yes, exactly. These streams, we get the marathon streams, and it has to be done, especially when we're drinking the coffee. But we are ready to roll here. My 131st draft. I was so excited. I think it was like last week or a couple of weeks ago. You popped up on Twitter for your first post in a long time. Not only were you firing off takes, but you were firing off best ball takes. I know you guys over at 1 Week Season have been putting together some content for that all year, but have you been drafting some teams lately?
No, so this is same as last couple of years. Skipped out on best ball to kind of focus on getting the business ready and all up to speed, but I'm all up to speed on the season. I've done some pods with the best ball guys over on OWS. And so, I did a little thread on running backs, and Ja'Cory Croskey-Merritt was kind of hidden in the one that like gets hit. It's like, you do 4 pieces to a thread and like the second one gets hidden. So that one didn't get as many views. I don't know if anybody caught that one, but always looking for those edges early August, and thought that I was going to be on X a lot at that point. And then, things start picking up with other things, but my feet are under me for the season. So this is kind of really love doing these drafts with you. I think this is two years in a row, maybe 3, and just fun to kind of bring my knowledge to the table, because obviously a lot of experience with the drafting, but also just thoughts on all these teams and players and whatnot. So kind of a fun opportunity for us to bounce some thoughts around.
For sure. It's a great appetizer to the in-season stuff. And I also, similar like last year when I was drafting with Sean Siegel, he's someone who doesn't spend much time on social media, always has like a very unique, unbiased, take on situations and stuff. And I feel like you always emerge with that from doing your own research and not getting, swayed by the conversations online. So I'm excited to get some of your takes here. We jumped in a draft. I'm excited because all my picks this morning were in the top half of the board, which obviously nice to get a stud there, but sometimes the talent really seems to dry up at the back end of round 2. So excited to get a couple of earlier or at least 2 top 16 picks here. We got the 1-9 JM. The picks are flying here. Generally, you're looking at a string of wide receivers at the 1-9 as CMC comes off the board. Anything jump out to you?
Yeah, I mean, to me, this is kind of the don't overthink it range to me, where you're going to run a bunch of drafts, you're going to have a portfolio of picks, and whoever's falling to you in this spot, to me, it just kind of like none of these guys look like they're being overdrafted to me.
Yeah. Neighbors or Puka, you got a favorite between those two?
No, I mean, I say grab, to me, I would treat it based on what my portfolio looks like, but I'd be happy to grab Neighbors and then, or Puka, just whoever you want. And then you kind of start building your team from there.
Yeah, let's do Puka. I have slightly more Neighbors than him. Again, pretty like you kind of described. I'm very even on a lot of these guys. Neighbors, Amon-Ra, all slightly above weight there. So we'll grab Puka. There was the slight concern with the Stafford stuff for a bit, but now Stafford's back, ready to go. I assume like people joking around saying, what's the block for week 1? I mean, I don't know if the salaries will work out, but is there going to be a more condensed passing tree than Puka and Devontae Adams this year?
No, I mean, if you've got, and I forget who they're playing in week 1. I started really digging into week 1 a couple of days ago. And first rosters were Bucks and Falcons rosters and Browns and Bengals rosters. But yeah, week 1, there's always fun stuff to do because people get so overexcited on the values on the rookies, and you've got really established players who go overlooked in good spots. So always like that.
Drake London, Devon Achane, H.A. Brown, Chase Brown, Ladd, anything jump out to you here?
I'd skip Achane and I'd take any of the others. I'd probably skip London myself, but that's me.
Do you like Chase Brown?
Yeah, love Chase Brown.
Okay, cool. Yeah, let's grab Chase Brown here. We were talking about him a little bit before with Leone. Seems like the offseason is broke pretty nicely for him. No more Zach Moss. I guess the one concern, it's like, does Samaj Pirine, eat into that pass catching role? But I assume this is going to be a guy who's going to project extremely well week 1.
Yeah, to me, there's this point in the season, one of the best things to do is to bet on talent because there are so many unknowns. Hilo and I did a running back podcast last week, and we were talking about how every year you go into week 1 and there's so many spots that people think they know what's going to happen. And there's some running back that nobody's expecting that comes in and gets all the touches, right? And so when we can kind of lean, and especially in best ball, toward these spots where you have so much certainty, and to me, it feels like the Bengals really signaled to us bringing back Samaje Perine, who's not somebody who's going to take away touches from anybody else at this point in his career. Bringing him in as the number 2 back signals to me that Chase Brown is the guy in this spot this year.
Yeah, that's how I feel as well. Someone wants you to expand on skipping on Achane. Is that just kind of starting the season with that soft tissue injury and not wanting to deal with that?
Yeah. So, and to me, like if I were doing 150 drafts, I'm probably going to have 4 or 5% Achane because the first 2 rounds are that don't overthink it type category for me. But yeah, the overall, right? Like the concerns about his size, the concern about what his workload is going to look like, the concerns about realistically having a sort of plug and play type of offense with Mike McDaniel, where the scheme is set up so nicely for running back that there are other people you can plug in there and they can do well. And so it's hard for me to see Achane being a guy who's being drafted in the middle first round next year. And that's how I like to think about that late first round or that early second round is who are the guys who could be drafted. So somebody like Drake London or Devon Achane who could very easily pay off their ADP, I would still be glad to take them, but it's harder for me to see them knowing what I know about Drake London as a player or what I know about Devon Achane in terms of all the potential holes in his situation. It's harder for me to take them and say, yeah, they're probably going to be a guy that I'm getting extreme value on. And so want to kind of look for those guys that I could get extreme value on. And who did we take? We took Chase Brown, which to me feels more like somebody who, from a talent and workload standpoint, could end up being drafted much higher next year.
Yep. I like that. We start Puka and Chase Brown about to pick here at the end of the 3rd round. The rookie Omarion Hampton sliding a little bit past ADP. He does go. You're looking at JSN, Kerrane, if you want double Rams, Mike Evans, Garrett Wilson, Adams, George Kittle, most of the elite quarterbacks off the board other than Hurts. JSN goes. What do you like here?
Yeah, I'd say let's take Kerrane. Then we've got this nice strength at running back with guaranteed workloads. We've got double Rams, which is an offense worth betting on this year. And yeah, there's other guys there that'd be perfectly fine to go with, but like that pick right there.
Yeah. Kerrane gets paid this offseason. What did you make of them also drafting Jarquez Hunter? Obviously, they draft Blake Corum last year. Is this more insurance, or is this saying like, hey, we might need some explosive plays out of this backfield?
No, to me, it looks like insurance. To me, it looks like the Patriots drafting Kevin O'Connell and drafting Ryan Mallett and drafting, like you're always thinking about the future, right? The Patriots used a 3rd round pick on Ryan Mallett. They used a 2nd round pick, 3rd round pick on Jimmy Garoppolo. Like you're always thinking about the future. You're always thinking about injuries. But Kyren Williams, the fact that they paid him, especially a team that since that Gurley contract, they've been cautious about paying running backs. To me, that signals no concern here on Kyren Williams' workload, his usage this year.
All right, we could go all in on the Rams with Devontae Adams, or you could scoop up like a Garrett Wilson. Terry McLaurin gets paid this morning. We could go elite quarterback with Hurts.
I'm never against going all in on a team in a draft like this.
It feels right. Like if we're going to do a show called The Block Party and build out some blocks, let's build out a block here. Rams block, Chase Brown, and then Kyren Williams, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, in Sean McVay. We trust, JM.
Well, and we've talked about this in season. There are opportunities where you can actually stack up when Puka was a rookie and his price was still climbing, and Kupp was coming back from injury, so his price hadn't climbed yet. And it was like, this is such a concentrated offense that it was tournament winning for a while. There was like 3 or 4 weeks where you could put Puka, Kupp, and Kyren on a roster together, and you were winning tournaments just by doing that, right? Smaller field, mid-sized tournaments just by doing that. And so, yeah, taking a full offense where you know that it's concentrated, it's really tough to argue against that in my mind. And then there's still so much, even at this point in the season, there's so much value as we move down draft boards that there's still a lot of things that you can do. But that immediately sets you apart in terms of your opportunity to outperform everybody on the weeks when it matters, right? In the playoff weeks, if you have those big explosions. And I'm not even like, people are so focused on looking at the schedules for those weeks. There's so much unknowns with defenses, with injuries, with how these things are going to shape up. You really don't know what the shootouts are going to be with a high degree of certainty. And so, taking these picks and just saying, we can get the whole Rams offense. You can't do that too often. And so make sure you've got it. What round is Stafford going in currently?
He's really cheap, and he slides, especially like on a team like this where we've cornered the market. His ADP is 176. I think you could legit get him in like 16th, 17th, 18th round on a team like this.
Because you want to make sure we don't miss him, right? Because then otherwise this whole thesis kind of goes out the window. So you can kind of overdraft him a little bit. But just this, there's not going to be that many rosters just because it all has to fall the right way. You have to have the right pick. People have to not take those guys. And so you get a really nice setup there with getting all those guys.
All right, we got our 3 Rams. We got 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers. We're picking at 5-9 here in a second. Best available via ADP: Chuba, Travis Hunter, Kamara, Zay Flowers, RJ Harvey, Ricky Pearsall, James Conner, Egbuka, alternating running backs and wide receivers. Nothing really here at quarterback or tight end that would be of use for us. Harvey goes. What do you like?
Yeah, I would take Zay Flowers would be my pick.
Yeah. Let's do it. He's been a guy whose price has confused me a lot this offseason. Seems like getting a wide receiver 1 tethered to one of the best quarterbacks in football is good, but that's just me.
Yeah, I was actually surprised digging into ADP the last couple of weeks in preparation for these best ball podcasts I've done with OWS. Kind of surprised by that because it is a guy who could pay off like a 2nd round, 3rd round price tag, and he's being drafted down here. And then also we skip over some question marks with Chuba Hubbard workload, which I have question marks on that. We can get to that if we want. Alvin Kamara, age, and offense. And so, nice setup there.
All right, he does go. If we're passing Hubbard, Connor's here, Debo, Stephon Diggs, Judy, Jauan Jennings, Addison.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you make this pick.
Let's do Debo. Let's get another wide receiver here. It sounds like you weren't thrilled about the running backs. We also have the 2 early. I'll make the selection and then say, do you have any enthusiasm for Debo with Jaden this year?
Yeah. So there's so many unknowns. There's so many unknowns in an NFL season in general. There's so often that in June of this year, we start hearing about some injury that some player was dealing with all year last year, right? Or some distractions or whatever it was. So a lot of times we see these players when they go to a new place get reinvigorated. So that's one thing that I'm banking on with Debo in this offense, where why is he being drafted in the 6th round? He's being drafted in the 6th round because we don't know, but that seems to be the low end of his range, right? Maybe he pays off like 7th round, 8th round, but he could also this is the guy we were drafting in the 2nd round a couple years ago. And so he could pay off that 2nd, 3rd round type ADP in an ascendant offense. And I think that they'll know how to use him in this offense. So yeah, I like Debo in this offense. I like this offense this year. And I like the fact that they're making forward-looking moves, bringing in Laramie Tunsil, getting rid of Brian Robinson Jr., bringing in Debo Samuel. So very clearly they're like seeing this window open on this Jaden Daniels contract and trying to maximize it as much as they can. So yeah, very much like that pick. And also, I mean, it's easy to look at a team like that. Oh, they went to the championship game, but how many things needed to break right for them to do that? Expect them to take a step back. At the same time, though, they've got so many leaders on that team, whether it's Bobby Wagner, or whether it's bringing in somebody like Laramie Tunsil, bringing in somebody like Debo, having a coach like they have in Dan Quinn. Like, there's just so many opportunities for them to continue to be a really good team. Whether that's NFC Championship or not doesn't matter to us. It just matters that they're going to be a good competitive team with a good offense this year.
Yep. I agree. This
is a banger of a roster. This is like
it is
a lot of second and third round picks that we're getting through the first 6 rounds.
You're right. Yeah, Debo, routinely a second round pick over the years. And yeah, we don't have all the free agent running backs who changed teams last year, who destroyed fantasy, but we do have the 2 free agent wide receivers, George Pickens and Debo Samuel, who both go to pretty favorable outlooks. Magic Johnson in the chat would like you to expand on that kind of Chuba nervousness take if you got time here before our next pick.
Yeah, I'll try to be concise with it, but basically it's that Chuba had so long where he was getting big workloads, and then last year was the first year that he broke out. So I always want to question that a little bit when you have a later career breakout at a position like running back. And then they bring in Rico Dowdle. So you kind of expect that there's going to be some, like, why Chuba was so valuable was he had his best year ever, and then he had this massive workload. And so I have to expect that the workload is going to go down a little bit. And Chuba Hubbard's clearly a good running back, but I don't think he's a great running back. And there's a longer track record of him being not great than being great. Running back's not a position where you typically see late career breakouts like you can at wide receiver or quarterback. And so, yeah, I think that Chuba is probably being appropriately priced there, but just a little bit of nervousness around him.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely has the makings of that kind of classic dead zone back. We have some running backs falling. David Montgomery falls here. Kaleb Johnson, Aaron Jones, Jordan Mason, Tracy Warren, Keon Coleman, the next wide receiver, Hawkinson as well.
Yeah, I'm happy with David Montgomery. I'm happy with Jordan Mason. I'm happy with Aaron Jones. I'm not as clear on Kaleb Johnson's workload. I think people are making assumptions around that we don't have the answers, and he could be appropriately drafted. He could be a guy that by week 3, we're like, oh man, he shouldn't have been being drafted. Right. And so I want to try to avoid those guys in the 7th round if I can. Yeah.
And I know you had some good tweets too about the Steelers backfield in the market, maybe having that one wrong there. So we'll grab David Montgomery. I think just exactly knowing what we're getting from him for the most part at pick 81 as our 3rd running back. Aaron Jones does go, as does Tyrone Tracy. Let's see what comes back to us. Hawkinson does go. The wide receivers here are definitely start to get a little thin, but we have some options. Keon Coleman, Higgins, Pittman, Godwin, Kupp. Let's see. Jordan Mason goes, and we are back on the clock. I know you like Jaylen Warren. There's also some wide receivers here, tight ends. What do you think?
I'd like to take Michael Pittman here.
Let's do it.
So Pittman is this profile of very similar to Drake London, where it's like they're not going to hit a ton of explosive plays. They're going to get open in the short to intermediate areas of the field. They're not a catch and run after the catch type guy, more of a contested catch type guy, sideline type guy. And so those guys need a lot of volume in order to hit. And so this, obviously things could change throughout the season, but I think that people are underestimating who Daniel Jones is as a quarterback, how bad his situation was with the Giants. I think it's gone overlooked that the Vikings really wanted to keep Daniel Jones and really like Daniel Jones. And we've seen these guys go to these teams with quarterback gurus, whether it's Sam Darnold or Geno Smith or whoever else is Baker Mayfield over the last few years, right? And they come and revive their career. So I think that Daniel Jones is a great fit for this offense. And then also the big knock on Daniel Jones is he doesn't take shots downfield. So this fits perfectly with a Michael Pittman, who's going to be this short and intermediate type guy. And I think Michael Pittman's a guy who, if I'm not mistaken, was like 3rd round last year. And so that was the type of guy who was like, all right, let's pump the brakes on him in the 3rd round because he needs so much volume in order to pay off this price tag. But now you have an offense in a really good offensive coordinator in Shane Steichen, who they're not. It's funny because I spend so much time preaching against Michael Pittman throughout each DFS season, people paying too much for him. But now you got him in the 7th or 8th round. And it's like, okay, people are really like putting too much into the uncertainty of this spot and not being able to take those steps in their imagination to be like, okay, this offense could be good with Daniel Jones at quarterback and Shane Steichen designing it and calling the shots. So I think this is great value down here getting Michael Pittman.
Yeah, and I had been taking Downs over him at the start of the season, but now with kind of the injury with Downs, I've been trying to break any ties there to Pittman. And like you said, you get the Daniel Jones confirmation and Michael Pittman, a guy we were drafting in round 4, round 5 in previous years. And we know Daniel Jones can get his guys the ball. He got Wan'Dale Robinson the ball, had some big PPR seasons. Darius Slayton had some big season with him. So yeah, I like buying that dip there. 3 running backs, 5 wide receivers, no quarterbacks in tight ends, but can always make late round QB and late round tight end work, especially in the ADP landscape. This year, we're going to pick at 9-9, pick 105 here in a second. Godwin and Kupp, the wide receivers here, dipping a bit. We got some running backs on the board. I don't know what the hell is going on with Joe Mixon, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Drake Maye. There's also some, risers here. If you like what you're seeing from Bill in the preseason, what do you think we do here at 105 on the clock?
Yeah. Where is, by Bill, you mean Croskey-Merritt? Where's he being drafted?
Pick 116.
Can we still get him if we wait?
Probably not. We can
okay,
try.
grab him.
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, at this point, yeah, he's been going right in this range. His ADP is still even a little fake just because people are pulling him up and the ADP hasn't caught up.
Yeah. To me, he's the RB1 on that offense. Like, some people are concerned about Chris Rodriguez. They didn't trade Brian Robinson Jr. because they love Chris Rodriguez, is my take. And like the comps in late July, early August, these were the comps for Ja'Cory Croskey-Merritt, or the main comp was LaShawn McCoy. Like his ability, he's like got size, but then his ability to cut on a dime, his vision, that's who is most frequently being comped to. And so I think he's a great pick here. Would have loved if we could have gotten like a Justin Fields, right, who's not correlated to any of our running backs, but can have those spiked weeks. And so I would love to look for a quarterback who isn't even necessarily correlated to a wide receiver, but can have those spiked weeks. So I saw Drake Maye. Did Drake Maye go?
Drake Maye and Fields went. You're looking at like Goff, McCarthy, Herbert, Love, Lawrence.
Yeah, so we can probably wait then on getting like a Herbert and Love and backdooring the pairing there with one of those guys, and then focus on something else right now. We are on the clock.
Do you like Scatabo?
Sure.
I don't know. I'm trying to get you on last second there. I just grabbed a running back for us there. I guess we could have gone tight end since we haven't taken a tight end there yet. I want to keep some fun, sleeper selections for us late there. Sorry, I panicked there with
Oh, that's okay. These the Kyle Pitts ADP, that's kind of crazy. I mean, I know that I like to look for these spots where the hate has gone too far, where it's like, okay, guys, like we're all upset because we expect him to be something different, used differently, but he's still going to put up some stats. So I mean, there are always values at tight end in my mind. If you miss those top tight ends, and then we definitely have to figure out, because can we look at the roster real quickly again?
Yeah. We have the 5 running backs, 5 wide receivers, no onesies here.
Yeah. And our running backs are like pretty legit, honestly.
Yes.
And then our wide receivers are pretty legit. So I think if we don't want to stretch, force anything, but if we find something that works at quarterback, like a backdoor stack that we can build, or just like a guy who has some rushing upside and those spiked week potential is worth looking to. And then tight end, there's upside all over the place at tight end. I'm sure this will end up being a 3 tight end build, but there are plenty of spiked weeks that we can still target at the tight end position.
Yeah, for sure. I think not worried about tight end at all. It's kind of figuring out how the quarterback pieces work if we can get some stacking. But I think typically on builds like this, I'm looking at like a 3-5-7-3. So like 2 more wide receivers, 3 tight ends, 3 quarterbacks. We know that Stafford is a key piece for this team. Daniel Jones as a late addition would make sense with Pittman. And then we could build out potentially another back stack here with one of these guys coming up, the Herbert, Love, Lawrence, Stroud, Penix, Bryce Young, Cam Ward. Like every one of those guys I mentioned has some pieces going after them that are interesting. So
and those are guys who, like, similar to Herbert, but they're going to have some 300-yard games. They're going to have some 3 touchdown games. I'm actually surprised that Stroud is like, that's another one where the hate has gone too far with Stroud. And I think he's going to have a big season this year.
Yeah, it definitely seems set up for that. Like looking back, since we were panicked and now seeing some of the picks that have come off the board, who would have been your ideal pick there at 112?
Mims would have been nice. Tucker Kraft would have been nice.
Yeah.
Herbert, Ramondre would have been nice. Taking the risk on Mixon at that point would have been perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think Kraft definitely would have made sense too. And then we could have come back and stacked him up potentially with Love. We are about to pick. Stroud does go, of course. We could do a Love Lawrence, or we could even still sit on some of these other backdoor stacks. Njoku, what do you think?
Yeah, let's go ahead and grab Love and just see what we can do with that. I'm sure there's always got to be Packers wide receivers available late, right? So
yeah, it's Dobbs is obviously the one who's routinely available. And then if you have like a secret, Dontavian Wicks, Christian Watson type take, those guys are available on the 18th, but basically just Dobbs.
Yeah. Where does Dobbs usually go?
He goes, his ADP is at 150. So we pick next at 153, which gets a little tricky for guaranteeing that he comes back. We could look though and look at the opportunity cost. I mean, this is not a bad spot for the tight ends. You see Ferguson, Pitts, Goddard coming up. So I'd probably say tight end and then see if we can get Dobbs.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessary to force, like the core thesis is not Jordan Love throwing touchdowns to Dobbs. So yeah, grab the we're on the clock. Yeah. So grab Njoku because we've lost the other Pitts and who was the other one? But yeah. I mean, there's upside here and we can, I mean, Ferguson's a good pick there. Pitts is a good pick there. And Njoku is a good pick there. And you're kind of throwing darts on who's going to end up being the better pick among that group.
Yeah, pretty big slide there for Njoku. 119 ADP comes all the way back to 136. We've obviously been talking some Harold Fannin this morning. What's your kind of macro take on the Browns? Obviously, a pretty big mess, with the moving pieces. They just announced Flacco as the quarterback. Who knows what's going on with Judkins? Fannin is getting rested with the starters. Like, what do you make of this offense? Yeah,
my big concern is deeper season players like checking out, like they're just done because this isn't a competitive team or because they haven't won enough games. But we're also talking about what Stefanski's been head coach of the year 2 times, I believe. I mean, this is a good coach with a good offensive system. Furthermore, they weren't running his offensive system for last year was a weird year. They brought in Ken Dorsey to build an offense that was more tailored to Deshaun Watson and then found out that it wasn't the offense that was the problem. It was Deshaun Watson that was the problem. But they had moved away from this Kevin Stefanski offense, which is a really good and really successful offense. So now they've moved back to that. Joe Flacco has had, when he comes in mid-season in DFS, whether it's with the Browns or with the Colts, we're like, just play Joe Flacco until he gets benched because he's going to chuck it downfield. He doesn't care anymore. He's going to throw for 300-plus yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. So to me, he's kind of like a Jameis Winston light. And I think people are underestimating the upside of this offense early in the season because of all the uncertainty around quarterback and all the negativity around the team. You still have Cedric Tillman, Jerry Jeudy, David Njoku, Harold Fannin, no real running game, and a quarterback who's willing to throw the ball downfield. So, yeah, I think that there's probably going to be a lot of upside in this offense that people are just not really giving it credit for right now.
Yeah, that's kind of, how I felt. And even, when projections started coming out, I wrote up an article for Fantasy Life. It's like every one of these Browns guys, just pure projection wise, were like 2 to 3 round values, Jeudy, Njoku, because it's like, as long as the quarterback play is just even slightly below average, like you're just saying it doesn't bottom out, like these guys are going to get targets. Talking through our decision as we come up here, would you want to set up like a backdoor stack with someone like a Bryce Young or just kind of lock up our core bets, with some of the quarterbacks we already have stacked?
Yeah, no, I mean, I like Bryce Young this year and he's a mobile dude. Like he's not going to have a lot of huge rushing games, but he is going to every once in a while pop in some points on the ground. And I think the Panthers are going to be good this year. Bryce Young looked legitimately pretty awesome down the stretch last year, like top 12 quarterback type play. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy. Yeah, we're on the clock. I'm happy with that. I mean, we're set at wide receiver. We're set at running back. We got to take a couple more wide receivers just to pair up with our quarterbacks if we can. But yeah, we're in good shape there. And to me, it's kind of down to how do we round out the tight end position, and then how do we get something for these quarterbacks if we're able to.
Yeah, so like if we earmark a pick for Stafford, we earmark a pick for 2 more tight ends. One of them, hopefully, I would say like Jatavian Sanders on a Bryce Young team would make sense. Certainly a couple of pass catchers here with the Carolina situation. And it sounds like Thielen might get moved to the Vikings, which could really open things up. So this could be a spot like would you like to grab like a Legette or a Coker here? Legette does go. So that plan goes out. Or if there's any other names here that are interesting to you?
Yeah. Are we still good on waiting on Stafford?
I think we could just lock it up. I don't see a huge
All right,
opportunity
let's go
cost if
Stafford.
we just want to do it.
Yeah. There's no reason to wreck the whole team by
Yeah, that would
not
just
getting our
not be
quarterback.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, so LegUp is actually an interesting one because when we talk about not knowing what people are dealing with off the field, I was listening to, who was it recently? Somebody was recently talking about like everything that LegUp dealt with last season, injuries and off the field stuff, and how much better he looks this year and how excited they are for him this season. And do I totally buy it? No, but like at this draft pick, yeah. Like I think that ceiling is there on somebody like LegUp, who was drafted to be a difference-making player, whether it was the right pick or not. A lot of times these guys, they don't do it early in their career, then they don't do it at all, right? But I think he's the guy worth taking a swing on down here at the bottom because the stink is on him from last year, and people wait until that washes off before they go back to a player like that. So, yeah, always looking for that type of value down here where just the narrative is spun too far out of control. And, yeah, like legit, Pete, if I could draft like one roster all year, I'd be pretty happy with this being my one roster. Like this is a really, really
Anyway,
nice roster in terms of the value we get. What's that?
Do you have some co-managed teams with the OWS guys, or is this?
I don't. No, this is it. This is my chip on the table.
Yeah. I kind of like this comp from Joey B. He says LegUp could have a QJ 2023 year. That seems like the perfect comp.
Where it's like, yeah, where he disappears a lot of games, but every once in a while it's a huge game. That I mean, like he had a 180-yard game one time last year. Like that can happen, you know?
Yeah. So here's the team so far. We've caught back up at quarterback after ignoring it for a bit. Jordan Love, Bryce Young, Matthew Stafford. We got our 5 running backs here: Chase Brown, Kyron Williams, David Montgomery, Bill, and a shrug panicked Cam Scatabo pick. Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Zay Flowers, Debo Samuel, Michael Pittman. So got our rock solid 5 wide receivers up top, and we did get a huge value on David Njoku, which certainly helps things out when you're trying to catch up at tight end. So we got 4 more picks here. We're good at quarterback now, pretty good at running back. It's basically wide receivers and tight ends the rest of the way.
Yeah, and we're ideally looking for a pass catcher from the Packers, a pass catcher from the Panthers. Don't have to force it because we still get those quarterback points even if they don't match up with somebody. We're probably not winning a week because of Bryce Young to Ja'Tavion Sanders. But those are always things that we want to kind of round out that roster and feel like it's all buttoned up if we can.
For sure. Yeah. And Dobbs did go 145 here. I knew it was kind of dicey that he would make it back, but didn't seem smart to pass on the Njoku value.
100% with you on that.
About to pick here. I mean, how are you feeling about Coker goes? Wow.
I mean, so realistically, if I'm just taking best player here, it's Isaiah Likely.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Because again, we're talking about a guy, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you're talking about a guy who could be picked in the 7th round next year. You know, like he is that good. He's good enough to be a 6th round pick next year in terms of his receiving ability. It's just, do they use him that way? If we had a Zay Flowers injury that hurts us on our roster, that helps Isaiah Likely. And so, yeah, it's just nice to kind of double up there on a player like that. A really good player there.
Yeah. So in getting upside in a late tight end room is always important there. Definitely stings to lose Coker, but we shall survive. We got 3 more picks left. I'm drafting with JMToWin. The block party is coming back this year. For week 1, we're going to pre-record it because I'm going to be traveling, but we will have that debuting on Friday, and then we'll get back into our regular routine of live streams on Friday afternoons there. Can't wait to get back in the DFS saddle. And holy cow, this guy's just really, I mean, Ja'Tavion Sanders too. You guys are sick. Do you have a wide receiver, a tight end you'd like to go with here?
Yeah, I mean, I like Tesla, of course. We're not really, building out the back end of this roster to match up with our quarterbacks. But I do like, to me, there is this thesis of like, sometimes you got to take quarterbacks to get, like, Love's going to have some 25 to 30 point games this year. Bryce Young very easily could have some of those games, and you don't have to force the pick because realistically it's probably coming with Golden, or it's coming with Tucker Kraft, or it's coming with Tetroa McMillan. It's like, it's not coming with the guys that we're getting down here. And so you're hoping to get lucky on a week where those end up pairing up. Would still love to find something from the Packers that we could put in here. I guess we're not going to burn a pick on Hunter Renfrow, But yeah, we got to go tight end here to finish things. Oh no, tight end wide receiver to finish things.
Yeah. And I want to get some, I know you, Tesla, obviously, I felt like a week or so ago or a couple of weeks ago was more of a sleeper, but just continues to make a lot of noise. So he's regularly getting drafted. I also like just pairing him up with David Montgomery, another kind of bet on the Lions on this roster. But I'm excited to see if you got, some sleepers up your sleeve here. Like you said, one more tight end spot and one more wide receiver spot as we wrap up. Here's the team before these final two picks: Jordan Love, Bryce Young, and Matthew Stafford. One nice thing too, JM, even though we didn't get the Green Bay stack, they do play Baltimore in week 17. So we are playing for this likely Zay opposite Jordan Love. Like, we still want that game to hit. The game spread out, or Packers production spread out, and Love has a good game. Bryce Young there at quarterback, Matthew Stafford, of course, this huge Rams block: Chase Brown, Kyron Williams, David Montgomery, Bill, and Scatabo, Puka Nacua, Adams, Zay Flowers, Debo, Michael Pittman. We add on Tesla as our wide receiver 6, Njoku, and Likely here as we enter the home stretch. Are there any sleepers who have gone off the board that we weren't able to get that you're particularly high on that you would have liked to have gotten on this squad?
I don't know. It's kind of like we're getting closer to the season where sleepers start to become less sleepers, right? People are aware of them. I'm trying to look around and see. I mentioned Keandre Lambert-Smith in the chat when you were on with Mike. A lot of positive talk about him from Chargers players. Like, they'll get asked about Trey Harris, and then they'll bring up KLS. And so I think things like that are worth paying attention to. I think Roman Wilson has a chance to have a nice season for the Steelers because they need a number 2 wide receiver to step up. Torrey Horton obviously getting a lot of positive buzz. De'Ami Brown, I think, was a guy we could have taken that would have been worth the pick. Who's, kind of a steal down here is Mike Gesicki. And then, we can take whatever Packers wide receiver we want in the last round if Gesicki makes it to us.
He did.
Okay. Yeah. So Gesicki, I think, is a good pick there. Some other good tight ends there. Theo Johnson, I think, is going to have a good season. Had a really good rookie season last year for the Giants. And they'll obviously be cycling through quarterbacks, but plenty to like there. And I think one of the things we've done really well here with this roster is taking a lot of upside without taking a ton of question marks. And I think people can get too question mark driven in these best ball drafts and end up kind of missing out on those points that they need in order to even make the playoffs because they're just thinking about those, home run swings, and they end up being like Adam Dunn. They've got like a 200 batting average, but 30 homers, but a 200 batting average, and you're never on base. So got to get on base.
Get your guy KLS here, or is there another kind of deep wide receiver you want to go?
Yeah, be nice to get a Packers guy, but let's take KLS.
Who is there? Just so I know, would it be?
I think Wicks would be Wicks or Watson. Hope that Watson comes back. Would be the guys to take.
Yeah. All right. When you put in the private chat, take KLS, and then we get a chance to take him in the 18th. I think we got it.
Yeah. To be clear, this isn't rookie year Puka or rookie year Tank Dell, but I do think he's going to have a role this year. I think he's going to play well this year.
Yeah. I've talked a little bit about the tournament dynamics here, where it's like Trey Harris has been drafted all summer long, 100% clip. KLS, he came onto the radar in the past few weeks, but his ownership is just capped because people weren't drafting him early in the summer. So if you think they're even remotely similar bets, like Trey Harris versus Quinshon Judkins versus Keandre Lambert-Smith, like KLS is just such a good bet in the context of how this tournament is out.
Yeah. The strategy, that's some of the unique things to think about with the strategy of like an all summer draft. Tesla is another one where you get a lot of drafts without any picks of him. And so loading up on him late is like higher value, even though his ADP is climbing, is just higher value than some other picks that you could take.
Yes. Appreciate these comments. Frost says, love seeing Pete and JM back together. Block party can't come soon enough. Like I said, I think JM and I are going to record a week 1 kind of maybe macro season preview show next week, probably on Wednesday. And then that'll debut on Friday as a pre-recorded block party episode. Then we'll get the live streams rolling. Jam, what else? What's going on at OWS here? And then we'll recap this team, and I'll get Jason Moore on for a final draft. But what have you guys been?
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with 1 week season, you'll be seeing me with Pete every week. But everything's free week 1, so just come check out oneweekseason.com. We always make everything free week 1, and as I always say, our site's not for everybody, which is great because then if it's for you, it's really for you. If it's not for you, you figure that out pretty quickly. But we have a lot of picks, a lot of, insight into the games and whatnot, but we're mostly focused on, not mostly, but our kind of core thesis is focusing on DFS strategy and theory and understanding how to win in DFS instead of just giving you the best plays on a given week, because it's rare that the best plays on a given week are actually the way to win a tournament. So we're very focused on what it actually takes to win a tournament, and that's kind of what we do. So swing by, see if we're for you, get everything free week 1, and hang out with us the rest of the season. If you want, you'll get a good discount code watching this show with Pete. And so, and Pete, I fly to Oakland next Wednesday to enter my roster. We'll have to talk schedule. We'll have to record on Tuesday, I think.
Okay.
And then, get that up late next week for you guys. And then the rest of the season, Fridays, me and Pete talking each week's slate.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll make sure we get that recorded. I think a later Tuesday afternoon will definitely work for me. And like you said, just go sign up right now. Just get your email in the system, get that free account, and so you can take advantage of all that content rolling out for week 1. And excited to break it all down with JM next week. Block Party Show every Friday afternoon in season, helping you guys take down those DFS tournaments. JM, always a pleasure getting to draft with you. Go Rams, I'd say, after this team. Let me get the final breakdown here as I teased it. Jordan Love, Bryce Young, Matthew Stafford, Chase Brown, Kyron Williams, David Montgomery, Bill, Cam Scatabo, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Zay Flowers, Deebo Samuel, Michael Pittman, and 2 fun rookies there at the end, Isaac Tesla and KLS, David Njoku, Isaiah Likely, and Mike Gesicki. Lots of team bets there. Rams, Bengals, Panthers there. Pretty fun team here, JM.
Yeah, happy with that one. Very much happy with it.
All right, brother. We will catch you next week. Go check out OWS, and we'll see you guys back again. And I'm going to bring Jason on to the stage now. There he is. Look at this. This is a real studio. This is a real man right here. Welcome to the show, Jason.
I'm doing well. How are you doing, man? I saw your announcement on the big NFL game. What are you doing there? I don't know the details.
It's funny you say that because I don't really know the details either.
Nice.
I am flying out to LA. I'm doing the pregame show for YouTube before the Friday Brazil game. I'm going to be in studio with Brandon Marshall, the Honey Badger, and Derek Carr talking fantasy when they need me.
That's awesome.
That's about all I know at this point. I'm hoping to get some more details soon. But as you know, Jason, we might just be doing it live, figuring it out as we go.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
How are things going? How are things going with you, man?
Things are going great. Obviously a fun time of year, and by that I mean it's insane. We are very, very busy. This is go mode, but everything's going well. People are happy, healthy, and excited to get to real drafts here soon.
Yeah, for sure. Have you, I know you like getting in a bunch of best ball drafts. Have you been drafting a bunch this summer? You've been swamped with, real life work.
I'm going to be honest. This summer has been a little bit crazier. I have done fewer best ball drafts this year than in previous years. But I'm happy to hop in and pretend like I am the best ball mania expert you've ever talked to.
That's what I like to hear. No, because I remember, I don't know if it was a year or two ago, like I'd be in some of the slow drafts, the big dogs, the higher stake ones, and you were in all of those. Like you were just slammed in every entry.
So I do prefer, like when I've played, my underdog exposure over the years has been less best ball mania and more of the bigger money slow drafts. That's my preference. These 20-second drafts, they're for smarter men than me. You know what I mean? Like I can't do this.
Do you like adjusting? Because obviously there's a big strategic shift if you're going in a smaller pod where like 4 of 12 advanced versus BBM where it's 2 of 12 and it's just way more that you have to traverse to get to the finals. Do you like kind of tweaking your strategy for those smaller tournaments?
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same strategy. I don't if I'm playing the Best Ball Mania, the big tournaments, I mean it's just a matter of how many. You got to max out your entries. You've got to have as much exposure as you can, have a portfolio. So, I don't really usually play that way. I've never maxed out my entries on BBM. So it's really just trying to build the best roster each time, finding the ADP fallers. I've found over time, I used to do a strategy, and this sucks. This sucks for everything we're going to talk about.
Oh no.
But a couple years ago, I would, I'd be in all these drafts, all slow drafts, and I'd try to, at the end of the year I'd look back at which ones won, what were the best strategies, and I had a couple drafts where what I did was I took the ADP. That's it. I would label those drafts like I just went ADP. And I won an absurd percentage of those. Wow. And it's like, dadgummit, are you really just telling me it's like, oh, this guy fell in my draft, and so it was a good pick by ADP, and that was what was the most helpful? Obviously, that's not going to be the case in Best Ball Mania. In Best Ball Mania, you've got to look at weeks, 15, 16, 17, those type of things that, you degens love. And it's just, that's a younger man's game, man. I am too old for that crap now.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's like, I do think if you just blindly did that with BBM, you would be a losing drafter. There's so much with correlation and stuff that you need to get right. But that said, if you are able to combine correlating with ADP values, that's the best of both worlds. And earlier this summer, it was ETR's Jack Miller did a data research project on the teams who got the most ADP value, and they smashed all of the other teams. And obviously, I think drafters who are able to do both, that's why they get all of those benefits. But scooping up those values, or as we like to call it these days, Jason, slurping the dipparino.
Oh, slurping the dipparino. Okay, I'm in. I'll
slurp. You want to add that to the lexicon. It's there for you.
Yeah, let me write that one down.
Yeah, write that one down. Get that one on air, and you will you'll be good to go. Speaking of good to go, I'm hopping us in a Best Ball Mania draft. This is my 132nd draft. Jason, I've casually decided to stream all 150 of these, then realized I'm way behind pace, and now realize that I'm going to be on camera streaming basically nonstop this week. So thank you for providing me some company during this exercise.
Yeah, no problem. I hope it goes well for you.
Based on some of the auto picks today and things, it is not off to a great start, but you're going to get me back on track here today. That's what we're going to do.
I hope so.
We got the 105 here. Excited to get some of your, your takes, your stands here in the best ball streets. 105, definitely looking at normally, a Gibbs, Barkley, maybe a Jefferson, maybe you're a CMC guy. What stands out to you here?
At the 105, I mean, I feel like powerful wide receivers are my preference. I like the running backs towards the end of the second round a little bit more. I want to make sure I've got 4 or preferably even 5 wide receivers by pick 100. So, I'm looking for guys that I want to stack later. But that's at the 105, it's usually kind of the decisions are made for you.
No, I agree with that. Just especially now you can get JT, Achane Falls, Bucky, Josh Jacobs, all those guys there. Whereas you might be done with, AJ Brown might be off the board. Ladd might be. So being able to get Jefferson or Lamb here looks good to me.
CeeDee's my hope. I prefer CeeDee. Did we get him? All right. There we go. So we'll be looking to stack Dak later. I know what are they? They've got the Commanders in week 17.
Ooh.
So
look at you flexing your week 17 knowledge here. You are a sicko.
Yeah, no time to be well-versed enough. Coming in here, I mean, I'm glad you're doing the draft. This is really your draft here because you're the expert here. Man, you've got so much experience on these Best Ball Mania drafts. It's crazy. So I look forward to what you're going to teach me here today.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going to correct. Yes, I'm technically pressing the buttons, but this is our draft. We are building the Jason Moore flavored Best Ball Mania draft.
We get to split the winnings 50-50?
Yes.
Fantastic.
This is how it works. If you come on and give me your time to draft a team with me, this is a 50-50 proposition. That's how it works with any of my guests. And you'll just have to let me know your Venmo. I'll send you that $1 million Venmo thing, and we'll live happily ever. If that happens,
I think you'll have to split it up over a couple of days. You know what I mean? Like probably a few split skis there.
That would be really funny if it was like 3 years later, I'm still making payments to you on Venmo.
Where are you finding in BBM that George Kittle's going?
It's interesting you say that because he does have a large spread. I'll see him go as early as mid-third. Sometimes he'll fall. Like I did a draft the other day where he came back to the 4-5 turn, and that's very rare. It's basically late third, early fourth is kind of his sweet spot.
So I feel like we're in a bad spot for him. I was thinking of my preferred, I'm usually a 3 quarterback, 3 tight end. I like finding the values later rather than paying up for the studs. The only exception to that is if you can get that value, that late third, early fourth on Kittle, I'd go 2 tight end and try to go that way.
Yeah. Do you do any? What's the boots on the ground on Trey McBride? He probably won't come back to us at 29, so we can talk freely about him.
Yeah, I mean, McBride is obviously he's a super talented, great tight end, but I feel like right now McBride and Bowers, the opportunity cost, what you're giving up to get those guys. I think people are really putting 15 points per game Travis Kelce seasons in their place, and we haven't seen that for them yet. So giving up that like late first, early second round is pretty costly. If they drop, I'm happy. All right.
So
who we looking at
the
here?
thesis plays out. You get your choice of running back. We knew this sweet spot would be here. Chase Brown, Bucky, Jonathan Taylor.
Are we on the clock?
Yeah, you got a favorite?
I like Jonathan Taylor. I'm a huge fan of Johnny T this year.
There it is. Come on down, Jonathan Taylor, especially now kind of getting some consistency in the offense, hopefully locked up with Daniel Jones there.
Yeah, some targets.
Yes. All right, so we get Jonathan Taylor paired with CeeDee Lamb. Love that for the start. Yeah, it was funny because I had Mike Wright, the hitman, on the randomizer, and one of the prompts was like, sell us on what the hopium is for the Cardinals this year, because the thing that's given me pause and why I haven't drafted a lot of Marvin Harrison, it's just like, I'm like, what's going to be different this year? Everything is the same. I felt like I saw how that played out last year, and it's like I kind of just want a new variable in there.
Well, the worst part is the biggest difference for the Cardinals is I think their defense is going to be vastly improved, which is like, well, that's not what you want.
No,
I mean, the good news for the Cardinals, they're Bengals week 17, right?
Yep.
So you got some hope of an upside there for a McBride. I mean, would you be interested in McBride in the third? Where's he been going in?
Yeah, he generally goes early third. A lot of times, like you said, because the Chase or Higgins drafter wants him as part of a game stack, so they'll grab him. This is kind of actually unusual for him to fall here, so we might get to have the Trey McBride discussion unless Kaboom here or whoever takes him. Let's see. Would you be open? No, McBride does go, so we can table that. There's the elite quarterbacks. There's your guy Marv, JSN, Evans, Wilson, Adams, Kittle, if you want to pull him up.
You know what? Let's play a little bit dangerous here and let's pull Kittle up. Let's
do it.
I don't love those wide receivers. I'm not a believer that Marvin Harrison's going to be a top 10 guy. Obviously we started with Lamb, so this will give us one more wide receiver in the build. We'll go, 3 quarterback, 2 tight end, and flesh out the wide receivers.
See, I like it. No, you are discrediting yourself as a best ball streamer, because you're doing what we all do, which is you start backing out your structure already through 3 to 4 rounds, plotting out the end game. I think you were built for this, Jason.
I hope so, man. I'm freaking out right now.
Don't worry. I'd say you're in good hands, but like I said, I've auto-timed a few picks today, so you're in okay hands is what I'd say. We start CeeDee Lamb, Jonathan Taylor, George Kittle, very strong, what I would almost call a grown-ass man start here. What kind of preseason buzz are you buying or selling? Obviously, we've got a lot of the rookies. Bill headlining.
I'm not buying Bill. Bill's like my biggest avoid here, especially with what's going on with the draft cost is absurd. So I love talking Bill Croskey. We're making Bill Croskey jokes on the show all the time, but where he's priced right now, I'm pretty much out. And in a tournament like this, Chris Rodriguez is going to be the guy that's not owned. You know what I mean? Like if you're wanting to go against the grain, have someone that's 10% rostered or 20% rostered, cost you less, bigger upside. I'd be targeting him later in a draft over Bill.
It was funny too, because someone asked earlier, where can you get Bill in a home league draft? And the boots on the ground I'm hearing is that Bill's just as buzzy in home league drafts as he is on Underdog and in these sicko. Like Bill has left the stratosphere. Like everybody and their mother knows about Bill.
He's like creeping towards the 5th round. It's like, dude, the 5th round is full of like legit great. There's one example of a 7th round running back who's been good for fantasy, and it wasn't that good. It was Pacheco, and it's like it was fine. All right, what are we looking at here? We're a couple picks away.
Let's check it out here. Jaden Daniels kicking around. He could potentially fall if this drafter doesn't, because the next drafter has a quarterback. Xavier Worthy, George Pickens, also pretty tantalizing suggestions.
I love George Pickens. I mean, if we can go CD, George, and Dak, I am about that life in a tournament like this. And then we'll focus on bringing back some Manders. This is great. Look, it's not going to go well. Because we just got two of my three guys this year, George Pickens and George Kittle, the Georgie Porgies. So if we can get a Emeka Egbuka later in the draft, we'll complete all my three guys for 2025.
I will tell you this: if we can certainly get Egbuka, it will have to be at pick 53 because he will not come back to pick 68. So that'll be
that's the knowledge you have that I need. This is great. We just need to talk through this. We've got to work together. We got to win this thing, man.
What
are you thinking? I don't necessarily want to go with. Well, I assume Burrow's going to go right here, right? He's not
Burrow. It's interesting because sometimes the drafter will grab him, but other times they'll push him around, and then everyone else will kind of pass and say like, "Hey, I don't want unstacked Burrow," and then it'll come all the way back in the 6th round to the Higgins drafter. Like the stop point would be 6'10" at pick 70, so they're going to try to push him. It looks like.
All right. So what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so this is
what position you want.
This is where I do think this is a choose your own adventure. Like Kenneth Walker's the slight slider, but if you wanted to pull up Big Buki here, I don't think it's insane. Calvin Ridley's here, Travis Hunter, Zay Flowers.
Let's take Kenneth Walker. We talked about the ADP fallers. This is the perfect type of player. You know, like in my home leagues, I'm not drafting Kenneth Walker. He's always injured, currently dealing with injury, whatever. But if you want to win out of, a huge player pool, Kenneth Walker feels like the type of player that if he stays healthy will way outproduce. And if you get him at an ADP value, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's a pretty nice price for him. And it is binary, right? Like if you were guaranteed 17 games of Kenneth Walker, I mean, where would you draft him?
Oh, he'd be a second rounder probably. I mean, I think with their fullback, with Coob's new system, they're going to run the ball a ton. He's explosive. He's always been good when he's on the field. He's just not on the field.
Yes. Paul wants to know, how would you describe the ADP value dip that we just got with Kenneth Walker? Is there maybe a phrase or something you would use?
I'm slurping up that dipparino, brother. Come on.
This guy's a pro. This guy's a pro. I knew it. Yeah. I knew it.
All right, so where do we let's see here. Right now we're at 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, and a tight end.
Yep.
Certainly don't want to miss out on Dak. So you keep me apprised on that. I'm not sure where he's much later though, right?
Yeah,
I mean, he's going to be in past 100.
It should work out perfect. His ADP is 104. We pick at 101. When you corner the market on Lamb and Pickens, we should theoretically.
I was going to say who's going to want to stack. Who's going to want to take Dak without either of them?
You know what? The only person would be if there's one of these Jason Moore super fans in this room who basically
no. If there's a Jason Moore super fan in the room, leave him. That's great. Leave him for us.
Well,
make our draft look great.
Or I guess that is if they were truly a super fan, they would let you get your sack. But maybe they want their moment in the sun of snipe Jason Moore on
snipe
stream.
Me. I won't even say anything. You'll get no reaction from me.
Yes. My guy Sacrilegious says fantasy footballers were one of the first fantasy podcasts I ever listened to. So to hear Jason say slurp the dipparino with Pete is pretty surreal. The fantasy footballers, the OGs, the absolute legends in the space. We're about to pick here at 6'8". Golden goes, Egbuka, long gone. Swift, Diggs, Pacheco, Judy, Myers, Pollard, Jennings, Addison. Anything stand out to you?
We're gonna go Jerry Judy. I'm a believer in Judy in this system, especially with Flacco. We're just praying that somehow Flacco plays a whole season. I mean, I doubt it, but
yeah,
if it happens, I mean, you're going upside case here. You look at what Jerry Judy did the second half of last year, and I know some of it was Jameis Winston, but it was like he was like the wide receiver 4. He was outstanding.
Yeah, and the other thing too, it's like, we're all excited about Flacco. We know he can support it, but man, based on, Dylan Gabriel looked pretty good in that preseason game. Like he might be able to give us Joe Flacco-esque, viability for these pass catchers. So
just don't let it be Pickett. Yeah,
Yes, no Pickett. I'm hoping Pickett's out of the picture at this point, but who knows?
Yeah. Sounds like they're still going to roll with 4 quarterbacks, which is insane.
Yeah. It is the Browns doing Browns things, but we start here. CeeDee Lamb, Jonathan Taylor, George Kittle, George Pickens, Double George, Kenneth Walker, Jerry Jeudy, no Igbuka, but still getting some of Jason's my guys here during this draft. About to pick at 77. Don't think there's anything we'd still want to do at quarterback here, nor tight end, because we got Kittle. So we're kind of looking at running backs, Swift, Pacheco, Montgomery, Caleb, Aaron Jones. There's also Reed and Downs if you want to keep going wide receiver.
Let's see here, man. I like a lot of these players. I like Josh Downs, but we've got Jonathan Taylor. I'm gonna say Pacheco, Kaleb Johnson. I love Kaleb Johnson. Let's just, if we're drafting a team that's for me, dude, Kaleb Johnson's great.
This is for you.
I could be wrong about that. A lot of people are like, I don't see it. I don't get it. Andy didn't really like the college film. I think Kaleb Johnson's outstanding. The big fear here is just stupid Arthur Smith. It's going to be like
that is the big elephant in the room. I mean, I guess
Gainwell's going to be on the goal line for some reason.
I know, and I also feel like we're going to get like a Darnell Washington halfback dive at some point this year.
Yeah. All right. We need more wide receivers. You're just making me sad with those.
I'm sorry. I immediately said your pick is going to get vultured by a second string tight end, and you just got really depressed upon that.
Because it's true.
Here's the thing, though. Kevin points out, we try to figure out how to remember all of these playoff matchups. I have dubbed the Steelers-Browns the Turd Bowl. We now have Jerry Jeudy, Kaleb Johnson, both going off for 25 points in week 17.
Baby.
Yes.
A perfect bring back.
The perfect bring back here.
All right. What round should we you help me have our quarterback target rounds? Because I want to fill out wide receivers for a while until we need to grab that quarterback.
I think we should be looking at a wide receiver here at pick 92, unless it just feels so gross that there's nothing we like, in which case we could just say, hey, let's just lock up Dak. But I feel pretty good about being able to get Dak at 101. It would basically mean the 1 hole or the 2 hole reaching for an unstacked Dak ahead of ADP. And I just want to bet that we live in a society.
Of civilized people. So let's just pencil in that pick of, what would you say, 101 for Dak?
Yes.
Okay. So until then, probably going to be looking at wide receivers.
Yeah, so Jaden Higgins, Pittman, obviously Godwin going to miss the start of the season. Kupp, Darnell Mooney, Keon Coleman just went. He's the only wide receiver since Downs and Reed to go. Brock Purdy comes off the board, which makes me a little nervous about the quarterback stuff. I would say if you like Higgins or Pittman, we do it. And if you don't love them, then we can just lock up Dak.
I like both. I don't love having Pittman and JTT. So Higgins, I know it hasn't been a great preseason for him, but he would be my pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind the teammate pairings there, but are you just kind of feeling like, hey, in the games where Taylor scores 3 touchdowns and wins
exactly.
Mania?
That's all it is. It's trying to maximize the most potential in the same game. Obviously, a running back and a wide receiver can both be great picks from the same team and wonderful. But if Jonathan Taylor has a 3-touchdown game, Pittman's probably not doing much.
What do you think about Bill going at pick 94, Jason? Any thoughts on that?
I think that is at least better than where I've seen him fly up to sometimes. But I still think it's going to be a mistake. I mean, Austin Eckler is a better player. And currently, Chris Rodriguez, I believe when the season starts, he'll be ahead of him on the depth chart. Maybe he's going to be the truth. I hope he is, for the sake of the jokes on the show, the great Bill Croskey jokes. But I'm a skeptic. I really am.
I think it's always fair to be skeptical of a player who went from not getting drafted to going in the 7th round in some drafts within the span of like a week and a half. So
based on preseason,
here's the team so far: CeeDee Lamb, Jonathan Taylor, George Kittle, George Pickens, Kenneth Walker, Jerry Jeudy, Kaleb Johnson. Go get your guy season, followed by Jaden Higgins. And boom, we penciled it in. Dak comes back. Lock up that double stack.
Sweet.
Boom. We did it. We were
patient. How many wide receivers are we sitting right now?
We got 4. The 2 Cowboys, and then Jeudy and Higgins.
All right. So let's look. What are we looking at? Do
Yeah.
we have I don't mind double tapping quarterback here either.
No. I mean, the one thing that happened, like if Brock comes back on a Kittle team, that's such like a nice stack there.
I would have loved
Stroud. Stroud at like 125 could definitely make sense.
You said Brock
Higgins.
went, right?
He did. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Were you saying Stroud? Yeah.
Stroud with Higgins, if you like that. I mean, this is kind of a sweet spot. This 125, 125 is kind of the sweet spot because you get like the Lawrence, the Stroud, the Love, the Herbert, McCarthy, all in that range.
Okay. So 125, we'll pencil in a quarterback for now. I mean, we don't have any other backdoor stacks late, so I do think it makes sense there. We're looking good with this running back room, can kind of sprinkle those in, and really it's just wide receivers that we need to continue to build out. Yeah, for sure. Okay. So
who is so did you say of these guys, I know you haven't gotten to do as many drafts, who's your most drafted player so far this year?
My most drafted player so far, like late, probably Marvin Mims.
Okay. Yeah.
Just because cheap, affordable, can grab, in drafts.
Yeah.
So we can look for him late.
Yeah. I mean, not that much late. It would actually be at this next pick where we would look for Mims. And then Franklin and Pat Bryant are both pretty cheap.
I
late,
love Franklin. I still am a truther. I just believed he was too good coming out of college. But also I try to stick to truth. You know what I mean? Like he drops to the 4th round, who didn't do anything his rookie year, is probably not going to happen. It's kind of how I am with Bill. It's like the odds say it's not going to work out. So I'm going to bet the odds instead of, my priors. All right. So what are we looking at wide receiver here?
Yeah, so wide receiver, I actually don't mind this range. Bateman is here, the slot demon, and then Marvin Mims is here. If you're getting your guys, I don't mind Mims here at all. If you got a favorite.
Oh man, I like Keenan Allen too. Let's just keep going, man. Let's keep going and grab my guys. Marvin Mims.
Done deal. Marvin Mims, awesome preseason usage. They clear out Vele. The veteran in that room after Sutton. I'm excited about this Denver offense, man.
All right. So we're hoping for Stroud at this next pick.
Yeah. The chat mentioning we could have double stacked Stroud there. We still can, guys. There are other Texans still available late. I will mention. But we had Marvin Mims here. And and I would say, like, if there is another option you end up liking, we don't have to force it. Stroud's ADP is 133. It's probably thin. He falls past 140 because the Nico drafter would probably take him. But
what other stacks are we looking at here, or could we still build going forward?
So the other consideration as far as stacking, if we did pass on Stroud, is Ferguson also falls in that range where he might not come back to us at 140, and you could get the triple stack with Dak, or do you think it's enough with the 2 wide receivers?
I think it's enough with the 2 wide receivers. Ferg's okay, but especially with George Pickens as one of our early picks.
Yeah.
I think we avoid that.
And there's a small chance Ferguson comes back. He's someone who certainly could with us having Dak already. So what do you think about, you want to just lock up Stroud and have 2 solid quarterbacks in this range?
Yeah, I think that's how I'm leaning. I mean, the difference between he's a little lower in ADP versus Trevor Lawrence, or it's like, so what?
Right. In this range, I mean, look at best available. It's Joe Mixon, Brian Robinson, Ramondre, Judkins, Javonte, Braylon Allen. I mean, I'm fine getting the QB here.
Yeah.
All
right. So looking forward, we got 2 of our 3 quarterbacks in tow. We've got I can't see the numbers here.
Sorry, we got 2 quarterbacks, 3 running backs, 5 wide receivers, 1 tight end.
All right.
Are you taking notes, Jason?
Well, I'm just writing it down so I can follow along. You know what I mean? It's my monitor, where I think most people when they're on this, they're like looking at the screen right on their laptop. Yeah. Mine is like way over there in the room. I got a little tiny, I'm like, who's on our team?
Jason, this is actually I'm actually an optometrist, and this is an eye exam. Can you read our 7th round pick?
I'm going to fail the crap out of this exam, that's for sure. I need a new prescription.
I need you to look at the board. This is your eye test. Who was our 7th round selection? What color do you see?
Man, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it was a quarterback.
No, it was Kaleb Johnson, a green running back. You have failed. We are prescribing you best ball glasses so you can actually read your teams.
Need best ball glasses for sure.
This is what happens. You guys are so big. Your studio is so big that they can't even get the monitor close enough for you to read it.
I can't even see. We're in the 12th round, right?
Yeah, we are. We are approaching the 12th round here. Yes.
Crazy.
Our 12th round pick. Here's the team for those who are visually impaired. Dak Prescott and CJ Stroud, Jonathan Taylor, Kenneth Walker, Kaleb Johnson at running back, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jerry Jeudy, Jaden Higgins, Marvin Mims at wide receiver, George Kittle at tight end. Connor says, this team kind of slaps. Not gonna lie. Thank you, Connor.
I appreciate it. Let's see what we can do to ruin that. What's ADP look like right now?
Yeah, so we're kind of getting in a sweet spot for some of these running backs. If you have some, Dylan Sampson, you could do a Cowboys running back if you liked that. Wide receivers are kind of gross at this point. Hollywood Brown, Trey Harris, Kyle Williams. I'd recommend waiting there. Some nice tight ends. Kincaid, Goddard, Ferguson did go. Or you could set up another backdoor stack with one of these third quarterbacks, a Bryce Young.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's get a backdoor stack. What quarterback do we like the wide receiver of the best here?
I'm loving me some Carolina backdoor stacks these days.
I like that too.
You like that?
Yeah, I do.
All right, let's do it. Do you buy? You think Thielen's going to be on the move?
I do. It's hard with the money. I don't think he should take any pay cuts. It's going to have to be Carolina just eating a lot of money because the Vikings aren't going to spend up for him. So who are we targeting? We going LegUp? Thielen?
So that's the nice thing about Bryce is you got LegUp, you got Coker, and Jatavian Sanders all as options for us down the home stretch.
All right, what running backs we're going to need?
Yeah.
We've got 3 running backs right now.
Yes, we got 3 running backs right now, JT, Kenneth Walker, Kaleb Johnson. So that's a really good base in that I think we can take some swings. We don't have to get early season production. Like if you were like, hey, let's get a contingent bet like Tyler Algier behind Bijan, we could do that. I also think Dylan Sampson with all this Judkins stuff is a pretty good pick in this range as well.
Yeah, it's funny because Judkins, he could play a lot more games than he's being given credit for right now because it's the scariest pick because he's literally not signed, but it's like, oh, freaking LegUp
and Sampson, bang, bang. We're on the clock. If you like the Judkins thing, we could also get Goddard at a nice value here. Tyler Algier, Spears.
Yeah, what tight ends are left?
It's like Goddard, Strange, Henry.
I like Strange. Can we get Strange later?
Maybe. But shit.
Just draft.
I drafted Goddard in a panic.
Okay. Goddard's fine. Tight end here. Now we're done. So we can start looking at how many picks we got left. And so what we got 4 left?
3-3-5-2 with 5 picks left. Yes.
All right.
Yeah. The nice thing here, if I can sell you on it, we did slurp that dipperino on Dallas Goedert. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, that's great. It's so sad to be like ADP matters that much. But the truth is, I mean, in 2025, we're really smart at fantasy football compared to years ago. Like the crowd cavemen. And the ADP is usually more right than wrong. So when you get to slurp dipparinos, that's great. And now we can focus because our onesies are done.
Yes. What has that progression been like for you, right? Because when you guys started making content, I mean, there were people who'd probably literally show up at their draft, not know a single thing, and have your guys' cheat sheet or whatever, and just be like, guide me. Now your audience, like, how much more educated are compared to when you started? So
much better, and it's not just our audience. Like I feel like the average Joe now is a little bit better because there's so much early. The drafting is so much earlier now. The ADPs kind of settle ahead of August. It used to be always like, I mean, things change this month. Things change with preseason, but it's just a solid foundation. So your average guys that come into the draft by ADP, they're not making the same mistakes they used to make. Used to be able to just clobber people easily. I would say the hardest thing over time is getting sleeper picks because like all the sleeper picks are pushed up appropriately, and then it's like, well, now they're not Now they're not actually sleepers anymore. They're in the 7th round.
Yeah, that is it is funny, like the information age with fantasy, it is just like it is completely evaporated the concept of a sleeper. Or like a sleeper exists for like 12 hours until the news cycle catches up, and then it's gone. And certainly been exasperated by best ball too, where it's this real-time market, everybody elbowing each other to get values, rush to get guys before they rise too much. Here's the team so far. As we head into the home stretch, we do got our 3 quarterbacks, Dak Prescott, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young. We got our 2 tight ends, George Kittle and Goddard. Still just those 3 running backs at the top, Jonathan Taylor, Kenneth Walker, and Kaleb Johnson.
Let me name a couple of running backs. I don't know if they're gone or available, but Chris Rodriguez, Sean Tucker, Damian Pierce, Kendre Miller. Those are the type of garbagey running backs that I would love to pivot towards.
Do you know what I would say then? My recommendation, all of those guys are available like very cheap, like 17th and 18th round.
Nice.
So my thought would be like, let's grab our like 2 more wide receivers and then just sleeper it up with the running backs down the stretch.
Yes. Perfect.
Would you want to just kind of pull up, because we missed out on Legette? Do you like Coker?
I like Coker all right. I think I like Thielen better.
Okay. Let's grab Thielen and then play for the scenarios where he isn't traded here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right. Let's grab Thielen here as our wide receiver 6. We got 4 more picks. I say we do 1 more wide receiver and then get all of these sleeper running backs you like.
All right. That sounds good. So that's 6 wideouts right now?
Yes. We're at 6 wideouts. So we would get to, it would be like a 3-6-7-2 build that I think makes sense for this one.
All right. So if this is going to be our last wide receiver, anything to consider here with like correlation or week 17,
week
15, 16?
The main things I would say would be getting another Panthers wide receiver or Texans. So Coker or Jalen Knoll would be the other kind of sleeper Texans guy if we wanted to double stack him.
Yeah, I would go Knoll over Coker. I think that's my path, my preferred path.
Let's do it. Let's grab Knoll here, and then we can get funky with these last 3 running back selections. So we got Dak double stacked with Pickens and Lamb. We got Stroud double stacked with
rookies.
Higgins and Knoll with the rookies. That's very fun. We got Bryce Young paired up with Thielen, and then we got the rest of our wide receivers are Judy 1 off, Marvin Mims 1 off, and then we have Kittle and Goddard, 3 running backs. We'll get 3 flyers here to land this plane.
All right. So, all right, let's take a look-see here. What running back sleepers are?
So will you tell me? So will you say those names again?
So the names I threw out were Chris Rodriguez, Sean Tucker, Damian Pierce, and Kendre Miller.
So yes, someone already took Rodriguez. Can't even get those past people here.
Oh, I love Will Shipley too. If he happens to drop to us, I mean, okay. I doubt he'll come back, but
yes. And Tucker, I got him. Who was the other one? Pierce
Kendre
Shipley.
Miller.
Kendre, yes. I like that call as well. You know, I'm breaking streamer rules here, Jason, which is I typically don't like to use my queue because it serves as a billboard to the rest of the drafters on who to snipe.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I did auto draft us Dallas Goedert at the last second. I would prefer that we get players you actually like here.
Yeah, I mean, what a great auto draft, though.
That's, I don't always auto draft, but when I do, it's a slurp the Dipparino ADP value.
Right. Yeah. You're not going to. The worst is when you're building the queue for late. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I don't want to forget this guy. I drafted this quarterback. So let me remind myself to get the late, wide receiver. And then all of a sudden you auto draft and it takes the guy way too many rounds ahead.
Yes, exactly. All right. We are about to pick here at 16-8. Shipley did go at 181. So we're on the clock. Which of these guys is your favorite right now?
Highest ADP, just so we can get the most of them.
We'll get Sean Tucker here. Talk to me about Sean Tucker. Obviously the RB3 there behind Bucky and Rachaad White, but had that monster game last year versus the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, he's talented. I mean, if it wasn't for I don't even remember, was it a heart thing? What was his medical condition that caused him to go from one of everybody's favorite incoming rookies to just plummet in the NFL draft? So that he's an injury away from being able to truly be special, because I think the talent is there, the offense is there. Tucker's just and it's like Rachaad White's not that good.
Yeah. Yep. That I think we all can agree on around here. And yeah, there's multiple outs, right? Like an injury to either Bucky or Rachaad White paves the way for a pretty meaningful role for Sean Tucker there. And we've seen the talent for sure. So I am on board with getting a Tucker share there. Back up here, Pierce sounds like he could be challenging Chubb for that week 1 role. Is that the thesis for you here?
That is the thesis. Yeah. I mean, it's just a matter of, is Chubb still have it? Does he have anything left in the tank? Is Joe Mixon playing this year? Is he, how's the foot? They're just shots in the dark of with Pierce. To me, it's really going against the grain. In something like in my leagues, I would never, even if it's this deep, draft Pierce. I don't believe in him, but I think most people don't believe in him. And sometimes that's where it's like, in a Best Ball Mania league, you've got to go against the grain.
Do you know what the Pierce pick kind of feels like to me? It was a couple of years ago. It was it's hard to remember this far back, but the year Zach Moss crushed on the Colts, and he was kind of like that forgotten guy, and it was like, but he's the starting running back. We kind of didn't want to believe it. And I remember it was about this time of the year, Lord Reeves, Rich Rebar came on. And he got me on my only Zach Moss share of all my Best Ball Mania drafts and ended up being this smash pick that year. Some Dameon Pierce like vibes there.
Yeah, I've always been pretty out on him, but the path makes sense. All right, so who all's left? Do we still have Kendre in the queue?
We do, but just
Oh yeah.
No, he just went. See, I knew it.
Of course. Yeah, you knew
it.
You knew they were watching. All right, so we got to go back to the well here.
Yeah. Let's pull out another sleeper out of your bag of tricks here.
Ollie Gordon, is he around?
He's long gone.
Okay. I didn't know how quick he's going up the ADP.
These people love I'll tell you, Ollie Gordon went at pick 155 in the 13th
Holy
round.
Crap.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So I'll give you some names. Like if you're looking for rookie, like Kyle Monangai, if you like him on the Bears, if you think Corum's the true handcuff, Brashard Smith, if you like the Chiefs thing, you could do, if you believe the backfield winner in the Cowboys on our bet is Miles Sanders, Jarquez Hunter, ETN with Bryce Young, if you think he's actually the RB2 there and not Dowdle. And I'm just tossing some stuff out here.
Yeah, let's go Monangai.
Monangai. Boom. We will grab him. I think a nice, it's kind of like there's versions where Monangai is like the Bill, right? Where it's like, oh, they trade DeAndre Swift or something at the last minute. And then it's like, we're taking Monangai in the 8th round, except you don't have to pay that price for him.
Yeah, that's the hope. I mean, there's ways this can work, but let's be honest, this is a giant tournament that is made to lose.
No, not us. I am going to be sending you your winnings in 163 installments on Venmo after we ship this. Let's get the final recap. And then immediately following this, guys, here, 2:45 p.m. Eastern. Jason, are you familiar with every year I make the Best Ball Bros video? Are you familiar with that at all?
I am not familiar.
Okay, so every year, just all of the inside lingo, phrases like slurp the dipparino, I spoof them in one comedy short, and every year it becomes a bigger and bigger production. And so this year's is ready, and it's going to debut on the Deposit Kingdom YouTube channel in 4 minutes here. So I'm going to recap this team. I want to hear what people need to be checking out on the Ballers over the next week or so in this season, and then we can all head over and watch that video. But here's the squad, Jason. 3-6-7-2. We mapped it out. We were able to hit most of the targets we wanted. Dak Prescott, CJ Stroud, Bryce Young. We got Jonathan Taylor, Kenneth Walker, Kaleb Johnson, Sean Tucker, Dameon Pierce, and Kyle Monangai. At running back, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Jerry Jeudy, Jaden Higgins, Marvin Mims, Adam Thielen, and Jalen Noel at wide receiver, and George Kittle and Dallas Goedert at tight end. How did we do here?
I think I'm going to just send you a payment request right now on Venmo. Yeah. I presume we're going to win. There's a chance we don't, but I think everything was going to break right. I don't see how this could go wrong.
There's no way. There's no way. And that's, other than it's not great that you get to kind of accrue interest on that $1 million I'm going to send you now. I mean, that's a hefty amount of interest, but you've been such a lovely guest and you gave me your time. I am willing to prepay you that $1 million.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Interest matters, and also you get the tax burden.
That's right.
That's wonderful.
Let the people know what do they what should they check out here over on the Footballers.
If you want, if you want to have a good time, listen to some good Bill Croskey jokes. Tune in on wherever you're listening to podcasts to the Fantasy Footballers, or just go to thefantasyfootballers.com. That's got our ultimate draft kit, our ultimate dashboard, all the tools and resources. So it's just the Fantasy Footballers.
What other my guys did we because we got almost all of them. Emeka Egbuka we missed. Were there any others we missed?
I've only got those three. The three for each of us this year. There's obviously two other losers on our show, and they got their own guys. But no, I think we hit a lot of the guys that I target, that I like, that I'm really happy with the Jonathan Taylor in the second round.
Yeah.
To me, I look at like where Ashton Genty's going, and I just think Jonathan Taylor versus Ashton Genty, who's going to be able to score more touchdowns this year? It's probably Jonathan Taylor.
For sure. Yeah. I agree with you there. And I kind of like how we barbelled it. We got those three guys up top who should be getting a decent amount of touches out of the gate, unless Jaylen Warren and Arthur Smith have something to say about it. But then getting the super cheap running back flyers there at the end who could make noise if things break right. Tucker, Pierce, and Monungai haven't built a lot of teams like that, and I like how that shook out. Would have been nice to get Legette as opposed to settling for Thielen, but we still get those stacks. And man, the double Stroud rookie stack followed by the double Dak Alpha premium stack. It's a pretty nice team.
Yeah, we're playing with fire. The whole team is playing with fire. Kenneth Walker. I mean, if you draft Kenneth Walker, you're playing with fire.
That's right.
This really feels like a parlay. And in my experience, the more legs you have on a parlay, the more fun you have.
That is right. Speaking of more fun, I'm sending you guys over to watch the Best Ball Bros 2025 video on the Deposit Kingdom. Thanks to all our guests today, including the two JMs, Jason Moore and JMToWin. We'll see you guys next time on Best Ball Breakfast, which will be Wednesday. Go enjoy the Best Ball Bros video. Peace.